Hello, everyone, and welcome to our second qualifier for the Digitec Playground Swiss Championship. I think we should call it at this rate. We had one qualifier from last week, and it was actually some really exciting games there. We saw meta developing in real time. So FIGA went through from last week. However, we still have a ton of competitors looking for the second spot so they can hit the main stage at Herofest, TRM being one of them. We also had some underdogs making some big performances last week, so we'll see if they can repeat that this time around. I'm with Ellie here, and good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. Good morning for me, good afternoon for Switzerland. Welcome in, folks.
Welcome. I'm super excited to see some fan favorites from last week. They've signed up again, and I'm wondering if we'll see that very popular society.
Well, I have heard from reputable sources that FIGA has taken that strategy to the ladder and is now only 50 spaces behind TRM on the ladder. So apparently he's doing quite well. However, he's already qualified. So as much as I would love to see the perfected strat, which we might see in the finals, we won't be seeing him play it here today because he's already through to the main event. So looking at the other players we have, TRM, definitely a favorite. Last time around, apparently he was just picking Mirror Civilization to everybody else because he felt that comfortable with the qualifier. A little bit of a wake-up call potentially last week, so we'll see if he mixes up the strategy at all here. We also have people like Hidewolf, and we remember the upset, Hidewolf actually getting a win over our qualifier FIGA earlier with the same strategy he ended up winning with. And then we have Pyro as well. We have Boom. We have a lot of good players here that are going to be very motivated to make it through. And I think we should shout out our Grumpy player who is going to be on that main stage as well, which is Celior, actually. So good job to Celior. Once again,
Allie muted.
it's not
Allie
me.
muted.
It's not me. Yep.
Yeah, I'm really excited. The Groupie will be going on parallel to the Pro, so I think we're going to be trying to follow the Pro brackets. But who knows? Maybe we'll see some of the Groupie ones and see some fun strategies from them. I really like it because you never know what you're gonna get. It's not like they are bound to a meta. They play their favorite civs, or they see something cool that a pro does for fun and they try to replicate it. So I hope they're going to have some fun. We certainly can't wait to get casting.
I actually like those matches because it's not meta, right? You can see what they're trying to do, and then everything just falls apart. As soon as one villager gets killed, or maybe there's a couple seconds of idle TC time, it's very relatable. Everything just absolutely falls apart, and then they have to start improvising. And I love to watch people who aren't, we'll say they're familiar with the game, but aren't super in depth with the game trying to improvise because you can get some hilarious results sometimes. I also love to see people who aren't pros or aren't trying to be pros on a main stage or competing at a big moment. And that's what we're going to see at Herofest, right? The two players from the casual bracket, Celior being one of them, that are going to be on a big stage at a gaming event being live cast. And the pressure there is going to be insane. So it'll be fun.
Of course. What did we say? It's the largest LAN in Europe? It's not too shabby.
Yeah, exactly. So civs for this this qualifier. Last time we saw Mongols basically every other game, right? People were trying to get as much of an advantage as possible, and then we saw the meta shift into Sicilians, and then we saw it shift into Khmer. What do you think is going to change this time around now that players have seen what happened last week?
You know, I think in the group stage, I think people are going to stick with what their bread and butter, if you will, the vegan butter, the margarine. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see more of the Mongols, maybe some Britons as well, From the pro stage, I don't know if someone's going to be daring enough to try the Sicilian strat again. I don't know because it was very powerful last week. I don't know if people are. I guess the surprise factor isn't there because last week a lot of the players didn't even know all the strategies from
Hmm.
the others because they didn't watch them, and now they had the whole week to look at the vods, prepare, think of some counters.
I think like if I had a practice partner of any kind and I was going into this, I would be like, "Hey, can you try this so I can practice against it and see what would work?" Right. Also, I think out of all the civilizations, Mongols are probably the least vegan butter of all of them, considering the fact that they're just eating hunt like 90% of the time. I think if you're going for vegan butter, you might want to go for like poles or something like
Well, if
that.
we're going for
That
vegan
could work
butter,
out.
maybe we wouldn't be playing a war game
Yeah, maybe
where you're
all our
filming
sheep would
the
be,
innocent
yeah,
people.
all our sheep would be free range, just back and forth between the two players. Exactly.
Just
Th-
berries.
yeah.
Just berries.
So, we should be getting started relatively soon. We've just had the check-in process for all of the players in the groupie stage and in the pro stage. So, they're just getting set up. Our admins are hard at work behind the scenes, and well, we're just waiting for maybe 5 to 10 minutes before we get into this. We have our prize pool information if you're wondering. Of course, the main prize is showing up on that main stage and being able to compete at the largest LAN event in Europe. But as you can see right here, place number one is getting 800 francs. Place number two is getting 500 francs. But like we said, the main prize is just being there. Also, second place will get the ticket for Switzerland. Of course, the first place from both qualifiers are actually going to be busy doing other things. So I think that they won't be too upset about missing out on that free ticket because they'll be getting one basically.
Yeah, of course. And the Gurumpi for the casual players is also going to be a little bit of a prize pool going on there. They're also going to be competing for some vouchers from Digitec. And big thank you to Digitec for powering this whole event. So you'll see right up there, first place with a 500 franc voucher, second place with 300 francs. And I don't know if the players read the fine print, but they have to share with the casters. So
Excuse me?
they have to
do,
share the prize pool
do
with the
I have to
casters.
share with them too? Like, is this a mutual thing? Hang on a second. I heard Switzerland's expensive. Hang on a second. I'm gonna
Kappa
need that.
Kappa.
Yeah.
They
I-
get to spend it whatever they like, and I was actually because we didn't get into this last week. You briefly mentioned that you were competing on this Canadian game show called Oh,
yes.
and like the prizes were, from my memory, like looking back now,
They're
were
not good.
like
They were kids' prizes. Like
yeah, they were
you
like tape players or like
yeah,
a Walkman and stuff like that. Oh,
you
how
win
times have
listen.
changed.
You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, okay? So I got a bike. I got a bike from the time I was a contestant. The other time I was on there, I got picked up out of the crowd and thrown into a pool of goo by the Punisher, if you remember the Punisher.
I remember the Punisher, this guy that's like dressed up in latex. For those of you who
Yep.
have no idea what we're talking about, it's a Canadian kids game show where they have to either answer some questions or do some tasks. And if they win, then they get prizes. And if they lose, one of the punishments is getting slimed, where they
Yep.
go in tube and slime gets dropped on them by a man
Yep.
clad in leather
It
and a
it
mask.
is it
Oh,
is a kid show as well. Yeah, there's a man clad in leather that is locked up in a cage that comes out and then throws you in a pool of slime. It is a kid show. Yeah.
I don't know if one of these would pass today. Like, can you imagine pitching it in today's world? Uh,
No, I don't think so. I think it would be dangerous. I think if parents would say, "Get your hands off my children, please. Thank you very much."
leave little Timmy alone.
Yeah. I had the video of that at some point and I've lost it. I think it's been like depublished from YouTube over the years. Anyway, getting back to what we're here to talk about. I do have my little companion once again. My little I'm doing the nilly right now, Sergeant, right there.
I
And
got my little
he
manga
was
die right here.
oh no, that's not is that a Magadai or is that a that's a Magadai?
I think the manga die. Oh, do you
It's
not remember last week my terrible
it
joke?
doesn't have a cape. It doesn't have a cape. That might be a cav archer.
Oh, it might be Cav Archer.
Or it might be a
Oh
Kipchak.
wait,
But it
you
doesn't have
guys might be
multiple
right.
arrows. Yeah.
You guys might be right. Well, I'll take. It's a Cav
Hello.
Archer. We'll take. That's not a manga
Hello,
die.
Sci-Fi. Hello, Snip. Oh my god, so many familiar faces here. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. That's not a Magada. I don't think so either. It doesn't have the cape, right? And it's kind of faded coloring. I think that's a heavy cav archer.
Well, we'll take it. We'll take it. Ay ay ay. We'll take it. In my mind, it'll be a manga die. Placeholder.
Didn't we have did we have a game last qualifier where both players went cav archers? I think we did we not? Mongol cav archers? I'm trying to remember. There were so many games last.
Yeah, there was a game where they both went for an unusual strategy. With a what was it, like the meta? I remember that. I forget which one it was. Any Mon gals in the chat?
No,
That's the
no. I
important
was hoping
question.
she wouldn't see that. No, I was
That's the
absolutely
important
hoping she
question.
wouldn't see that. Oh my goodness. You know how many
Uh,
jokes or that you know how many times that joke was made last week?
I don't even think we can qualify that as a joke.
I think it's like 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, something like that. It was literally double digits. And it will be made again this
Of
week.
course.
I 100%. There's nothing more sure in the world than the fact that that joke will be made again by Ellie.
Of course. Remember at previous lands where I pillaged for some loot?
Yes.
You
20
want to see
seconds
my?
until we're in the game, by the
Oh,
way.
okay, okay. Then I'll show it next time, but it'll be very relevant. It'll be very relevant. So let's get into the next game. Ooh, it's gonna be from our pro bracket, and we've got my former coach, Pyro.
Former coach Pyro.
Mm-hmm.
What a title.
And he's
Ellie's
gonna be up.
former coach.
Yes, yes. He coached me to 1200, so big props. Some people think I'm a lost cause, but we did some good stuff here. And he's gonna be up against. Ooh, here's a challenge for you, Dave. Let's hear your best pronunciation.
I it is Aerosol the Unwise. Aerosol the Unwise. We'll have to see. There it is. Right there.
The unwise.
There's the name. He is unwise. He's not the most wise person on the planet, but he has decided to go for Magyars here, which is a pretty wise decision as we see the lovely purple and yellow. And Pyro is playing as the Ethiopians this time around. That's a very interesting Civ choice here. It kind of tells me he wants to go for some early aggression. I don't think we saw Ethiopians really last qualifier, so we'll see what he can get done with them. Ellie, once again, it's not me, it's you.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what's going on with my microphone, but thank you. We saw the Ethiopians a little bit in the casual bracket, and I think what's really fun with Ethiopians is just obviously they're faster firing archers, and that extra 100 gold and 100 wood they get upon aging up. That makes life a little bit easier to afford their upgrades like fletching and obviously pumping some archers out nice and early. So I wouldn't be shocked to see Ethiopians picked quite a lot here. I feel like they are just a very, very powerful archer civilization. Also, very likely that we might even see some crazy FCs with Ethiopians.
I think that would be pretty big risk in a best of one, right? Especially if you're coming in as the favorite. I can see an underdog going for an FC, but I think Pyro is the clear favorite here, right? I don't know
That's
if
true.
if we have the ELO list. I'm gonna have to pull that up, but I don't remember Aerosol being part of our pro bracket last time around. So it is a 1900 versus a 1400. Yeah, I don't think you need to take any rests here with the FC. I think you could even just play like, one range archers and then try and get up to castle age quickly while still producing. Should be
Well,
solid.
maybe he'll wanna do something for the fans. No, no, you're right. Pyro, I from what I know, he doesn't make too many risks if he doesn't have to, and not obviously that's a nice way of playing it. But I'm looking at Aerzal's map right now, and
It's
it's
good.
really nice.
It's
He's got all.
nice.
It's really nice. He's got a back wood line, three forward wood lines, the gold in the back, the berries protected by a nice wood line. And he's playing them as the Magyars, so they don't really get an eco bonus per se, right? I feel like their eco bonus, if we can call it that, is in their scouts being a little bit
Hmm.
cheaper.
Yeah, and the scouts being cheaper and having forging as well is a huge bonus to them, right? So if you're gonna
In
beat a
feudal,
player that's yeah, exactly. If you're gonna beat a player that's better than you and that you know is better than you, why not just keep producing scouts? Do you even need to get up to Castle Age? Just try and pressure him as much as possible. Unfortunately for him, the ostrich goes back, but he's gonna bring in that elephant at the same time. You were talking about this map. Um, if I were to design an Arabia map, like this is it. Other than the two secondary golds being a little bit forward, this is the map, Ellie. Like you said, there's two back wood lines there. It's very easy to wall off, whether you want to wall off to the TC or wall off at the front wood lines. You got a back gold, a back stone. It's perfect.
yeah, it's really really nice. I'm looking at Pyro's map and that gold being a little bit forward up in front of his TC. You can see on the mini
Hmm.
map. It's gonna be a little bit more effort because the berries are also exposed. But Pyro has the I guess elo advantage, right? And he's going all the way up to the feudal age right now, going up with 20 population, and not yet on gold.
He will get a hundred extra gold as Ethiopian, so you can really delay going out there, and it'll help him a lot. He's taken 10 gold there. That's not gonna be a rush or anything,
Yeah,
is it?
I
The
was
barrack
thinking
seems
like
a little bit too late,
that's what I was confused. I was like, how
but
did
he is
he
producing. Okay,
oh,
it's men at
he's
arms.
going for it. All right, so he's gonna go for the
Yep.
man at arms. All right, so I guess he knows that come feudal age, he's a little bit of a disadvantage here. So he's gonna try to go with man at arms, and man at arms are a little bit of a soft counter to scouts.
Hmm.
Not sure
Magyar
how
scouts.
that's the
Mm,
thing. How do Magyar scouts play into this with a +1 attack there for free? I'm not loving this Rax for here at the back of his base, but I'm assuming he wants to go scouts anyway, so
yeah,
doesn't really
I
matter.
mean,
It's just that
he's just gonna make his walls as he sees fit, right? And Pyro is coming forward. He's gonna find the gold from purple. He's gonna find the berries, which is a perfect spot to hit. But he's also gonna see that the map is super wallable. However, finding these villagers on this stable could be absolutely huge if he hits his timing. I see he's coming across the map right now. He's got a scout looking around, and he's just taking a look right now until his men at arms get there. The stable will go up, most likely, but it's going to be awfully exposed over there, and he can just choose to attack that stable, honestly,
yeah,
with the
and
men at
he's got
arms.
that scout, which will be so good to block the villagers from coming back into the town center. And that's the great point of keeping your scout alive.
Hmm.
Okay, so we weaken the villager. We'll have to keep a mental note. And now he's going to loop around and see what he can find at the berries. And Mr. Artsal, he doesn't have many farms. So how will scout production look like with a very low food income?
It's not
He
going to
had,
look at all. It's going to
yeah,
be archers, right? It's going to be archers, but then there's men at arms near your gold. He was kicked off the berries. He didn't go for any farms earlier. And there's only going to be a couple scouts added in. Still zero on food right now, Eileen. Just dropping 2 farms. This is a disaster. And this is the pressure that men at arms builds put you under.
um, I
It's not
hate to
looking good.
say, is it falling apart here? Villager goes down, maybe even a second. One villager doesn't know where to go, left, right, or center. We've got enough gold for one,
Oh,
counting one
no.
archer.
Oh, I can feel the misclicks happening right now. Oh boy, it's all falling apart. He was unwise to
He
to
was
not
not
wall
lying.
in earlier. Truly unwise. He's got his archer out now and a skirmisher, but the men at arms is still applying pressure. Spearmen coming behind this to deal with the scouts. Archers not being masked up from pyro. So if there is a mistake here, it's that he's focusing too much on the damage, but sometimes that's a good thing, right? Because you see all of the damage that he's done already to Purple's base, and that archer is almost dead. The men at arms are still fairly healthy, and the scout is still fairly healthy as well. And there's another engagement with villagers. It's just looking ugly.
Beautiful micro here from Pyro pulling the weak man arms out. But I mean, they all go down. The villagers have also incurred some damage. But look at the
Mm-hmm.
efficiency here: 36% of worker efficiency for our
Look
Magyar
at the
player.
idle TC.
Uh,
Ugh.
the two villagers dead. It is rough and tumble.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
And I guess that's why Pyro went for Ethiopians, right? Men at arms, if you have an elo advantage, it is a strat that if you hit your timings correctly can absolutely destroy your opponent. And that's what it looks like it's done it already. He's even getting wheelbarrow right now, Pyro, because he's housed as Arizal finally gets the full walls up, but he's going to be in recovery mode for the next 4 or 5 minutes. And wouldn't surprise me if Pyro, clicks up by the time Arizal finally gets everything under control.
Yeah, we've got Pyro getting his wheelbarrow, so I think he's going to start adding his farms. Mr. Magyar player, yeah, the idle time still going up, and skirmishers, I don't know. I don't know if there'll be enough. Obviously, they'll be great versus the archers.
Mhm.
Pyro hasn't really invested too much into archers. We see him queuing up more now. So, Pyro, what will he do versus the skirmishers?
Well,
You think
he
just
can add
get the
he can add a
castle?
stable if he wants to, but I think walls are probably just better, right? The food eco from Arizal is not good, so he's not going to be flooding you with scouts anytime soon. If he sends skirmishers forward, even if you're not walled, you don't really care because they can't kill your bills, right? So it's a very comfortable situation for Pyro here. If he gets his walls up, he's sitting pretty. If he gets a market, he can buy his way up, and I think he's going for the wall approach. And yeah, is there much of a threat coming from purple? I see two scouts on the field, and here they come. They're full HP, but there's archers and spearmen.
Yeah, I think that maybe one villager, nah, not even one villager will go down. So Pyro, I feel like he's just gonna keep his archers at home, doesn't want to engage with the skirmishers that he knows are out there, and he's just gonna wait until he gets to crossbow, and then crossbow shouldn't have much of an issue to deal with feudal age skirms.
Mhm.
She says as the archers start rolling out.
Well, as long as he has spearmen with these archers, he should be okay, but he doesn't actually have spearmen along with them. He's keeping his spearmen at home in defense, even though he's seen the scouts, which is a risky proposition. However, he will be able to apply pressure, and the armor or fletching is not yet in for those skirmishers, so the archers can still do fairly decently against them. Yeah, scouts have found the archers. At least he's tracking the movement.
Yeah, so nice plays there from the Magyar. He knows at least what's coming. And here he is getting the archer armor for the skirmishers. He wants to try to take these archers out, getting rid of feudal archers when you know your opponent is likely to go for castle age crossbows. I think that's pretty wise play.
And he's getting fletching now. The armor, he's actually recovered quite nicely. You can see 20 on food now for Arizal. He's got a decent amount of gold in the bank. However, he does not have horse color. He does not have wheelbarrow. So there's eco advantages other than just the villager account here for Pyro. Pyro now being driven away, but Pyro is about to click up, and he's fully walled almost at home. Looks like he's adding in another archer range, maybe even a stable at home. I can't quite tell what that is on the mini map, but there are some buildings going up, and it's an archer range and a stable. So a stable for knights to deal with the skirmishers, and of course archer range to keep up the production. And this is going to snowball very quickly in his favor, even with Aerosol being quite close to clicking up to Castle Age himself.
Well, Pyro's going to be there a little bit faster, 2 minutes before he's in Castle Age, and he's just going to keep on massing his archers. And now he's keeping them safe and sound in his base behind his walls. No point in taking an unfavorable fight here. And yeah, like you called it. Oh, hold on. He's canceling that armor upgrade for the knights. Just going for a couple of scouts now, choosing to go for armor on his archers. And our Magyar player just clicking up now, won't be too far behind. Has he built another stable?
I
'Cause
think
he's
he will eventually. I think he's going just for horse collar at the like eco upgrades. There we go. There's the second stable. I like this. I think Aerosol has done a fantastic job to recover. As long as he keeps these skirms alive and he can get the elite skirm upgrade and then just focus on night production, he should be fine. But he's trying to. Oh no, dude, just get out of there. Stop trying to attack the scouts, my brother. Oh man. He's lost so much HP on these skirms because they keep pausing for the minimum range. And look,
uh
he's losing so many of them.
it's
Just keep them
you
alive.
were saying, yeah, as long as he keeps them alive, and it's looking rough around the edges. And Pyro's feeling so confident to waltz out with his nice army of archers. And you can already tell that it's going to be quite the formidable force. He's
Mhm.
retreating a little bit, but I don't think he needs to. Even at the bottom of this hill, he's got the numbers. Botton's going to come in 30 seconds, crossbow in 15. That forward siege. Oh,
Yeah, the forward siege is not good. It's just simply not good, right? Aerosol has a fantastic map, so he can go back for the woodline at the rear of his base. But with the siege workshop pressuring away, he's going to lose that stable. He is going to be pressured on this side, even with the house walls coming in. And because he lost the skirmishers, he doesn't really have a solution against the crossbows and the pikemen. If he had skirmisher, elite skirmisher, and knight, he would have really good shot here, but unfortunately he doesn't. He's losing bills now on the wall attempt. He's losing skirmishers. The crossbows are coming in.
the crossbows are indeed coming on in. And you know what? This stems from the shaky economy that the Magyar player had in the feudal age. You know, he idled his town center quite a bit and was really late to get his farms up. So I don't even know if he wouldn't be able to afford elite skirmisher even if he had them.
Well, it's a better problem to have the army and not be able to afford the upgrade than to not have the army at all, right? I think
This is
he
also
might have
true.
been a little bit more respectful with this push. But right now, Pyro just ramming down the stable. He's sitting on the other stable with his crossbows. He's waiting for those knights to pop out so he can take some HP off of them. And Aerosol is going to need the biggest hero Mangonel of his entire life to pull him back from this position because Pyro is ahead on villagers. He's ahead on eco upgrades right now, and he is severely ahead on military numbers as well.
Well, that mangonel is cooking. It's in the oven. The bell is about to ring. It's ready. What is he gonna do? Oh my gosh! If
He's coming.
Pyro,
He's coming. Hang on a
he's
second.
coming.
Let him cook.
Okay. Pyro instant reaction. Really, really good awareness there from Pyro. I like how
Oh,
Pyro's.
no.
Oh, just passing the
Go
little
on, Ellie.
pikeman
Go on.
going in, doing some raids. I was gonna say I just like how Pyro made a little bit of an egg wall. It's not even to the corners or to the edge, just a circle around his base, and he's feeling super super comfortable at home. No pressure whatsoever. His economy can do whatever a good economy does. And look at all these villagers. Look at these free farm destruction. It's super
And
easy. That's like what, 60 wood gone.
yeah, and all of the farm placements now denied from Aerosol as well as the Rams are pushing in. They come in for the Mangonel. Oh my god. He's got all the pikemen garrisoned inside that Ram, and now it's so quick. And Aerosol, the unwise, has made the wise decision to tap out on this game because there's simply nothing that can be done. It is still the group stage, though, Swiss stage, of course. And he will have another chance to play on. He's actually going to play 4 games, I believe, in this bracket. So that was an expected result for Pyro, right? Pyro was really good last round, and now one of his competitors, Figa, is out of the running. for this qualifier. So he's going to be one of the favorites coming in here.
Mhm.
Arizal, I think that was a good recovery from the initial hits from the men at arms, and he was in a really, really tough spot, but he managed to get himself to Castle Age, managed to put up a little bit of a fight before Pyro finished him off.
Well, I don't think the results were too surprising with a 500 or so elo difference. But you know what? We've had some upsets. So we can't rule that out. It's not a guaranteed victory. So
Mm-hmm.
players do have to be on their toes, ballerina style.
I'd just like to see some like weird strategies, I think. And we'll be heading into a groupie match shortly. But I'd like to see some weird strategies with the lower elo players against the higher
Hmm.
elo players. We saw that with Wolf last qualifier, right? With the Sicilians, and then of course we know the story behind that. But Magyars probably should have walled up there. Probably should have gone for increased scout production. But like we mentioned last week, when you're trying to overcome this big of an elo difference, it is a daunting adventure in front of you. And of course, you're being cast live as well, which is not something that most of these players have experienced.
Well, do you think we're gonna just call him the unwise because without seeing the spelling on the screen, I'm like, what was his name? Aritzal? Do you think you should have tried something a little bit crazier with the
Yeah.
Magyars?
Yeah.
What would you have liked to have
100%.
seen?
What I would have done with an elo difference like that is wall up um, early, and then you go up to feudal age later, like 23 pop, and then you go double stable scouts, and you hide it. So you try and do something a little bit, something that isn't meta, something that they can't scout because you've walled up so early, and you try and just surprise them. And if he's coming forward with archers or something, or men at arms and playing open like that, he's going to be working away on your walls. And then suddenly you have 6 or 7 scouts, Magyar scouts, and you can either decide to go hit him at his base, or you can clear up the army. And then he's going to have to respond to that. So then you're dictating the game, right? Whether with your walls or your scout production, you're not letting him dictate the game with his men at arms coming forward. Is it a great strategy? Probably not. It's mostly focused on surprise and doing the unexpected, but it can work, right?
Mm, that would have been fun to see. We still have lots of games, so lots of strategies to uncover, to unearth. Being cast live strangely makes you feel less nervous, says Frozen Hot Pepper
An
Pizza.
exhibitionist. That's what he is. He's an exhibitionist. I don't want to know what you do on your free time. Frozen hot pizza. I really don't.
Well, I think some people that external, I don't want to say stress, but
Mm-hmm.
it helps. I
No,
can see
I,
that
I
it helps some
I
people focus
understand
more.
what you're getting at there. So we're gonna be going into, I believe, a groupie match in 10 seconds here, which is our lower bracket, and the finalists from the groupie match, Celior being the first qualifier winner, will be playing live on a stage at a big gaming event, and they are like 900 elo, 1k elo. We'll be tuning in here to Sub Zero versus YMCA, and I don't know what MCA means, but why is exactly the question I would be asking, and we'll see what the Ethiopians can do against the Cumans, because the Cumans, I feel like, can be very strong in these settings.
I like how you've completely given up on trying to pronounce the groupie match. It's just the groupie. The groupies.
I said Grumpy. I
Oh, I'm
I
here.
got told that my pronunciation for that was decent.
Oh, I've been
Grumpy.
hearing groupie. And
No,
I was like, all
sorry.
right, all right.
I'm
All
I
right.
I'm not trying to be authentic. I'm just giving it my best, Ellie.
You're perfect. That's all we can ask for. So we got another Ethiopian civilization here. We've just seen Pyro play excellently with them, playing to their strengths, man at arms and archers. I feel like it's pretty good. Would not be surprised to maybe uh skip the man at arms. I feel like at lower elos, they're a little of complicated because you have to micro the army quite early and then keep your economy rolling. So maybe he'll just go straight archers. Why not? His map is not the best, not the worst. The berries protected in the back, the gold a little bit more exposed,
Hmm.
but
I
he's
think the
going
big
for.
issue for the map is the wood lines, right? The wood lines are fairly far away, but at least he has the one kind of to the northeast, which is quite close to the TC. Nothing in the back, but against humans that are probably going for the 2TC boom, you're going to want to be the aggressor, right? So your map
Hmm.
is not as important as the Cuman's map. And we look over at Yellow's base, and he's having the same woodline issue, both of them being forward. Now, if he goes for the second town center, the question now becomes where do you put that? The ideally, you would love to have it probably on the berries and the woodline at the
Hmm.
front there, but then you're missing out on securing control over a stone or a gold. So it
Exactly. I
is a
think maybe
decision.
somewhere to the left there, that secondary gold and that wood line might be the play. I think there's some flat land next to that hill, so maybe we can squeeze it in there. But I like that. Well, maybe I don't like it, but the YMCA here building his houses at the back of his base. I feel like I get so disoriented sometimes when I play and I put my buildings at the back and I think that's my front of the base, and then I
Yep.
realize, uh oh, uh oh.
I do that all the time as well. I like I forget my sieve. I forget which way my enemy is. I'll start making barracks at the back of the base. You know, I'll start making production buildings at the back.
Mm-hmm.
But I assume that is something that these two players experience as well. And right now, I'm just looking at the uptime from Sub Zero. Sub Zero is going for the mill here. That's a second Dark Age building. Sometimes Cuman's players get a little bit hung up on going up too early and they miss that second Dark Age building, but he's got that one under wraps and he's got three more villagers in the queue. So it's not the 18 or 17 population uptime that we see from the pros. It's going to be a custom sub-zero Cuman uptime. And who knows? He might not even go for the second TC, might just go for the cheaper ranges, cheaper stables, and try and pressure that way.
Can we just appreciate how perfect that lumber camp is? That surface area. Oh my goodness. You know those like satisfying videos? That would be featured. That should be featured
It
right
is a
there.
nice one. Unfortunately, it is also forward, which is, just an unfortunate reality of his base, but that's a good lumber camp. I won't take that away.
Yeah, yeah, no. We credit where it's due. It was a beautiful location. How are they scouting? Like what have they scouted? Do they know anything about the layout of the other maps? It looks like YMCA is just about to find Sub-Zero, or maybe not. Seems like he's going the other direction. He's working on it. And Sub-Zero, is this auto scout? Is this looking a little auto scouty?
It is, yeah.
This auto scout loves the corners. It
Because it's
loves the
going
corners.
immediately for the corners. Yep, that is Auto Scout in a nutshell. Unless Sub-Zero has shift clicked all the way around the edges of the map. It is most likely Auto Scout. If you're wondering about the elos here, folks, Sub Zero is 1K and YMCA is 700.
Well, you know what? No shame in using auto scout. I think it's a great feature. Really helps at the lower elos to get at least some information on
Mhm.
the map. So both are on their way to feudal, and they've clicked up at the exact same time. So they'll be there in a minute 20. Both have
Oh, I
had
love
20
it.
to 25 seconds of idle time.
I
It's like
love the
the
mill. That's just like that's a screw you mill. Like all you pros with your build orders, all you people on the ladder trying to push deer. I don't care. I'm just gonna drop a mill, invest the 100 food or 100 wood, and I'm gonna come out and take my deer. So that's his second mill. He has one on the berries as well, but he's gonna be taking that. Certainly no risk coming that far forward. Certainly,
you
what
know
could you possibly be hit by? An auto scout? No way.
you know this he's paid 100 wood and he's saved his mental health.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Exactly.
it's a small price to pay. It's like I have friends that are in their late 20s, early 30s, and they're living at home and they're like, oh, I'm saving so much money, but they're paying with the mental health. So sacrifices have to be made. At the end of the day, you pay with something. So they're both in the feudal age. YMCA looks like he's going for, am I crazy? Is he going for a fast castle approach?
Castle? I always think this when I watch this level, and I think, oh, look, they're building up all the res, but he will find a way. YMCA will find a way to use this res. 100%. And you're thinking it looks so good. I love the fact YMCA is using the stone-free Ethiopian outposts that also give more vision. And YMCA will go with some archers, and suddenly the resource is not looking so hot.
Okay, well, at least he has some military on the field, which is more than we can say for Sub Zero. I mean, he's got his starting scout. We'll give him that. That little auto scout. Let's see the progress on the auto scout. What has he seen in the last few minutes
Auto
from
Scout
yellow?
is checking out the wood line,
Yeah,
has
I mean,
fully
I
explored the corner, I suspect. Yep.
I
Oh,
think.
Auto Scout's work. It's not Auto Scout anymore. It is not auto scout. It is now
Oh,
manual scout. He is shifting gears and going after the villager, and
I
the
think he
villager
might get it.
lead.
Oh, maybe
It's
not.
in favor of Sub-Zero, and it's only going to get worse. So YMCA can't afford to lose any of these. YMCA just needs to go up to the castle age. But now YMCA, like I said, the resources will look good, and then players at this level will find a way to spend them. YMCA is going for the stable. That might just be the second building that they need to click up to the castle age.
He already has both buildings, though, does he not?
Archer range only so far.
Archery range?
And
Am
then
I
there's the
blind?
stable. Oh,
I
there's a
thought
blacksmith. Okay. Okay, there is a
yeah, yeah,
blacksmith.
yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Please
Well, he's
don't
gonna
make
click up
scouts.
very
Please
soon.
don't make scouts.
I just think the Ethiopian scouts is not to play because it's gonna delay his uptime, and they don't even get bloodlines. But okay,
Mhm.
maybe he's worried. Maybe he's thinking ahead that he's gonna go for archers. His opponent's gonna go for skirmishers, and then he'll need some scouts. You know, maybe he's just really thinking this long game here. If he unclicks a villager, he'll have the resources. But looks like he's gonna go up with 32 villagers, and then he'll be in Castle Age first. But Sub Zero will have quite a nice villager lead. He already has 2 TCs, and I don't want to say Ellie called it, but he did make that second town center on the left next to that golden wood line, so not the worst place.
YMCA needs to go up. Needs to go up. I think YMCA thinks they've already clicked up to the castle age and are now just chilling and not making vills or anything. I think YMCA believes that he has already clicked up. And there
This
we go.
hurts me.
Okay. That was a unnecessary delay, I think it is fair to say. But they are on the way to the castle age, and 38 villagers for Sub-Zero, 32 villagers for YMCA, probably going to be 15, 20 villagers ahead by the time castle age is in. So the pressure needs to come in from YMCA. Now there's scouts on the field from Sub-Zero heading towards YMCA's eco. I think things might start to get a little bit messy over here in the YMCA.
Well, the Kuman scouts do have that speed bonus. They are quite quick. Will YMCA be able to finish this wall? I'm tempted to say not, and I think YMCA has realized that as well. So he's just gonna try to run back, and those poor villagers
Market
don't want
wall?
to do the market wall.
Okay. Oh,
Oh,
oh no. Oh,
he tried.
this is just
He
not it.
tried.
Everyone's running back towards the TC. Castle Age is almost in. Remember, YMCA is the lower rated player here. Loses a villager, but does a good job to pull everything else away. And won't lose another one. He will lose another one. She's dead. No, she's not. She's alive. It's fun to
Lady Luck
stay
was
at the
on.
YMCA, Ellie.
Lady Luck on her side for sure. 10 seconds
Trap those
away
scouts
from.
in. Wall in the scouts, and I will love you forever. YMCA. Wall them in. Trap them in. There's a gate. That's gateable. Oh, hasn't played much AoE Tetris.
Nah, he's using that free pikeman upgrade. Ah, beautiful. And obviously, he's not going to be able to catch them. They are a little bit faster. The market, will it go up? Probably not right now.
Eventually, Pikeman drives off the
Eventually.
scouts, and well, we look at the villager difference right now. It is 20 villagers. 20 villagers. YMCA has gone for a camel, a couple archers, and still has not moved out across the map. If you're wondering what YMCA should be doing right now, should be probably in the process of making like a forward siege workshop or something and getting the crossbows moving forward, right? Being distracted with
Well,
these two scouts in the
they're
base
still
is.
archers. They're not even crossbow. So that would
Mhm.
be a good upgrade. Botkin as well. He's got resources. He can afford it. Mr.
Yeah.
Sub-Zero on the way to castle, and like you said, that eco advantage is going to be huge.
It's just absolutely brutal, right? Like Sub-Zero is able to click up to Castle Age before YMCA even starts heading across the map, and Sub-Zero is basically fully walled with that TC protecting the whole left side. And YMCA needs to send villagers now. Either like adding a TC is not really an option right now because you're so far behind. He's gonna go for the university, so it's ballistics is the approach, but you can't kill the town centers from Sub-Zero. And even if you kill 10 to 15 villagers here, if you're YMCA, you're not going to be able to catch up on eco. So I think YMCA is maybe in an unfamiliar position, and just doesn't know what to do right now.
Well, Sub-Zero, he knows what he wants to do. He's picking up Bloodlines armor for his cavalry. Are we seeing a second stable from him? Potentially even a third stable because they
Should
are a
be
little bit
step lancers,
discounted.
right? Yeah,
Pardon?
should be step lancers, maybe, or knights. And there's villagers going out to stone, so it might just be
Hmm.
kipjacks. But we've got we've got a lot of res floating here for
Well,
Sub
it's
Zero. Like,
very late to be going for Kipjacks if you're just gonna start mining the stone when you get the castle, you know?
well,
Is
you do have the two
suboptimal.
TCs. You
It's
got it.
not
You got a
Sub-Zero.
ton of time. Yes, suboptimal, not Sub Zero.
Mr. YMCA going for, or Mrs., whatever the case may be, going up to another town center. So we're gonna try to close up.
Where are those crossbows going? It looks like they just set the waypoint. And yeah, okay, the crossbows are all meeting up there. The crossbows are going to look around on the left side and be interested in getting some villager picks. Ballistics is still not in, even though the university was up
Well,
quickly, but ballistics is coming in right now.
speak of the devil, yeah, yeah. So that town center almost up front. That's gonna offer YMCA a little bit of protection, but Sub-Zero already has that siege workshop, and mangonels will be coming out. Maybe even some rams to help with the destruction of buildings.
Sub-Zero is a really good player with economic macro. I could tell right now. Look at the upgrades, getting both the mining upgrades, has the second farm upgrade, handcart, second wood upgrade, has kept the TCs producing, which is pretty impressive at this level, and has a really, really solid farm count behind this. One villager goes down, but one villager is not going to be enough. You're going to need to kill 20 of that villager's friends and family to get back in this game. And the Forward Siege Workshop is a good start, but unfortunately, the Knight production is already coming in. More stables are coming in, and the +2 armor is on the way for Sub-Zero as well. But maybe Sub-Zero overreacts to this pressure a little bit, if they notice it at all.
Well, Sub-Zero hasn't really reacted just yet, and these archers crossbows have ballistics. So with the villagers running away, doesn't matter. They are going to be
Oh
able
my
to
god.
attack. How many kills do they have so far? This group of
No,
archers.
notice it.
That's
Hello.
that's so many. That is so many. They're here with 8 kills. Oh my goodness. And just like that, the villager difference is now just 16.
Just 16, right?
That's
But like,
16.
there's been so many more villagers working for a long, long time. The crossbows are coming in. The crossbows will kill more villagers. Maybe. There we go. And the knights, where are the knights is the question. We've got some knights maybe attacking at the back, but there we go. He's pushing forward. He's ignoring for some reason, ignoring the crossbows in his base. Could send just probably 2 or 3 knights back to clear that up. But Sub-Zero is pushing forward, and Sub-Zero has found that TC on the front side, and it's YMCA's turn to lose some villagers as YMCA is still working away in the eco from Sub-Zero. You can see the eco KD right now, 16-1 in favor
That's
of YMCA, but there's the castle from
There's the
Sub-Zero.
castle, and it's quite aggressive and missed. I mean, it's only two villagers, so I mean that's very aggressive to be building a castle with two villagers.
Right next to all of the army and production buildings as well.
And I love
Like,
that there's a stable with some camels in there, but I don't know if they'd be able to take like two camels. Sure, they're better than two knights, but I don't think they can take on this army of
those
knights right here.
those crossbows are still alive, by the way. All it takes is 2 knights with +2 armor to come kill those crossbows at the back of his base. But they are still alive and they are still killing villagers. If they get to the gold, they can kill even more. And YMCA has kind of brought himself back into this game just a little bit with this forward crossbow pressure. It's only 6 units with 15 kills. However, third TC is not going to be on this map for very much longer. The third TC will go down, and that castle somehow will go up with those 2 villagers building it.
And those two villagers from purple that are mining the gold that walled themselves in when the scouts were here, I feel like they're gonna be the first to die. Oh no. We'll cry about it later, but Sub-Zero, he's floating quite a bit of food.
They escaped.
Oh!
They escaped. Like we said, it's fun to be at the YMCA, you know, because he cares about his people. Unlike Sub-Zero, his economy just got absolutely nuked by only 5 crossbows that are completely possible to stop.
Well, you know what? That villager difference is now only 8.
Only 8, but you have hand cart, second farm upgrade. You know, there's a lot of mining upgrades in there as well. And you see how easy these are to clear up. Just a couple knights being sent back will clear up the forward force. And now
Party's
YMCA
over. No.
has no military.
He's got 4 units. I mean, he's got a pike, a scout, an archer, a camel. It's something.
It is something. It definitely is something. Is it enough? No.
Let's
But
not
maybe
get ahead of ourselves.
YMCA can buy himself a castle. And there it is. There's the stone coming in. So he had 1k gold and converts that into stone. And the castle will be going up somewhere. And then YMCA will have the option to go for show tells. Now, I think a defensive castle is probably best here. And I can't believe I'm saying that because the aggressive castle really doesn't accomplish anything. Whereas the defensive castle will help you hold against the mangonels. But it looks like YMCA will just be shifting the vills over and going for an aggressive castle.
Did Purple just delete a building to get some villagers to go across?
Yeah. Yep.
What did
he
he
had
delete?
3 barracks anyway.
All right, so just
Yeah.
the racks. Okay. So lots of villagers not doing anything. They have look at them just wandering, just lying around, picking their noses here. There is a hill, so
Oh, did the market go down so YMCA can't buy resources anymore? I think the market died. So
I
YMCA
think
is going for a TC instead over there because the market was killed
the
by
market
Sub-Zero.
was
Yep, the
destroyed.
market is gone. Damn.
Well, we're going for the town center. Town center is going on up, forward, very aggressive. Is he building it with like one more the villager after she finishes
All
that
of the
archery range?
villagers, no, all of the villagers are coming forward. It is a
Ah,
full-on
okay.
escape plan. We have a fire exit here for YMCA because his base is surely on fire and he calls the GG because there's nothing that can be done. Cuman's too strong. Cuman's absolutely too strong here in this matchup, and Sub-Zero, our higher elo player by 300 elo, manages to pull it off. And Sub-Zero actually had really good eco control throughout that game. Adding villagers, adding in eco upgrades was really impressive. YMCA, I appreciate the aggression, but I think you need to do a little bit more, you know? But it's tough because YMCA is a 700 elo player. This is our Grumpy bracket, right? It's not our pro player bracket, so we're not expecting too much. And YMCA still has presumably 3 games left to play, so maybe they can get something done there.
Well, we can appreciate the damage those crossbows did for so long, free reign, and I have to say that's a great feeling. A wonderful feeling when you're just in your player's opponent's economy, just destroying all the villagers and you're like, is my opponent AFK? Who knows?
So, we will be heading into the next game shortly. I'm not sure if it's going to be a pro stage or grumpy. I would suspect it's going to be a pro stage. So we will have that for you in a second. But talking about that last game, what do you think YMCA needed to do differently there, Ellie?
Well, I obviously you can't really expect too much in terms of quick walls and things of that nature, because obviously there'd be lots of opportunities where one or two quick walls could have helped him greatly, like walling in
Mm-hmm.
those scouts, for example, or saving some villagers, doing a little bit more work of that nature. But I think he just needed to be more aggressive. And I know that lower elo players tend to be more on the defensive side because it's easier to look at your army and your economy when they're in the same screen than going
Mm-hmm.
back and forward. So it's like less mental energy that you have to use. But our Kuman player was just booming for a very long time, and we were sitting on a pile of archers that we didn't really upgrade in time. So I feel like if we got those upgrades in a little bit sooner and then moved out, and like you mentioned, building a forward siege workshop, I think he would have been in a lot of a greater, like a better position. What do you
Yeah.
think?
Yeah, it's tough, right? That elo difference is so tough. It's like you got to get up to castle age faster, number one. You got to get the walls down faster, number two, right? And then don't add the stable. Go for the siege workshop forward and add a second range because he
The
only had
stable,
one
yeah,
archer range, right? So
was
it's kind
trash.
of like he did go for it and he found way more damage than I ever thought he would. Like 19 villagers killed with 6 crossbows is kind of wild, especially when his opponent already had +2 knights, so it already had a defense against it and just didn't. Um, but yeah, it's just a tough position, right? Pros are struggling. I talked to Hera yesterday, and he said, you know, he said he had a solution to the Cumans, and I was like, why do you ban it every single tournament then? And he's like, because after every single tournament, I go and play practice matches against the Cumans because I think I have a solution to them. It doesn't work, and then I just ban them again. So they're a very, very difficult civ to stop even for the pros. And when you're trying to match up against them and you have a 300 elo deficit, it's just a nightmare. Absolute nightmare, right?
And I feel like that the elo difference at lower elos is a lot more noticeable. Like 300 elos a lot more noticeable between 700 and 1k than it is at like 1500 and 1800. I think you have a 1500 with a better chance of getting a win over an 1800.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's just a better fundamental knowledge of the game, right? And
Hmm.
they can execute some builds. So if your opponent makes a mistake, you're able to capitalize on it more, right? And there's less recovery time that you're going to give them. A 700 or 1k elo, your opponent could delete 50 villagers by accident. And you're still not guaranteed to win the game, right? You got to make the correct decisions. You got to make the right units. You got to like get access to those resources. And you most importantly have to spend your resources, which is something that our player in yellow did very well. Okay, so we have our next game ready. It's going to be a pro ladder game, and we have
Well,
Schmiergel
a pro
versus
Swiss
um
round game.
true. How do you say that second name, Ellie? Please help me out.
Trit.
Okay, we'll let you
Trit.
handle that one. That's our
We'll
player in
just call him
purple for
Try.
me.
We'll just call him Try. He'll just be. He's got the three eyes. We'll
Mm-hmm.
call him Try.
All right, we'll call him Tree Try.
All right.
Anyway, playing as the Mongols up against Tatars, so we have a full step matchup here, and I'm looking at Schmiergel's base, and the woodlines are disgusting. They're all forward, and even the one back one he has is in the middle of an oasis. So gonna have to lock this down. If he does lock this down, it can be a good map, but it's gonna be tough.
Well, both civs have excellent cav archers. I'm a little bit more partial to the Mongols. I'm a little bit of a Mon gal.
Yep.
Crickets. Okay. But both civs, like I said, really, really nice cavalry archers. There's not well, actually, there's a decent amount of hills here on this Arabia, so maybe the Tatar player can take advantage of the hill bonus that they get. Early game, it's interesting because Tatars get more food on their sheep, and Mongols get faster food income from the hunt. So I ultimately Mongols player not going to be too surprising to get a faster feudal time. And if he's going to be
Hmm.
playing meta, then I think what do we go for? Scouts or archers?
Probably scouts, right? In this Civ matchup, I think definitely scouts for Mongols. You just want to capitalize on the faster uptime. And if you think about it, Mongols kind of have longer lasting hunt as well because they're taking the food faster, which means less rot on that food. So it's a little bit of a bonus. I think we did the calcs once. On average, it's like, you know, 5 to 6% or something like that, which adds up over the course of the game.
It's funny because both of these civs have an incentive to lame, and no one's
Hmm.
laming. So, gentlemen, we've
Yeah.
got 14
Also,
gentle women.
if you're the Tatars player, you kind of want to find your own sheep and push the deer, right? You don't have the extra line of sight that the Mongol scout has. And then if you're in purple's position, you want to push your deer for sure because you want that food. So you don't want to lose your scout to the TC. I think they're just going for the most consistent approach here, and that should be scouts for purple. The only question is it scouts for yellow as well, or is he going to go for maybe men at arms and archers, or just straight archers with a bunch of spearmen? We don't know. That's a long deer push for purple. That's a very long way to push in all your deer.
He's doing it. He's doing it. So Trit is our 1800 elo player. So he has a little bit of an elo advantage over Schmiergel, who is 1300. So we might need to see something a little crazy from our Tatar player. What do you think that little crazy thing could be?
I don't know. I think you can just play as long as you wall up. You can play into the mid game, right? You can
Yeah, but
play
you're
into your
forgetting
crossbows.
the terrible map our
You
yellow
can
player
you
has.
can wall that. You can wall if your opponent's going scouts, basically the way you do it is you see the wood line that yellow has walled to the south of his TC. You make a little like MBL kind of wall as yellow comes in to scout purple's base. You make a little MBL kind of wall around the gold and the wood and connect that to your TC. Then small walls around the berries, and then you extend outward from there. It's all about small walls. It's not about the big ones. You'll get the big ones down later, or maybe secure your base with TCs. Mongols player will likely go into scouts, so walls do very well against scouts. Until he has archers on the field, you don't have to worry about extending them outwards.
Well, the Mongol player is going to be in feudal right now, and that stable should be getting dropped. In the meantime, he does have that attack and speed advantage, so Schmiergel is just going to try to weaken this scout, but he knows there's no point in running away.
Hmm.
The scout's a goner, so nice, at least recognition of trying to get something done, at least weakening him a little bit. So there is that stable being built forward. He only has 6 on food. Now he's adding a little bit more to his economy, which is very nice. Scouts are very costly. And well, it looks like Schmiergel is going for that wall, but a little bit more full wall, trying to get the berries and the gold and the wood line encompassed in to the town center there. So
Yeah,
it's not the
yeah.
worst.
Schmiergel might be punished for this. The uptime is just so quick, right? Like we had a 17 population uptime there from purple, and the scouts are already hitting the field. And Schmiergel is waiting for feudal age to be able to place the production buildings in that area as our Mongols player comes and lames the pig underneath the TC. So that's one pig down, but the scout is also down. So I think that's actually a pretty
I don't
good
know if that was
trade there for Schmiergel.
yeah, I'm trying to think if it was worth it. But okay, we got more scouts on the field. Mr. Schmiergel is building his own stable. He's got some spears for defense already. The
Mhm.
berries are kind of safe, but I mean, I just feel like walling to the TC when your player's going scouts. Scouts don't really worry too much about that. They can
Mhm.
they can zoop
Well,
on in.
I mean, if they go in, they're gonna get fired on by that TC again, right? And the spearmen are gonna be chasing them. So I think purple really doesn't want to dive in there, and I think purple made a big mistake throwing that first scout away, even though it was half HP. Three scouts are a lot more dangerous here than two, and now purple is going for skirmishers, and we
Oh,
see
that
scouts being
villager.
added in from Schmergel here as the villager is awfully exposed out there. She's gonna try quick wall. Does he get it? Doesn't look promising.
Dave, I think you're a little behind because
Yeah.
I already saw that happen. But I do want to make a little amendment. The elo for Schmiergel is in fact 1500, so it is a little bit of a closer matchup than initially thought. So Schmiergel, his odds of winning just increased with this knowledge. His odds of victory just increased here, and you can see that Treat here has a little bit of a villager advantage, even though he's had a little bit more idle time. Why is that, Dave? One villager.
Villager advantage because he's had more idle time. Does he have loom?
Oh no 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 no! Kill. There's been a death in the
Oh,
family.
okay. Okay. Okay.
Tragic.
You mean the death that we watched forward?
Oh
He
yeah.
doesn't have loom. Doesn't have loom. I knew
Oh,
it. I knew it. I knew it. Mongols players, man. Mongols. It's crazy. And this villager is gonna go down because she didn't have loom. I knew it.
oh no! And the villager walling herself on the wrong side. Classic, classic. Mr.
Good
Schmiergel's gonna
micro
punish
here from
this.
Schmirgel. Yeah, good positioning with the scouts. Dead. Let's go.
Oh my goodness. So more villagers idling away now at the berries. So they're not going to be contributing to that good worker efficiency, but 50-60% here for both players. So the economies are a little shooken up right now, but scout
Mhm.
numbers looking all right for both, and I think, well, maybe not so good for yellow at the moment. Never mind.
Yeah, yellow losing some numbers and purple is, well, he's managing to recover, right? The skirmishers were not the greatest play early. Maybe should have put it into scout production. I actually like the fact that purple never got horse collar. I think the eco was way too stretched there. So he'll have to remember to get that later. But right now the scout numbers are super strong, and it looks like he's been pretty active with them, and he's just trying to lock down his base. And now the skirmishers are coming forward to try and deal with the spearmen. But the way it's shaping up here in this match, um, it's going to be a race to the castle age. I don't really see that much damage being done. Schmiergel with a good house there when the scouts attempted to go in, and now extending outwards towards the gold.
Well, gold is just now being mined here, so I think both players 15-16 on food. Yeah, like you're right, they're thinking Castle Age should be that next step here. But we do have a couple of skirmishers, and they can try their best versus these spears. But I don't know. It's like which came first, the chicken or the egg? What counters what? Spears or skirmishers?
Well, skirms counter spears, 100%.
Well,
That's
the
why you made
spears, if
them.
they close in the distance, then the
Then
skirmishers can't
they
attack.
can tickle the skirms. They can do what is it? A 15 shot for the spearmen to kill the skirms, and the skirms have bonus damage against them, right?
No, that's true. That's true.
I think they get they're doing like 4 or 5 damage per shot against them, so it's pretty solid. And the scouts now from purple are trying to lure those spearmen back into the skirmishers, but the skirmishers are going to be taken care of. And now purple is thinking about going up to Castle Age. We have a militia being added in here from Schmiergel. I think that was a misclick. I'm
I
fairly
think
certain.
that was a misclick indeed. Probably wanted another spear. So, is Schmiergel going for a full feudal attack here?
I don't think so. I think it's just map control. You know, you can add in the scouts because your food eco is looking pretty good. Getting wheelbarrow right now, as purple is thinking about clicking up to Castle Age, has really stalled out production. Still no mining camp there for yellow. Interesting.
Oh, hold on. We have some insider information here being displayed in the chat. Apparently, Schmiergel is much better than his 15 ELO ranking would lead you to believe. He plays a lot of team games and has peaked at 1700. So,
Mm.
once again, Schmiergel's chances of winning this game have just gone up with this knowledge.
Schmiergel's chances are exactly the same as when we began. Exactly the same. It's basically 50-50. It's either he wins or he doesn't. That's the
Well,
only math that makes sense.
the
Yeah.
perception has increased.
Here comes the bear,
All
our
right.
lovely observer, focusing on the correct things. Thank you very much. Look away, children.
It's happening. It's happening. Castle Age has been researched. So the Mongol player is not going on stone just yet. Do you think we'll see some step lancers?
Should be, right? Step Lancers to open it up, and then if you need, you can add in the Cav Archers behind that. You don't want probably like 20 Step Lancers. You just want enough to run around and snipe fills, especially when you know your opponent is still playing very open and has walled to the TC. You can just kind of rip on in there and start killing villagers, and you're fast enough to escape the Spearmen. And I like the fact that Schmiergel is just going for the full wall, even in front of the TC now. So just trying to secure everything. Don't know why Schmiergel isn't just walling to the edge of the map, but it is what it is. It's the same
Well,
distance. It's the same distance.
it's a classic. It's a classic move. I think it's just easier to. I don't even know if it's easier to go and repair and while behind. Um, who knows? Who knows? There's some
Mhm.
things that are better left unsaid here. Mr. Mongol player just going to be in Castle Age right now. And what's the plan? The Step
Well,
Lancers?
the plan is to take care of this tower that is coming forward from Schmiergel. He's come forward. He saw the walls from purple, and now he's going to decide to put on a little bit of pressure. And that takes a lot of villagers off farms, that tower, and that also gives him a way to push in. But with Step Lancers here against a Feudal Age army, and Schmiergel is still not up to Castle Age, this is going to be really, really messy. Fortunately for him, he does have a ton of spearmen forward as the villagers now shift over to maybe make another tower or start working away on some buildings. He's attacking the market. Interesting.
That is an interesting play here. So looks like Schmiergel, well, 22 on food. He should have the resources to click up soon. We'll definitely need to put more on gold though. That's looking a little dicey. We do have the tech advantage for our Mongol player, and those guys only have the first defense. So Bloodlines is just coming in now. They don't have the attack upgrades, and I prefer getting the attack upgrades if you're going up against melee units.
Yeah, if you're a step lancer and you can attack things from range, you definitely want attack upgrades, right?
Yeah. So
They're also pretty cheap, so it is a good thing to get. And I love the fact that purple is just ignoring this and going forward. He's going to apply pressure. He's going to get through the walls. He's going to snipe villagers, and there's really not that much that Schmiergel can do behind this. And especially when he's being distracted by step lancers at home, it's going to be really, really tough to focus on the military forward. But the scouts are roaming in to purple's base now. The scouts are in at the back there, and they've reached the gold. However, spearmen in defense, so great defense there from purple. And nothing to be done back here for Schmiergel as he still has to worry about the step lancers forward. Ellie, once again, I am not the one. It is you who is muted. Oh my god, the scouts are in. The scouts are in, and the scouts are doing damage to the villagers. We have the spearmen coming back now, and the scout. Oh, they're gonna need to leave. No damage to be done there. Just too many spearmen, too many villagers, and on
oh,
the
there's a
other
hole.
side. Oh boy, and the step lancers are in now, Ellie. They have the bloodlines, they have the armor, so they're going to be tough to deal with. And they're almost at a stage where they're one-shotting villagers, I think. And there's still scouts here. Oh my
The
goodness.
scouts came on one end, the step lancers in the other. Oh, it's dicey. Schmiergel is going up to Castle H. He'll be there in a minute 30, but that's a long time that he has to deal with the step
Zero on
lancers.
wood. Yep, 0 on wood right now. No wood access for Schmiergel. Remember, the wood lines were super far forward, and he's going to go to the ones to the north. And this is just a disgusting situation for Schmiergel. I mean, we've still got 8 scouts, but a lot of them are weak from before. Step Lancers have to be defended against, so he's going to have to spend his wood that he doesn't have to repair that. And scouts are working away on farms now, too. Meanwhile, behind this, Purple has a second TC. So his
Yeah.
eco situation is looking fantastic. Yellow's just dead.
Well, Schmiergel had to pull his army out of Tritt's base there in like back to deal with this. So those weakened scouts, uh, I don't know. I don't know. It's rough. I think he's waiting. Maybe he's gonna try to get some upgrades in for them. Some
Does have a
camels. I
lot
like.
of food. I will say that. It's got a 1K food. That's a ton.
Well, Tritt's got a lot of gold, so together they
Mhm.
would have a lot of resources. But villager-wise, quite a good eco lead for our Mongol player. He's been booming away on 2 town centers. He's got 22 on food. He's adding more farms. Did get the horse collar, so that's great news for him. Getting some more armor. Not prioritizing the attack upgrades for his cavalry. That's an interesting play. I'm not sure I agree with that, but it looks like the Tatar player is doing the same thing. Interesting.
Well, I mean, if you're fighting with camels versus other cavalry, you want to get the armor, right? If it's knights, you want to get the armor. Light cav, you want to get the armor. But with step lancers, like you said, there's an argument to be getting the attack upgrades first. Doesn't really matter all that much at this stage. I think purple just like he just wants to stall out, basically, keep himself safe. Knows the economy is way ahead, and you just keep that advantage, essentially. He will need to come out and secure another wood line, though, because that wood line is running out at the back, and there's only one other one closer, and it doesn't have a TC on it yet. So that will be an issue, potentially, for purple, but the farms are coming up right now. The eco is looking solid, and yellow is forced to come forward because really no other option. You know you're behind economically. You just have to apply pressure.
Yeah, and here the step lancers are going to have to be forced to engage underneath the tower, getting surrounded by light cav and the camels. I mean, this is as good of a fight as yellow could have hoped for, but I
And
think
it's
those
still bad.
yeah,
Step
but
lances
those
are
step lances
incredible. Yeah.
Step plants are just gonna get the job done here. Some more eco upgrades coming in for our Mongol player. No villagers mining stone. He does have a market, so maybe he can buy enough like stone for a town center. I would like to see a town center on a wood line. I feel like that's what he's missing.
Yep. Yeah. University now coming in for Schmiergel. So it's going to be the Cav Archer approach, and it's still a ton of Step Lancers here for purple. And it's got to the point where these Step Lancers are going to be breaking through house walls super easily, right? And they're going to be one-shotting villagers, could even split them up into multiple groups. If he goes in through near the gold, it could be devastating. Step Lancers are right now at home in defense, but I mean, he will see the Cav Archer switch and even gets a conversion
Yeah.
and can now pressure forward. And this is so bad for yellow.
Well, our Mongol player is picking up the relics. He's gonna break in these popsicle stick walls here, and then another wood line where something's gonna get raided. The wood situation for Schmiergel has improved a little bit, but I mean the economy is still a little shaky right now. But fletching coming in, that's great.
Does have all the eco upgrades though. Has the second farm upgrade, has the second wood upgrade, has hand cart. Both players actually with hand cart, which is strange. I guess they got housed somewhere along the way. And I'm surprised by the lack of aggression here from purple. It's like he's seen the Cav Archer switch. He's not doing anything to pressure the villagers or to take out Cav Archer numbers, and just kind of allowing his opponent some time to get some army massed up again. Like, you know about that gold, pressure the gold. You know about the stuff on the other side, pressure that with your step lancers. Step lancers are made to be running around, not sitting at home in defense, right? But maybe it just wants to mass up a big bat or a big army for one final battle.
Yeah. Trade is making another town center on stone. He just made the town center on stone, but his wood lines are not secured whatsoever. So that's a little rough. And I'm
Mhm.
surprised there's no forward siege workshop because right now the Mongol player with 38 military can definitely defend a forward push.
Yeah, I think like It's really tough for purple's position, right? You can potentially kill him with forward siege, but the more consistent play is to wait. However, the optimal play here would be to use your step lancers to raid. I don't understand why the step lancers are being held back in defense. I really don't get it. Maybe he's just, focusing a lot of his energy on the eco and bringing in the relics and can't really be, you know, can't be bothered to pressure forward and still feels like he's in a comfortable position. Or maybe he's misjudged it completely and thinks that yellow has a comparable economy somehow.
Well, whatever it is, he sees the score lead. He knows he's in a good position. He hasn't really seen anything other than the cavalry archers. He has monks. The monks have collected 2 of the relics, which is nice. I think he just wants to get his Mangudai mass up. I think he just wants to go for the
Go
Mangudai.
forward. I'm sorry. I'm losing my mind here watching.
You need to heal them up. They have to be pristine. All right, no scratches. Gotta be mint condition.
There was a moment where there were 14 step lancers with +2 armor and bloodlines, and his opponent had 3 cav archers, and his opponent still had multiple holes in the base and palisade wall. I mean, he's gonna win anyway because step lancers are ridiculous, and if yellow decides to take a fight, probably gonna lose. But yellow is now on the way to Imperial Age, and purple is sitting there with 2k food, 800 gold, and doesn't have the second building to click up.
Well, I think we're gonna see a Panic University or something come up real soon as he has the resources. He's got the market. Can you just buy? Can you just buy what he needs? Come on.
Yeah, buy some wood. Wood is definitely the issue, right? That wood line ran out, and now he's going forward for that wood line. No protection whatsoever. And that's the only villagers he has on wood right now.
Yeah, it's horrible. He didn't build a town center on wood. No wood is secured, and he's just kind of forgetting about it. I mean, his army is gold and food, and he has a lot of gold and food, so we'll give him credit where that's due. But not having the wood, especially because it looks like he does want to transition into Mangudai, judging by the fact that he's got 15 big ones on stone.
Yep.
Okay, but some scouts are in. They're not even like Cav, right? They're just scouts. Ugh.
No, just scouts, but the step lancers are in at the north as well. And this just shows how good of a position he got himself into, because even floating, I think it was like 3,000 food, 1,500 gold or something like that, able to do this. And all of the villagers are going down. Step lancers haven't been pressuring forward as they should, but he massed up enough of them, and bye-bye villagers. That is so many villagers killed in the space of like 30 seconds. 48 to 4 now is the eco cave, and there's the castle coming forward. It hasn't been perfect, but purple did enough early to get himself into a fantastic position, and now it just seems unwinnable for Schmirgel.
Well, he'll have, what, 1 minute Imperial advantage? I don't even know if that's going to be enough. I don't even know if 4-minute Imperial advantage would be enough for our Tatar player, but he is picking up Bracer. He hardly knows her.
Okay.
Okay, so the fight here is happening. A castle is going on up, and you gotta love the confidence of the Mongol player to build that forward castle. See, you know, Trebuchet is going to be coming out. They don't have bombard cannons, so we'll have to make do with the Trebs. And he's going to be in a great position. Mangudai aren't even needed at this point.
I mean, he just killed 40 villagers. Like, if you don't have confidence, then I still don't understand why the step lancers are going back. I don't get it. He's going for a castle here now. In defense,
let me tell you.
The cav archers are going to deny that, and the step lancers are finally going forward again. I can see it on the mini-map right here. Cav archers are coming in. You can afford to lose 50 villagers if you're purple. These step lancers should be able to kill the entire base.
Is that a lead step lancer?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Oh. That's nice. That's
Palisade
nice.
wall now. Going through the house after the palisade wall. No, he will see the cav archers attempt to engage and then just send all the army back, most likely. Purple is a very defensive player.
He is. He's building another castle, but there's been no trebuchets that are coming out. This man doesn't have enough wood for a trebuchet. Can we get a secure wood line, please?
Well, if it's any consolation, this castle position should secure a wood line.
That's
Now it
true.
is his opponent's wood line, but still, it should secure a wood line. The Cav Archer is still rampaging at the back. Nothing to be done against them. They have 24 kills, but the Step Lancers are forward in the eco from Schmiergel once again, and this area continues to be a pressure point here for him as more villagers go down. Eco KD now 63 to 14, and the Step Lancers are forward. That castle is up. Yellow is raiding at the back, but I think it's over. I think it's done. I don't see a comeback here. Even if you kill all the eco from Schmiergel, you can't do anything against these Step Lancers.
I'm still surprised that there's no trebuchet.
Yeah,
Finally,
same.
look, the wood line's not even really secure, man. It's like half protected, half not.
Wood has been a
I,
gigantic, huge problem for
it's been
Purple this entire
horrible.
game. Yep.
All right, all right. The Mongols got enough for a trebuchet, but you know what he's choosing instead? Bracer. He
Bracer.
he hardly knows her. Okay, I had to get that out of my system. So Bracer's gonna come in, which will be good for his castles, but he's not going for CA or anything like that. So it's not gonna affect his military. I'm really annoyed. I'm really annoyed with the.
I think the whole thought process is like just go in. Oh my! He's going after the Cav Archers again. Okay, more Step Lancers coming in. Still no Trebs. I think the whole thought process is like Purple is in such a good position. He's kind of curious as to why his opponent hasn't resigned, and now he's in cruise control mode, right? And he's just not looking at the res, not really thinking about win conditions, just kind of clicking. And finally, the trebuchets are coming out here. Ballistics is coming in. Maybe a decent wood economy now with 36 on wood.
Well, we'll see if the Trebs are gonna be enough to get that GG in here. We only have 39 villagers for our Tatar player
Yep.
in Imperial. That
49 population. You can't listen. You can't win if your opponent refuses to admit defeat. That's the
What is he
strat
building?
here for
A
Schmiergel.
university?
He's building a market.
Oh, it's a market. Okay. Well, he's making some trades. He's got that entrepreneur lifestyle going, you know. He's going for it. Trying to buy low, sell high. Classics. The Trebs just rolling out completely.
Getting the tech for Flaming Camel. Are you serious? Oh my god. Now that will give his Trebs more range as well, but he's gonna finish this one with a bang. Flaming Camel.
Going out with a bang. Literally. Ay, ay, ay. All right,
Flaming
meanwhile...
Camels coming in. I can't believe this. What is going on?
Meanwhile, Treat, he's got so many resources banked up. Like, he is literally rolling in it. Rolling in the dough. He's got 3 relics. I mean, I'm actually surprised his gold income isn't higher. I feel like there's so many neutral resources, like minerals that he could be taking, but
like I said, he's on cruise control. Like he knows this is one. And the Flaming Camels are coming in. Do they get a big shot? Well. Okay.
Okay, we were waiting for something. We were both like, let's see what happens. And the GG's called. We had the flaming camels in. I think he got to where he wanted to be for that split second and admits defeat.
Yep, that was a long, drawn out defeat, but Purple got himself in such a good position with that earlier castle time, right? And Schmiergel kind of, threw his eco that had recovered quite nicely away by going for that tower push. So it was really, really tough there for Yellow, but just decided to go for Flaming Camels for the last 5 minutes of the game, and that's why we stayed in there so long. Anyway, we are going to have a 10-minute break here. We're going to continue with our qualifiers. Our players are all being active in the background in both our pro stage and the Grumpy stage as well. So tons of games going on, but we're going to take a small break. Thank you for being here. this morning, evening, afternoon, whatever it is for you. And we'll see you in a bit. Okay. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for staying with us here. We are going to continue on with qualifier number 2 of Digitec Playground to be played at Herofest. I'm here with Ellie still, and it's been a pretty good day so far. We're still getting into the later stages of the Swiss stage of the group stage. That's 3 stages. Well, we have multiple stages here, and we're still getting into the final matches here of those. So we should start to see some of our higher rated players match up against each other. We talked about it earlier before, but our number 1 competitor in this tournament is, of course, TRM. He didn't make it through from the first qualifier. I ended up losing in the final best of 3 there against Figa, who is already through. However, other than TRM, we still have some pretty good players. We have Boom, who we saw do really well. I'm not sure if he's actually participating in this qualifier this time around. I'll have to look that up. We have Pyro as well. We have Treat or Trite or Trit. I can't pronounce that name. As I'm being told that Boom is not actually participating this week around. But we've got a few 1800s here. We've got some 1600s as well. TRM clearly leading the pack. However, with players like Wolf involved, anything is possible. And you can see we're only showing the top 8 here. These are the players that have 2 wins so far in the Swiss stage.
2 more rounds to go, and yeah, we haven't seen TRM just yet. Really looking forward to what he has in store. Like you said, last week he was doing the old mirror strategy.
Mm-hmm.
This week, maybe taking it a little bit more seriously.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you mirror every civilization and then you see a strat like that Sicilian one and decide to mirror it as well. That's kind of crazy, but I guess he was just that confident, right? And he's definitely our favorite to win this time around. We'll see what Heidelwolf can bring here. I'd be excited to watch one of his games as well after we saw the impressive overcoming the odds last week and the meta shifting approach from him. Maybe he's got another strategy cooked up there, or maybe he just stays with the same thing. But Boom not being involved, I think, will be a good feeling for TRM because Boom is one of the dark horses in this tournament. I think Pyro still being in might be a little bit of a concern though, because Pyro has shown himself to be pretty solid, and the first game we watched was really, really nice.
I have seen some ladder games between Pyro and TRM. It was very, very close games, and would love to see a Pyro TRM matchup for personal reasons because I know them both and they're both really great guys, and just watching them play would be really, really fun. I'm excited. I think we've seen 8 players. They haven't had any losses just yet. Mind you, it's only 2 best of ones, but still, the fact remains there's some pretty tight competition in here, and I think that makes the tournament a little bit more exciting, a little bit more fun.
I was kind of checking out a few other Age of Empires streams on the break, and I saw Smiley is actually streaming her point of view from the Grumpy stages as well. So if you want to go check that out, make sure you do. I didn't see what the result was, but I saw that she was in between games basically. So she's trying her best to make it to the main stage. I know a lot of other players are as well. We'll want to check back, obviously, with Sub-Zero, with YMCA. Later on in the day, we'll take a look at those brackets and see how they end up doing. Anyway, for our next match upcoming, I'm not sure who the players are. I believe it's a pro match. There's a lot of ones that are, going on behind the scenes as we're still apparently creating the matchups for the 3rd round. So that's the status that we're in right now. Our admins are working away. We're trying to figure out who's matching up against who. But there are a lot of matches going on behind the scenes. I think we had like 60 people signed up for this pro stage bracket, and quite a few signed up for the Grumpy bracket as well. So lots of Swiss activity in the Age of Empires scene, which is something that, just even a few years ago wasn't the case back on Vubli. So AoE 2 doing quite well in Switzerland. Excited to go to the LAN in October, which seems really, really close, and excited to cast live, of course.
October the 13th. Mark that in your calendars. We're going to be casting live from Bern at Herofest. part of the Switzerland. That's the
The
Switzerland
Switzerland is part
part
of
of
the
the
Hero
hero. You
Fest,
know what?
Ellie.
It's
It's an important distinction, and I
tomato, tomato. They're both great events, and we're gonna be at both of them.
mhm. No, it's gonna be great. And if you guys want to, come support Age of Empires 2, I would definitely suggest if you're in the area to stop by as well. Get yourself a ticket and come watch the main event because it's gonna be fun. And we'd love to have people cheering on from the background. Someone other than Bullet Chin, in the background, just cheering us on, maybe would be amazing. But I expect that there's going to be people there to support Age of Empires 2, as we've seen from the amount of people signing up for these qualifiers. Going to be really, really fun. We are still setting up our pro player brackets. Thank you for your patience, everybody. And we should have a game very, very soon. Who do you think can dethrone TRM, if there's anybody? You're going to say Pyro. I know you're going to say Pyro because he's your coach. He coached you to 1200, of course.
Well, we did see last week Faiga taking that victory from him, right? So, and I don't know if we can say that Hideawolf pioneered that movement, but Hideawolf...
Big matchup coming. We've just been notified. Pyro versus TRM.
Wow. Well, there you go. I mean, okay. Do I have a favorite here? I don't know. Both players are really, really great. They have really excellent strategies. Really great people. The lot of them. And I mean, like I mentioned it last time, TRM.
Here it comes. Yep. Here it comes.
What?
Go on. I know exactly what you're going to say. Go on. Go on.
He's quite the ladies' man.
There it is. Yep.
He's quite the ladies' man.
Yep. It was mentioned once. I didn't think it needed to be mentioned twice, but there it is.
Listen, I just got to emphasize that even high-level AoE players, they got what it takes.
Anyway, TRM versus Pyro coming up here. And
moving along.
We're going to see if TRM goes for that mirror strategy again. I would expect him to do it again. He's not allowed to, we're being told. So he's actually going to have to pick his civilization. So that is a revision from the last qualifier, and potentially a TRM rule switch, which could mean that it's going to be a lot more dangerous for players like Pyro or other players in the pool to match up against him, right?
So we saw Pyro play with Ethiopians in his first match that we casted. I wonder if he's going to go with Ethiopians again.
Against a higher rated player, I don't know if Ethiopians are the best pick, because Ethiopians are kind of a pick that you would use to bully someone at a lower elo than yourself. If you're thinking about going up against a higher elo, you're going to need something with a little bit more of a surprise factor, a little bit more versatility than the Ethiopians.
So I know Pyro's really comfortable with Lithuanians, and I have seen him do the Lithuanian 3-minute super drush. Because
does that work?
He has succeeded on many occasions. So, I mean, I don't know if you do sacrifice a little bit of your eco for that, of course, but I wonder if he'll feel, like if we see Lithuanians, like maybe that's going to be coming for us. Who knows? I mean, the map is Arabia and these best of ones. They're not picking the map. So it has to be a good civ on Arabia. And I think Lithuanians, they do all right.
I don't think I've seen that work in like 2.5 years. That drush is just like, if your opponent is monitoring your score, they know it's coming if they're good enough, right? And they'll be tracking with the scout, the drush coming across. There's really not much lag, so they can just quick wall the villagers in, and they can get loom right away after they've quick walled the villas, and then the drush is just... I want to see it work, Ellie. I do want to see it work, but I think it just hurts your economy so bad. However, if we do see Lithuanians, I believe. I believe. 100%.
I
Maybe
mean,
Team Pyro.
even if we don't see the 3 minute rush, I feel like Lithuanians are a great civilization, and
Hmm.
Pyro's someone who um, is able to contest the relics. So don't think he would have too many issues there. For TRM though, if he was going for his whole strategy from the first qualifier was to go mirror, mm, I'm not quite sure because when I watch his stream, he always just goes random.
Hmm.
Hard to say where his like he likes aggression. We know that. But in terms of what his favorite civs would be, it's anyone's guess.
I think you probably just go for something standard, right? Maybe a Meso Civ, maybe Incas, something like that. Maybe Mongols, um, maybe Malians. Just something that's really good at 1v1 Arabia, really meta, and you can just outskill your opponent, right? You're 300 elo ahead. Like, this is just a matchup where if you get even a slightly unfavorable Civ matchup, just by a little bit, you're still going to outskill them. So TRM just needs to focus on his build. He's just going to focus on his micro, his macro, and, you know, you don't really, if you pick a good enough Civ, you don't really have to worry about what your opponent's going to pick because you're
Mm.
300 elo ahead. You should
Well,
be comfortable.
this just in from the chat here. TRM's making an appearance. He says, "For the record, let the record show it. I did not play Mirror. I should have streamed it, but no game was
Oh,
Mirror."
okay, cool. Okay, sorry about that then. We misrepresented you. We were told
No.
that by other players that you were playing Mirror, but I guess it was just it was just a happy coincidence. Um, so that's good. Okay, cool.
Well, there you go. Also 14 TRM, get in the lobby.
He's busy in the chat. Like, we're waiting for his
Yeah.
game and he's typing in our chat. What is going on here? Come on, TRM. And we're
And
only
we're
waiting on
waiting on
TRM.
him. Yeah, okay.
Oh my
TRM wants
god.
his moment. He has it. We're going to wish you lots of luck.
Yeah.
Now, feel free to minimize and mute the stream.
Mhm.
Maybe even turn it off completely. Who knows? And then come back after, of course. And good luck. So the difference between the elos, we have Pyro peaked at 2k TRM with 2k2.
Mhm.
So not terribly far off of each other.
That elo difference is a lot less than if you were looking at like a 1700 versus a 1500 or a 1500 versus a 1300 as well. Like
Mhm.
there's a lot less in that, but it's still quite the gap. And the players that TRM is matching up against are of a different caliber on average than the players that Pyro would be matching up against, right? Pyro would still get 17, 1800s occasionally on the ladder. That's the people he's playing on a regular basis. TRM, the low bar for him is going to be like a 1900, and the high bar is going to be someone like Hera or Doubt or something along those lines. So TRM has played in very competitive matches against some of the top players in the world. We'll see if he can transfer that over towards this game. We should be in a few seconds here. Finally, once he was done with typing in our chat,
Yeah,
he the game quite quick. Actually, we're just in the spec delay right now.
he's like, hold on. But I don't know if you've ever watched TRM streams. He is known to be like a little tilty sometimes. A little bit
Yeah.
of anger, frustrations come out, and I felt like I had a little bit of a TRM moment this morning. I was at the gym and I saw like 4 people in socks, like walking around in their sweaty, stinky socks, and I was like, why are we doing this to me? I don't know. But okay.
TRM wears socks at the gym. Confirmed.
No, but
Walks around with them.
I felt a little tilted.
Okay.
Okay, the game's getting started. Civ predictions. I think Pyro might go for Lithuanians. TRM, Mongols.
TRM Mongols. Okay, you think Pyro Lithuanians. I think TRM will probably go for Mongols. Probably might be a Mongols mirror here between these two. Pyro needs to make something happen, so maybe he won't go for that option. Might go for like Meso Civ, potentially. That struggles against Step Lancers. Could go for like Malians or something. Could go for Japanese. Could go for Ethiopians again. And it's a Magyar's mirror. Okay.
It's a mirror. Oh my goodness. It's so funny because they both selected Magyars.
Mm-hmm. And
That's
TRM
hilarious.
says that, he says that he's never gone mirror, never.
He's he's never
Hasn't done
done
it.
it.
Nope. Should have streamed. That's what he was typing in here. That's why our match was delayed because he was busy. And we see TRM now in the yellow versus Pyro in the purple, and both players playing as the Magyars here. I think it's going to be a scout opening for both. That just makes sense. And the only question is, when do they transition onto the archer range? Do they transition at all? Or did they attempt to go for the full walls as we see the game paused here? The map for Pyro looks okay, but I think it's actually worse. The gold and
The
the stoner in
hills,
the
yeah.
back here, but the problem for Pyro is wood lines. That is a big problem, and TRM has that wood line at the back, which is a nice advantage for him.
I also don't well, I mean, both town centers are kind of at the bottom of a crater-ish. They got lots of hills around.
Mhm.
Pyro's hills seem to be a little bit closer to his town center. Oh, TRM saying, "Sorry, my mouse." 14. All right, all right. They get back into the games. A beautiful lure here for Pyro. No idle time just yet. I mean, it's a minute and a half, so we don't expect it. I love that TRM is also using his little goose to scout. That's really adorable. The Canada geese, very, very angry as well. Not very
Yeah, Canada
friendly.
geese are not adorable at all. Not at all. I've been hissed at so many times. I've been
It,
snapped at.
you
You
know,
just
it's
have
good
to
to know.
talk to them like you talk to them like a child. Like if they start hissing at you, you're like, "You want to fight? You really like come here. Just sit down.
That's
Go in
how
the
you
corner
talk
over
to
there." I
children.
don't ask children if they want to fight, but if they're down, you know,
Your
I could
story
a,
leads to
a
different
Canada goose is
conclusions.
probably like equivalent to like a 5-year-old child or something like that. Probably take like
Uh,
100 of those or something like. I don't know.
well, moving on. TRM doing some pushing of the Ibex. So Ibex coming on in, a boar as well. We do have a mirror civilization, so that means both the civ's strengths and weaknesses do cancel each other out. And then that +1 attack, that forging attack, is going to be negated as they both get it for free. And the discounted scouts as well as, it's the
Mhm.
same economy bonus for them both, which makes mirror matchups interesting because you can't really use a civ's strengths kind of because, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I still think you have to play towards them though, right? Like even in a mirror matchup, I think if you don't go scouts, you're kind of throwing here a little bit. Like if you open up archers, spearmen, the scouts from the Magyars with forging and the amount and the how cheap they are, it's just powerful enough to beat the initial archers and spearmen. So you're going to have to add a stable eventually, even if you go for that
Mhm.
approach. So I
Of
think
course.
it's both just scout opening. Like I said before, I think TRM has a much better map for playing scouts. His gold is not in the back, but the wood lines are so secure here, and it's such an easy wall for him. And you don't have to stretch out to the gold initially. You can just play food and wood for your scout production, and that's it. And if we look at
Mhm.
Pyro's map, he's going to have to go a distance to get to the wood lines, and his berries are on that hill forward. So it's definitely advantage TRM here.
Yeah, I definitely agree that I think both are going to be opening with some scouts. It looks like, I mean, both have a lot of villagers on wood right now, but okay. And I think in Castle Age is when it's going to start with the different strategies. Maybe we'll see some going for the CA, some going for knights. I think that's where we'll have a little bit more um,
Hmm.
differences that we can use. But here we have Pyro picking up his loom, so you know that he's very close to clicking up to the next age. It looks like TRM will be going up with one more villager, so he'll be in the next age a little later. And Pyro's going to have that timing advantage where he can start pumping out his scouts a little bit faster. And if he's lucky, might even catch TRM's scout while he's still in the Dark Age, and can do some damage there with his faster and stronger scout. And it's even more of a difference with Magyars because of that +1 attack for free as soon as you get to feudal.
I like this a lot from TRM. I like it better. Like you're only going up one villager faster for Pyro, so you're 25 seconds faster, right? But you're so much weaker economically. If you go up with the 19 population, you can consistently get horse color and get your farms down, and you're gonna have enough food to produce the scouts. You're gonna have enough food to produce the villagers. If you do it perfectly on 18 population for Pyro, you can do the same thing, but it's gotta be perfect. It's a very, very tight build, and every single additional house or palisade wall or anything you add here to secure yourself is going to really, really affect the efficiency of your eco, and you might not have enough to even add that stable or add in the walls that you need early on in the feudal age. So we'll look at the build here. He's going to go for the stable. That's perfect. Doesn't have enough for the wood upgrade. Doesn't have enough for horse collar yet, but he's going to make his way there shortly. And there's the wood upgrade coming in. Also, would probably like a spearman as well. There's just so many things he needs to do here with only 18 villagers working.
Well, the scout is already forward, and we're seeing that TRM is not even bothering to wall here too much. Does get a little bit of a hit there with one villager. she she was like, "Take that!" So scout a little bit weakened, and the spears coming out for TRM. His stable's coming on up right now. So, like you
Mm.
already called it, a little bit of a better eco. He's going to be able to afford the spears and his wood upgrade, and here come the scouts. So Pyro stopping at 2 scout production just because he has 3
Can't
villagers
afford
queued
it.
up.
Yeah,
That's
that's too many
bizarre.
vills queued for sure. That's too many vills queued. I think he's getting nervous here. He's got 4 villagers queued. He's like, why can't I make a scout? And he's got enough food now for more scouts, but just 2 scouts forward at the moment. He's got some spearmen as well, and he's not going for any more predictions, so or production rather. So he might just be thinking about a switch here early. Maybe he shows the scouts to TRM and then he makes the switch to something else. We're giving him the benefit of the doubt. And yeah, he queues up another one. So it was just him not being able to queue units, unfortunately.
Well,
Execution
and
error. Maybe a little bit busy with his starting one, actually. I think there was some walls over on the left side. Hmm. No.
it's hard to make scouts when you had 4 villagers queued up, you know? That's
Yeah.
200 food locked up in there. And the Magyar scouts don't cost the 80 food that they usually do. It's around 68, something like that. So a
Yep.
little bit discounted for the Magyar players for sure. But TRM with the scout lead.
Oh, Pyro, what are you doing out here with these vills? Scouts are gonna find the villager. There's a spearman there, so he should be fine. He's going to try and wall off this area with these villagers and then go back to the berries. And once the berries can't be attacked, he should be fairly secure. But his wood line is still threatened at the back there. He does not have full walls, and he's going to be using his military at home in defense. And there's
Mhm.
really not a way into TRM's base. Like I said before, TRM has a good map layout, and he's done some great walling to take advantage of that. So Pyro really unable to hit anything back there.
Well, Pyro's economy is only at 65% efficiency, right? So he's in a little bit of a rough spot. Both players doing a great job of keeping their TCs rolling though. Um I I don't know if it's the nerfs for Pyro, but I feel like he's already behind in the scout numbers and he was
Hmm.
up to feud a little bit faster. And if only he had unqueued some villagers and started making scouts, he'd be in a little bit of a better spot right now. I mean, economically, it's even, right? With the efficiencies, 70% for both, same number of villagers. No one has horse collar, right? But look at that 5 spears for the Magyar player.
Yeah, and Pyro lost 2 spears against the TC. It's super rough. TRM's going to lose one, I believe, against the TC. He actually kept that alive, and the scouts are still wandering around the wood line. We've got a spearman there, but these scouts can collapse on that spearman if there's only one of them. So Pyro will need to make more spearmen. It's funny, in a Magyar mirror matchup, it almost becomes like spear versus spear at some points rather than scouts versus scouts because the scouts never want to engage and the spearmen are doing work. However, TRM has found himself a villager kill. That guy is dead. The spearmen will be chasing after those guys, but TRM keeping his eco lead alive.
And yeah, and he's got a little bit of a better economy as well with the 15 on food. Well, Pyro's just joining the 15 crew as well. More walls here happening for TRM. I feel like his economy just really secure at home, and he's
Mhm.
happy to focus in Pyro's base and just poke and prod here and annoy Mr. Pyro.
Well, he's had the right approach, right? He walled in the berries, the woodlines, and everything, and now TRM is stretching out to gold. Pyro doing the same thing, and Pyro will be going for a market at the back of his base. TRM will have to keep producing some military, be it spearmen or scouts, to keep that gold safe at the front. And there's the archer range right there. There's the blacksmith. So TRM will start to add in some archers. Still not a full commitment onto range. So this isn't an indicator of whether he's going cav archers or not. This is just him making a few additional units before he goes up to Castle. Then he'll make the decision whether he wants to switch to range units or maybe just add in another stable along the way.
Is Pyro making a market there at the
Yep.
end?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So with a market, I don't know if he's able. Do you think he's going to sell his stone to get to castle a little bit faster?
I think you probably should in a Magyar mirror matchup. I think you have to match military for military. This is going to be a really, really tough push here. He's only got 2 spearmen in defense, and there's 4 spearmen from TRM.
Mm, I'm
Really
surprised there's
tough.
no small walls around that gold.
Well,
Very
you want to be
cool.
able to evacuate the villagers quickly, right? If you're around that area, if you go for small walls, it makes things kind of difficult. And you want your villagers to be there to attack the spearmen as well. But I mean, just good micro from TRM. Snipes a villager, leaves, doesn't take any damage. Now comes back to the woodline, forces the spearmen away. Then his spearmen come in, and it's so tough to deal with this. Pyro's done a fairly good job, but TRM is clearly the more experienced player here.
Well, TRM on the way to Castle Age, and Pyro's not too far behind. He's not grabbing any gold right now, though, because the pressure is in that area. He does have the market, and I say sell some wood. Get up there immediately. He doesn't want to. He's like, no, no, no. We're gonna
Mhm.
do it the good old-fashioned way with hard work.
And wants to get to the castle age with enough resources to place TCs, but at the rate you're going,
Hmm.
you're not going to have enough army to push this back. The archers are here. He hasn't added in an archer range yet, which is terrible. And now missing 4 gold, Ellie. 4 gold. Just sell something. Do something.
Brutal.
Food, wood. There's the wood right there. We'll be able to click up to the castle age. Has it queued behind this villager, but the archers are still pressuring in, and the archer range is just going up now from Pyro. TRM is in a fantastic position to win this game. And TRM, the only question right now is, are you going cav archers? Are you going knights? Are you just going to boom? I don't see any of the necessary upgrades coming in. It looks like it's going to be cav archers.
Well, do we have 3 range or just 2 range?
Just 2 range is
Just the
fine,
2
because you can add
ranges?
a
Okay.
TC in. Yeah.
Well, in any case, I'm surprised we're not clicking bloodlines. Bloodlines could be really, really good, and it would enable him to, a little bit more flexibility if he wants to go for knights or if he wants to go for CA. It's just a really good thing to have. He already has some scouts on the field as well, but not making any archers seems to indicate that, he does not want to go for
What
the
is
crossbow play.
this? What is this? I'm
I-
down for it. Pyro knows that he needs to. What? He's going for the safe wood. The wood at home is not good. This wood is good.
That's
That's what
good. I
Pyro
was
is saying.
speechless. I thought maybe he's going for a TC there, but then maybe he got his villagers out there a little too early, and then he doesn't want them not to do anything for half a minute. But CA are coming forward, and they're gonna harass this beautiful, well, not beautiful wood line. It's gonna be very tragic for Pyro. He needs to now retreat, and
Fortunately, he does have another one though. He's got
yeah.
another wood line to go to. Now, sending villagers forward to that is going to be a risk, but the closer you are to danger, the farther you are from harm. So he's going to be safe, that wood line forward.
The closer you are to danger, the farther you are from harm.
Obviously, you're not a Lord of the Rings fan, are you? Clearly not.
I mean, I love LOTR as much as the next person. I just don't have all the quotes memorized. My mistake here. But anyway, Pyro finally in the castle age. 5 seconds up for light cav. That's an interesting play.
Yeah, light cav, well, I mean, doesn't have any gold, right? So that's basically probably why he's gone for the light cav here. The gold has been cut off completely at the back of his base. Could sell some wood for that, considering you have 27 on wood, and that's probably going to be the case with that siege workshop going up.
Can we appreciate that secondary town center from Pyro.
The forward TC from Pyro
It's not even
is
on
in
gold,
a
is it?
it's in a position. It is in a position. You can see it on the mini map there to the south. Horse collar now coming in from Pyro. Maybe not the best tech of all time at this stage, but Scorpions are coming out, and the Cav Archer's still controlling everything.
It's
And
just
second
super.
TC now coming up from TRM.
It's just super unlucky that there's no gold in like where Pyro went to. If he went to the north, he would have seen some more gold, right? Some neutral gold was there to be had. But unfortunately, he zigged when he should have zagged, and
Well, there was kind of an
gold will
army
be an
there.
issue.
So going to the north, I think he would have been found out if he went up that way. He was kind of forced to come to the south, right? Now, TRM won't suspect that he's got the second TC. He can see his entire base, and there's going to be a third TC
The
to the south
third
as well for
DC. Oh my
Pyro.
gosh.
Yeah. And that is a farm TC right there. There's simply no flat land to build that on. And TRM does not know about any of this. And maybe Pyro can take the secondary gold from TRM. Who knows?
Who knows? Maybe he comes with a like. There's no stone in the area either. I don't know if he's gonna have enough to get a castle, but a castle on that hill up there, protecting both of his TCs, pressuring TRM. I mean, I would like it, but I don't know. Right now, we got bigger bigger problems. We got problems. TRM with CA with knights in Pyro's base here, and Pyro is just now survival mode.
I
Oh
mean,
no, those
TRM has to be confused. He's like, what is this guy doing? Like, are we just doing light cav Scorpion from this economy? Surely he's got something somewhere else, but he can't see it, right? And now he's diving under the TC, taking some damage on the Spearmen and the Knights. That's a pretty good fight for Pyro, even though the Scorpions did go down there. It was inevitable. He's just got to delay TRM for as long as possible until those two extra TCs really start kicking in. Villager count is even at the
well,
moment, but
TRM's got 3 TCs himself, and he's got 18 on food, so it's enough to pump out of all 3 of them. He's building something forward. Is that a monastery for TRM? I'm not sure what
no,
he's
that's a
building at
goal.
home.
Oh, okay, right there. That's a market.
A
Yeah.
market. Okay, there it is. A market. What is he gonna need the market for? I don't know. It's always good to have. He also has the monastery, so he's gonna be getting the relics, and that's gonna be a nice trickle of gold income for him there. Pyro, meanwhile, give him credit, not falling too far behind with his villager count, but the efficiency leaves a little bit to be desired.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that's what you get when your opponent has full map control, right? And one Scorpion is not going to take care of these Cav Archers. The light Cav are doing pretty good work here. Remember, they do have iron casting on them, so they're doing decent damage, but there's light Cav, or sorry, Scouts and Knights for TRM to protect against those. And he's got the Cav Archers behind to clear them up, and now the Cav Archers can just deal with the Monk and the Scorpion, and we're going to need to see something else from Pyro. He bought stone, so he's probably just going for another TC on the gold this time around. Spearmen are still there though.
Going to fight villagers. Oh yeah, I mean, it's a little rough. Maybe he has enough resources for that town center, but I feel like by the time those villagers clean up the spears, the CA are already going to be there, and that's going to be so much economic damage for Pyro. It's going to be rough. Okay, there's a Scorpion here.
Yeah, that Scorpion's dead. The TC will probably go up. A lot of villagers are going to go down in the meantime, though, and Pyro's in a position where he's just like, what can I do? Well, boom. He doesn't lose a single vill there. That's incredible. It's actually incredible.
Credit where credit's due. That was pretty nice, but now he's down to one little spear. Oh, that little spear. Spearheading the army. Literally.
And villagers looking for work, too. There's no jobs in this economy. They are simply waiting on the farms, and now they have become gold miners. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and 20 Cav Archers still on the field here for TRM. TRM also on stone, and TRM has to be wondering, like, where is this guy's eco? Why is he not resigning? I can see everything at his base. He still doesn't know about the 2 TCs in the south. Doesn't have any idea that those are there.
Well, he's got that one unit up to the north, and he's kind of camping that secondary gold,
Mhm.
and he's just kind of he's make. Oh no, it's just a monk. Never mind. But all right, TRM super close to Imperial. He just needs one more building, so
Yep.
probably will plop down a university. Especially if he's going for a CA, he'll want to get ballistics at some point anyway. And then he'll be off to the races. And Pyro, meanwhile, he's struggling to get anything done.
Yeah, the only thing Pyro can do now is some Castle Age all in, but TRM has more villagers than him. He's got a bigger army than him. He's got an Imperial Age advantage. He's going to have the first castle of the game. He's got the relics. I mean, he's got everything. And Pyro is going to need to, at some point, leave his base with his army and try and get some big raids, because at the rate this is going, you're not going to win with defense. You might keep yourself alive, but you're not going to win the game. There's absolutely zero hope of winning the game if you just keep defending here. You need to go
Yeah,
forward and you need to apply pressure of some kind.
20 CA, and that's just gonna hopefully grow, and then TRM's gonna be able to get recurve bow from his castle. That's gonna upgrade those CA to be even more formidable. It's looking real. If you're TRM, you're loving life right now.
You're super comfortable. Yeah. Yeah. Like you're getting the relics in. That's a fifth TC there. Light Cav are just now heading out from Pyro, but they're not going on the attack. He's buying stone and he's stone walling to the edge of the map at the back of his base. We still have Cav archers pushing in from the front, and TRM is here for probably the fifth or sixth time. This time he's going to take out the farms, but he must still be wondering, like, why is this guy playing on? He doesn't see the extra TCs other than the one on the gold. He must be thinking, like, I am so far ahead right now.
Well, he is. Even with those two
Mhm.
extra town centers from Pyro, TRM is in such a really nice position right now. He does have some units up north. Maybe he's suspecting that Pyro has made a little proxy base somewhere, but
He still doesn't see the stuff down south. Can we go to his point of view? Can we go to Tira? Oh my god, bro.
well,
He's
look,
like,
we're looking
oh
for them.
man. Yeah.
We're looking for the base, and they're going all into the north. So I think TRM knows that something's up. But why would you look?
There's
Like,
nothing down there. Why would you look down there?
yeah,
There's absolutely nothing down
it's
there.
like an avatar, you know, when you're in the baddest in the sky. Why would you ever look up? Why would TRM check his base? You know?
All right. Well, TRM is getting bracer. He's getting thumb ring. He's getting ballistics. He's got 25 cav archers, and he's going for a safe castle. He doesn't know what to expect. He doesn't want to throw the game, and a forward castle is a good way to allow your opponent back into a match that you have already won. As we see more scorpions from Pyro. Scorpions. Oh boy.
We're trying to make something happen. I mean, 6 scorpions. I feel like they're gonna be great versus the cavalry archers, not so great versus the knights. That's the issue.
Once the cav archers have bracer, it's really tough,
Oh,
right?
and he didn't even have bloodlines. Bracer,
Yeah.
he doesn't know her.
There it is again. And plus
Alright.
2 armor coming in from Pyro, but he takes the fight before that happens. Scorpion's still doing a decent job, but the cav archers with brace are absolutely ripping through the light cav, and now they can do some really decent damage to these scorpions behind, and they're spread out too. They're not lined up, so the scorpions aren't getting the pass-through hits. Chemistry now coming in, which is going to be huge. That's an additional +1 damage. And, well, Pyro is at 83 vills. He's at 31 on food. He's got the +2 armor, but he still has yet to get a single raid into TRM space.
I mean, 14-0 eco kill.
Mm-hmm.
And TRM with the 3 relics, obviously helping out big time. Pyro with a castle. This man's making a castle between his town centers.
Doesn't want to risk it being discovered for some reason. I mean,
No.
he did hold at the base. Like, he's still alive. He's going for more scorpions here. If only the Magyars had a counter to scorpions. If only they did, then maybe TRM could go for that. He does have the castles for Magyar Hussar, and he does have a ton of resources. So we could see elite Magyar Hussar and Corvinian army come in here from TRM. I'm wondering what he's saving those res for. Maybe recurve bow?
Yeah. I mean, he does have the castle built. Maybe that's
There it is.
Pyro's plan actually, is just to get so many farms up and then go for Magyar Hussar, right?
Maybe.
Go
I
get the
mean,
tech that makes them cost only food, and then just pump out your unique unit. But TRM with that forward castle, oh, and Trebs are going to be coming out soon. It's a little dicey.
recurve bow, heavy cav archer. That's one of the best compositions in the entire game.
Mm.
These cav archers, and if you can add in some cavalry in front of those, which it looks like he's planning to do with the light cav and the hussar, it's going to be damn near unstoppable, even if your opponent is Magdaros as well. However, we have more scorpions, and we do have some Magyar hussar being produced, the coolest looking unit in the game from Pyro.
Well, Wheelbarrow coming in, I feel like that's super late. Wheelbarrow, especially because he's been sitting with 30 plus farms for a while now. But all right, better late than never. Am I right, ladies?
I mean, Scorpion's dying and GG being called here. Pyro finally taps out. He had the sneak base down there, and TRM must be looking at the map and thinking, like, what? That was, wait a second, what was down there? You had two TCs and a castle to the south of my map? Like, what the heck?
I can't believe TRM didn't scout that, but I guess yeah,
He
he
scouted
would
it early, though. He just didn't see that, you know?
that's true. But I mean, the TC was there for a really long time,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
really long time. But
it was a sneak attempt, and it was basically a response to being kicked off the gold, right?
yeah, yeah. But I mean, GG, GG indeed. Pyro, he tried to make something happen with that little secret base.
And
Unfortunately, didn't pan out.
it didn't pan out, and it looks like we're gonna be going into another game here. So we got Pete versus Treat, Pete versus Trit, and Mongols for Trit, and we've got Sicilians for Pete. So maybe we see the first game of the day with the FC Fast Castle Sergeant push. I'm excited.
Well, let's see. Let's see. The Mongols, you already know I'm a Mon gal. So
Yeah.
big fan of this civilization. And looking at his base, it's also quite nice. Look at those wood lines super close to his town center. Really wallable. Gold, super great. And the stone in the back of his base, I mean, it's a Mongol dream. And he's pushing those deer, getting that food income extra quick. We like it.
Well, if you're a Hmong gal, I guess I'm a Sicily man. It took a while. It took a couple seconds there for that one to click. Okay. We'll take it though.
Uh,
We'll take it.
oh, that's good. That's good. All right. Well, we'll see. So why don't you introduce the Sicilian strategy for people who maybe didn't tune in last week? I don't know what we're
It's
talking about.
completely degenerate. It's absolutely degenerate, and I love it, and you'll love it too. Uh, if you don't like meta builds, well, basically what it is, you go up to feudal age with like 23 villagers. You go for a market. You put all of your villagers on the gold, um, and you buy the resources to go up to castle age, and then you start producing sergeants, and you get the first armor upgrade. You're producing the sergeants from the dungeon. Upon reaching castle age, your sergeants will get an incredible boost from the feudal age sergeant, which has like 5 attack, like 50 HP or something, and they'll go up to 65 HP, 8 attack, and 3 pierce armor, 3 melee armor, if I remember correctly.
Do they get more
So
HP than that? It's something
more than
crazy.
65? I don't know, but they only cost 50 food now. So it's the same food cost as a villager, and you can choose to either not produce bills from UTC to afford more sergeants, or you can continue producing behind. As long as your eco is set up, you'll have to go up a little bit later than that, but still, it's a very
Mm,
solid strategy.
mm-hmm.
75 HP. Oh my god. It's so
It's
powerful.
They are indeed really powerful, and those pesky little sergeants can also make those donjons. So it's a tower that only Sicilians can make, a special tower, and really annoying to harass woodlines, golds. Looking at Pete's base, his wood lines are kind of all in the back, and his gold, his sorry, I'm choking here. His gold is a little bit exposed at the bottom of a hill, which is a little icky.
Yeah, if he goes for a donjon on the gold, which I would like, I think he should be fine there, right, to defend because the Mongols, well, they're uh, they're going to be going for feudal army, and the donjon should be able to push those away. We see yellow now going up to the feudal age, 17 population with loom this time. Is an issue for him the last game. Still trying to push in that final deer, but things are looking pretty good at his economy, and we'll see if the early pressure can get something done here against the Sicilians. The window is there because there will be a period of about like minute or whatever. That deer is so trolly. I can't believe that deer. Just get in your place under the TC, please.
Well, we're going for a little bit of an adventure around town. So while Trit is busy with that, he's going to be in Feudal Age in 50 seconds. And I suppose, yeah, here comes the racks. The stable will follow thereafter. And Pete, well, he's got 20 villagers. Not going up with the 23, but I mean, I guess he can always make one or two more villagers while he's building his
I think
donjon and
you
stuff like that.
yeah, I think he wants to go up early so he has a donjon to defend and spearmen, right?
Yeah, spearmen are going to be very, very nice for sure. So, minute and 40 seconds for him. And the Mongol player already getting his bit axe, and he's going to have that speed and attack advantage. So, this Sicilian scout will be no more.
That's
Will
actually
be.
pretty good from Pete. Like he took the hill there. He knew he was gonna die, but he took the hill and he took half the HP away. So that's pretty solid. Another thing I think
Yeah.
we should point out is that donjons can make spearmen, right? So Pete doesn't even need to go for a barracks here. He can just go for that donjon on the gold, assuming that the villagers are alive over there, and he can make
Sorry, did you
spearmen.
say donjons can make spearmen?
Yeah, it's been that way for like 6 months, 7 months.
Oh, I've been.
And you don't need a barracks for a archer ranger stable if you make a
Yeah,
donjon.
yeah, yeah, because it counts as a requisite. I knew that, but
Yeah.
whoa, that makes this strategy a little bit more effective now than it was a moment ago, even though it's just my perception that changed.
Yep. Same validity as before.
Same.
It's just in your mind, it's a little bit more valid. Just a little bit
Well,
more. There's
Pete
the
here,
market right there.
yeah, looks like he is indeed following that strategy. I think the donjon
It's
is
on the
being
gold, I
created.
think. Yeah.
Yeah, it should be somewhere. Yeah, there it is on the gold, which is excellent. There's a little bit of an elo advantage for Trich, right? We're at 1800 versus Pete 1660, but we did see Haida Wolf a 1600 take out a 1900 with this strat. So all is possible, and I love the donjon's already out. Like you said, it's 50 food for a sergeant. Some gold cost as well. I forget what that is. Can't
Hmm.
say that off the top of my head.
Look at the TC just not working, right? He knows what he needs to do. Just don't spend food. Get up to Castle Age as quickly as possible, and
Hmm.
he's got enough food now. Just needs to wait for the gold to be dropped off. 22 villagers and a dream, and that dream is Castle Age. That dream is sergeants. He's also going to need to afford the armor for the sergeants. Without the armor, the sergeants are a lot weaker. We can see Trich behind this is walling up, and I wonder if those are palisade walls. Okay, he's not going to be spending his stone on stone walls there.
All right, we had a little bit of controversy that we have Pete in the chat, but we've been informed that the game is over, so no spoilers, Pete, no spoilers. But your strategy, you seem to be following the Sicilian strategy really, really good, really,
Mhm.
really well. We like it. 1 minute 50 seconds before those sergeants get a crazy buff, and look, they're already moving across the map.
Yep, and he's producing them, and he's not making bills either. Pete is just coming forward here. Pete's a little bit housed. I'm wondering where where did the stone from yellow go? Does he have a market? Where did that stone go? He's only got 8 in the bank. Did he make a tower somewhere? Okay, market. That makes sense.
I think, yeah, I think he sold it because he wants to get up to Castle
But how do you
ASAP.
end up with 8? maybe he mined 8 after selling 200? That must be it. Yes, okay, we've done the math. He
Okay,
mined
he's
8. I
mine.
was so confused. I was like, I was double thinking everything I
You
knew
know what it
about this
was?
game.
Maybe he wanted to just build this wall that that woman's making right now, and he
Yeah,
just made his town center go
yeah, maybe.
to that stone thing, and then just forgot
Yeah,
about it. Um,
there is a villager forward here, and the sergeants are coming, and these sergeants are going to get a big upgrade. We can take a look at the unit now as that villager is forward. Take a look at these stats, folks. This is a unit with 3 pierce armor, 3 melee armor. He's got 75 HP. He's got 8 attack and the ability to make dungeons if you have the stone. There's a siege workshop from
there's
Pete. Pete is not screwing around here.
It's bold, it's beautiful. Trit doesn't see it. Completely in the dark here. But a minute
Yep.
and a half, he's going to be in Castle Age. What would be his best play versus these sergeants?
I think a few step lancers from your one
Mm-hmm.
stable, and then honestly, I think you should probably add in a monastery to go for monks. Now, the monks won't be very helpful against the siege, but the monks can heal up your step lancers, and the monks can convert the sergeants. And the sergeants are equally powerful in your hands as they are in Pete's hands, right? And he's going to have a very limited number of those. So I think that should be the play for him. He could also go for another TC potentially on the stone to start gathering that, maybe work his way towards a castle. You just have to worry about this snowballing. The longer you hold out this pressure, the better, because you know your opponent probably doesn't have a great eco, and we can see that idle TC time there from Pete really racking up.
Well, he knows the strategy here. 23 villagers and not one more, but he seems to say, no, we're going to make one more. Okay. This is
That ram
interesting
is a
because
threat. You can garrison those things in that ram. That's a threat, Ellie.
I'm a little bit nervous. If I'm the Mongol player right now, I'm shaking in my space boots.
Why didn't he make a few step lancers? He has the stables and the step lancers forward into the eco from your opponent.
It seems like he's playing this like if he would be a Goth, like first against Goths and Huskarls are coming in, and you're like, oh, what's good versus Huskarls, and then you're trying to convert them, I guess. Maybe that's the plan.
I
But
think
look,
he's just maybe a little too busy. He's trying to not die.
they're
Damn.
they're in the wood line, and oh yeah. Okay, I think a conversion from one will
Hmm.
come in, and it's a full HP one, so or a higher HP one, so that's really nice for him. He just needs
Yeah.
to make sure the monk doesn't die because that monk could be very valuable in healing up the army and then maybe converting some more. But Pete right now is in such a great position with military, like that he's all over the place and forcing villagers to come chase that ram. The efficiency for the Mongol player, I don't think I've ever seen it so low, 6%.
Yeah, that's only last minute though. So we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. I think Trich has done a really good job to defend. The only thing I would add is the step lancers. But we saw how brutal this was for players last week, right? And the conversions are coming in. The Mangonel is going to be sniped down by that sergeant without any value gained. And
I
the
mean,
eco behind for Pete is still terrible. It's awful. He's got 26 villagers right now. He's been, just kind of inefficiently working away on the berries. His villagers are now running out of berries at the back, so they'll be coming forward. And it's every sergeant that gets converted is a huge loss for him. Massive loss. Goes for a second TC, actually, Ellie. He's going to expand his eco
ooh,
now. Okay.
4 on food, and he's going for another town center. Is Pete abandoning this?
No, I think Pete might just be trying to make it as messy as possible for yellow and then adding villagers behind here. He really needs his farm count up to do that, but he does have 11 on gold and he does have a market, so you can always buy the food if you really need to. Converted sergeants hanging around that siege workshop. Monks is not a play that Mongols want to be on for very long. They have like the worst monk tech tree in the game, or second worst. I can't remember exactly. But a second TC now coming up from yellow, and this game is starting to stabilize a little bit.
The stone is getting mined. He's building a town center in that area, so I think Castle would be great for defense for his base anyway, and then pumping out his best unit. We'll
Mhm.
take it.
I think yellow now has to realize that like the all-in push has stopped, right? Doesn't see the sergeant production. Kind of has to focus on the eco now. Only 4 on food for him as well. 7 on food for Pete currently. Um, and both players are just gonna try and expand their eco as much as they can. If he can comfortably get into Mangadai, that's great. But I would expect to see some step lancers being added in once that food economy catches up, and then you just kind of run around and try and snipe as many villagers as possible.
Yeah, the monks are rolling out to pick up those relics. Cha-ching. There it is. Gorgeous. Slowly but surely, those converted sergeants are picking away at that siege workshop, so I think it'll be over soon, right? Will be put
Yep.
out of its misery
Yeah,
very, very soon.
the push is done for sure. The push is done, and now you're building up towards the late game. And if you're Pete, you're probably thinking like Halbert Cavalier would be fairly good against the Mongols, especially with Sicilians taking less bonus damage. You know, it could be a good solution to the Magadai if you get there, but you're a long way away. You're gonna need at least 2 more TCs. You're gonna need at least like 10 more on farms in the next few minutes, probably 40 more on farms total to get to that composition. So it's a long road. Lots of game to go.
Yeah, wheelbarrow coming in for our Mongol players, so I would say, yeah, he dealt with that push quite well, stabilizing, no longer mining any stone. So I think his castle plans have been uh postponed, let's say it that way. And he's not really making anything. It seems like he's just booming away on adding a third town center. Interesting.
Yep, that's what he needs to do, right? He's recognized that the push has stopped. Doesn't need Mangadai right away. It would be too big of an investment to take away from his economy, and he's gonna go for some step lancers here. So okay,
Step
just
lancers are always a great choice.
according to the plan. So the step lancers come forward, they pick away at the eco. There's not really going to be anything but a donjon and some TCs to support the or defend the economy rather from Pete. So maybe the step lancers can find some value even underneath that donjon over there. And Pete will be trying to expand. Trich will be trying to expand. I can't believe this has gone to a long game. I thought these Sicilian all-in games would just result in feudal age victory. But we're going pretty deep into this one, and this might extend well into the Imperial Age. That house going down is going to be annoying for Pete. He's actually housed right now, but he's
So
going for another
what do you
TC.
'cause the Sicilian strategy is very, very strong. We've seen it
Yeah,
very like devastating. What do you think Trit did right, or do you think Pete made some flaws?
I think Pete went in under the TC, which was a huge mistake with the sergeants, right? He didn't use his ram properly. There was only one monk there from Trich. He could have just taken out that sergeant right away with his own. He didn't do that. He was just kind of wandering around underneath the TC. Pete did the initial build up nicely, but here comes the siege workshop here from Trich,
Mm-hmm.
and this Step Lancer's coming in, unfortunately meeting the TC, and he's gonna die.
Well, I think also when Pete lost his own mangonel that did no damage whatsoever. That was a little painful. So now let's see what Tritch can do with his siege workshop. I'm assuming he's going to be building a mangonel very soon. And there it is. And our Sicilian player, he's picking up fletching because he knows the town centers are going to have to offer him a little bit more protection. And he's got 4 of them, so I think his eco should be quite all right. But
Mhm.
these villagers looking suspicious,
He's going to stone there. Maybe think about a forward castle. Doesn't
I
know the
think.
state of his opponent's economy, right? And he lost 2 step lancers under that TC. So that was a little bit of a throw. Imagine he had 8 step lancers right now instead of 6. You'd feel a lot more confident in that. But the Mangonel coming forward. Okay. Step Lancers behind. Okay. Converted Sergeants coming as well. He's got 5 of those. Okay. Looking interesting.
Mm-hmm. Pete also has almost enough stone for a castle. So that will be great. Obviously, no player is close to Imperial just yet. I don't know. I think we need more
Oh,
farms.
don't build that! Oh, he's Sicilians.
Oh.
Okay, it might go up. It might go up. I was thinking the mangonel shots were shooting, right?
I mean,
And
they're
didn't get
shooting,
the
and now
foundation. Oh, man.
those convert. Oh my gosh, our Mongol player has so many sergeants. Our Sicilian has big zip. All right, that castle. How much HP is it on? I think it should come up very very soon. It's going.
The castle the castle's up because of Sicilians. That's the only reason the castle is up. But Pete literally just threw 20 villagers, if not
Oh
more,
my
to get
gosh.
that castle up. It's so ambitious. There was mangonels firing on your TC, and you still went for the castle there. Pete had absolute belief in the Sicilians. Unfortunately for him, they no longer build 100% faster. They build 50% faster. Now our Mongols player is on the way to Imperial Age with enough stone for a castle of their own, and the castle will go up on the
Mm-hmm.
hill, which means Pete's castle, once an Imperial, will go down quite quickly to the Trebs, and this should be a win for the Mongols over the Sicilians. The strat loses again for the second time that we've watched. This strat will go down.
I don't know how many
So
funerals we're gonna have to have for all those villagers that passed away, but that was crazy. 31 deaths for the Sicilian. I feel like most of them were at this castle here. Very, very tragic. Yeah, so it went up, but at what cost? And now there's some more raids with these step lancers. So beautiful pressure. The Mongol castle, it should be up in a heartbeat, and we'll see those trebuchets coming out. And the Sicilian with one sergeant, I don't know if there's anything he'll be able to do against
nothing.
that push.
I think the only possibility to come back in this game is to send villagers forward and make a castle in Yellow's face. Just make it messy. But other than that, even that is rough. Even that, if you get it up, is a terrible position to be in. This position right here is untenable. There's nothing he can do in Castle Age. He's gonna have to make his way up to Imperial Age, but by the time he clicks up, his opponent's already gonna be there. His castle's gonna go down. His step lancers are gonna be in his eco, and there's enough resources here for Yellow to even click Elite Step Lancer once he gets to Imperial Age.
Well, I mean, yeah, Imperial 10 seconds away. There is another defensive castle for Pete, but I feel like the Mongol player already an imp, already gonna have Trebs coming out very soon. There they are. He's in a really, really nice position, and with those step lancers, they're gonna be elite in just 45 seconds. I mean, he is gonna be fine. Healing up. Look, he's got all 5 relics. The monks are now totally on uh ambulance duty. I don't know. What's the first aid duty? There you go.
Healing, I don't know. Heal Squad. That's what we call them. Heal
The heal
Squad.
squad.
5 relics is sick though. 5 relics is really, really good, and that means he has a lot of map control. We see something as the step lancers push in. There's also something going up in the top
I was
corner
gonna
of the
say,
map.
what's being built up in the
There,
top?
there is a purple dot in the very north of the map, and we just have to know. Like, is that a
A
house?
stable.
Stable. Okay. More stables. Okay. First
Okay.
Crusade coming in, Ellie. First Crusade for a
Okay.
Sicilian player.
There is gonna. So this is something he's gonna get. What is it? It's no. It's 5 from 5 town
It's
centers now.
5 from 5, yeah.
Yeah.
It's quite bad.
So there.
There they are, though. There they are, and he's coming forward with them. He's going to try and take out the monks and try and take out the trebuchet as well. They don't do very well against elite step lancers, but he's trying his best.
Well, this is going to be suboptimal for sure underneath the castle that's on a hill, mind you. But there are some monks coming to assist those Mongol step lancers. That's going to make the situation even worse. But villagers, look at all these villagers
The
attacking
treb
those
doesn't even
monks.
go down. The treb doesn't even go down. What is the HP on that trebuchet? Please show us. That was so close to dying. 28 HP. Treb will continue working away on that castle. It does kill it. Step Lancer's killing the villagers now. Villagers finally do clear up one of those monks, but we look at the Eco KD right now. 63 to 1. 63 to 1. If nothing else, Pete has done a fantastic job just making villagers from his town centers, because that's incredible that he's lost 68, 69 villagers.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. And knights are
Oh,
being flooded
yay.
out from the north, so he's going to try and get some of those back.
Well, it seems
Right?
like there's a hole there in that base from the stone, so maybe Tritch won't notice. But right now, these step lancers, or no, there's not a hole. Was I blind? It looks like
There's
there's a
about to
hole,
be
but it's a
soon. The wall's up behind. Nice job.
okay.
Good
Well,
job.
I feel like if they just waltzed on in there, nothing contesting these trebuchets right now. Another castle that's even deeper in Pete's base here. It's falling apart here, and I know Pete's in the chat watching this happen. You know, it stings a little bit, but you tried your best. The
Mhm.
Mongol, those step lancers, just a different breed.
I think it was the monks that won this game. I really like the idea of him going for a monastery, right? Against the he used the market really, really quickly. He got that up super fast. He went for the full walls. He knew exactly what the strategy was. And then he went for monks immediately in the castle age. He could have added in step lancers to go for some raids, but he was fully focused on defense. And I think the key there was that Pete kind of took a couple bad fights early with the sergeants. If he had just focused on denying the gold, denying the wood line, pushing up the buildings with the ram rather than going right under the TC immediately, it could have ended up differently for him. But he was forced to abandon the push because the sergeants were converted and try and reboom behind. And that's just not optimal for this strategy. You go all in for a reason. You want to kill them in the early castle age or in feudal age. It just didn't happen.
Well, I'd like to rewind when you were like, "Oh, I hope he's not making too many monks. Monks for Mongols are garbage." It's still a great unit to convert others, right? And we love to see some unexpected plays. Sometimes playing a civ to a different strategy works out for the best.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just trying to boost the Mongols because, the Mongol.
You're trying to boost the Mongols? We've had a
Yeah.
bazillion Mongols games. What are we trying to boost them towards?
To infinity and beyond.
Okay, so we will go to our leaderboard here. That is the third win for TRM, and we can see a loss making its way in there for Pyro. Mangadai mixing in a loss there, and he's the only player here that has played 4 games already. Pete mixing in a loss as well. And at the top, we have Wolf once again on a run. 1638, but he's making it look easy. In scale, there are another 1800 player. He's at 3 wins as well, but TRM still continues to be our favorite. Okay, so our next match is going to be Wolf versus InScale. So
Ooh,
13,
so
1638
second
versus
and third,
1800. Yep. And Wolf has overcome bigger ELO differences last week. And our game is ready here. Wolf versus InScale. And surprise, surprise, Ellie, we have a Mongol mirror matchup. Fun.
Oh my goodness. You know, Mongols are fantastic civ. Some might even say I'm a bit of a Mon gal.
Okay.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right.
Well, in scale, Mongols, Wolf Mongols. We like it. I foresee scouts and lots of them. Is that a crazy take? Is that a hot take?
I think you have to open scouts with Mongols, right? You have to. It's the follow up, and when you add the range, that is the question. If you open range, you can, but I think it's a little bit of a throw. You're not utilizing the mobility. You're basically stuck at your own base for a very long time. However, with how close these players are, and if they scout each other early enough, you could even see maybe a drush or men at arms push, which is not super common with Mongols. But look at how close they are. both on the same side of the map, about a screen away from each other. If they're
Lots
not too
of
busy
gold.
pushing deer, they can find each other early and go for that.
Yeah, and lots of gold on that side of the map.
Mhm.
So
That is very, very close. Oh my goodness, and they're both open on the side facing each other, right? Like Wolf will have a back gold, but his main one is forward. His boar is even forward there. It's gonna be tough, but I think they're gonna spend so much time pushing in the deer, they won't actually realize where each other is until they've clicked up to feudal age.
of course, I think both players are just really focused on getting those deer in there
Mhm.
and trying to get them as soon, trying to get up to feudal to get those scouts out ASAP. Low Elo Nobody, thank you for gifting us subscriptions to the Digitech Playground channel. Appreciate the support. Big, big thank you. Also to our admin there, Patty, our
Patty
production team head.
and our
Mhm.
observer as well, and our admin team behind the scenes, you know? It's a good effort being put in here, and we'll see the results of it at the LAN event. Second boar being brought in here from Wolf. He did not go for the Sicilian strategy. He was the one who first pioneered that in these qualifiers, and maybe he hasn't gone for it because he's not desperate enough, right? Maybe he feels like he could just beat in scale playing meta. Who knows?
It looks like yeah, Heidelwolf pushing the last and final deer, and then he'll maybe go on for the scouting. Probably as a reminder, Mongols do have that +2 line of sight on their scouts, and in scale picking up loom. Now with Mongols, it's a mixed bag. Sometimes players get loom, sometimes players don't. In this case, I feel like is loom advised?
If I would say as soon as you get to feudal age, loom is advised. There's the feudal age right there for in scale. He's going to go up quick, and I just wonder which way Heidelwolf is going to go up 20 population. Ooh, Heidelwolf is so cute. Is he just going
Oh.
FC? Is my man just going FC? He's walling around the goal there. I think he might be. I think Heidelwolf might be mixing up the strategies here. I like it if he can survive. I will be interested to see which way in scale goes with this scout. Wolf is just kind of hanging around his own base to defend, and he is playing fast castle. In scale might go to the left instead of going towards Wolf's base initially,
Mhm.
which might buy Wolf a little bit of time.
Exactly. So he will maybe get a little bit more time. But Heidelwolf, once again, does have a little bit of a elo disadvantage, right? He's a 1600 playing up against InScale, who's an 1800 plus player.
Mhm.
So I like this play that he's doing a little bit, something a little bit unexpected. And we get that wing surrounding the gold and the wood line
Look at it.
very small walled. I mean, he should be safe versus scouts for a little bit.
Look at InScale. He sees the secondary gold. He's like, oh, he's near here. And then he goes the opposite direction because it's very unlikely that his opponent will be over there. But he does see the relic and he does see the neutral deer. So that should tell him that the base is actually to the right. And that's nice scouting there from InScale as he finds the stone. And he's got to be wondering, like, why is my opponent not up yet? This has to be an FC. It's going to be confirmed in probably 30 seconds, a minute from now. His opponent still isn't up. His opponent is going for many walls. It's got to be a fast castle attempt. And I say
So he's
attempt because it's only 22 villagers here for Heidelwolf. So it's a very,
So
ooh.
he's gonna be going up with a market blacksmith then? No racks? Nothing to produce spears from? That
It
is
might no,
oh
it
never
might
mind.
be a barracks with a stable because he's gonna want the step lancers,
Mhm.
right? He's gonna want the
Mhm.
step lancers.
Okay, I was worried. I didn't see that racks go down and then yeah, going up naked FC when
It
you're gonna
is
have scouts. But in scale, I
yep.
think you're right.
Good adaptation from InScale, right? He sees that there's no click up from Wolf. He hasn't produced any scouts yet. He saw the walls and he goes for a market of his own. So he's going to try and balance his economy a little bit. However, he wasn't building towards this from the beginning.
Mhm.
So It'll be really, really tough for him to make it to Castle Age on time. Wolf goes for the stable. Wolf has made some mistakes here. Maybe went up a little bit too early. Doesn't have enough wood for the market that he's going to need to buy the food that he's going to need to click up to Castle Age.
It's a
Really
little
tough
bit of
position.
a patchwork build from Wolf. We're trying to make do with what we have. He
Mhm.
does have the resources for the market. Here it goes, and I guess it's going to force him to make a few more villagers. So he's also making some adaptations to his game plan. In scale, he's doing a great job of just reading the map and knowing that, okay, my opponent's going to go FC. He's already made walls. My scouts aren't going to do anything. He's got the market as well. He's sold. He was first to sell, so he's getting slightly better prices at the market. And he's going to be up at the same time, if not. Okay, never mind. Not faster, but similar time. The
Yep.
market was used. Castle has
He
been clicked.
he does have more scouting, right? He's got more knowledge of his opponent. He's got that wood upgrade, which has been working away for a long time here. And he wasn't as panicked with the walls as Wolf. So I wonder if we can show the total res collected maybe um, on the little capture age logo to the left of the mini map. You can click on that and then see if the total statistics. There it is. And res collected. If we go to economy at the top, we should be able to see, and that'll show us the discrepancy there. So InScale is not too far ahead, Ellie. He's not too far ahead at all, but he is ahead right now.
Just by a hair
Mhm.
on his chinny chin chin. Mr. Wolf, 1 minute to wait before he's in Castle Age. He's made 2 stables. So we are sensing Step Lancer energy.
Step Lancer energy, and why not, right? What else would you be doing this for? He's even getting Bloodlines. I think Bloodlines is a mistake. Yeah, he cancels it.
He
It's
cancels
good.
it, yeah.
You need that res for Step Lancers, and you need it for the attack upgrades as well. If all goes to plan here for Wolf, he doesn't want to be taking engagements against military. He wants to be sniping villagers with his faster castle age time, but he hasn't accounted for the fact that his opponent might be going FC himself. And there's the step lancers right there. There's the wood upgrade. There's the farm upgrade. And still 7 on food. This is really, really tight. It's really, really tight build for Wolf. In scale, gonna run into the same problems, but I think in scale's economy is set up just slightly better than Wolf's is.
Well, we see that blacksmith coming up, which will be nice to get some upgrades at some point in time. But yeah, I think in scale, he's doing a great job of getting like I don't think he's short for any resources, right? I mean, it seems to be well balanced. He says is the wood line in some pain, in some worry, but it's just one scout. So nice damage from Wolf to get one scout, and like all the villagers from the wood line and the berries were idle for a split second. Step Lancers, though, going to be able to poke and prod through this palisade wall with relative ease. So I love the
Mhm.
walling behind that. And they're both going for Step Lancers, but Wolf has a little bit of an advantage in the numbers.
Yeah, and that's because of his faster uptime, right? But now he's struggling to produce. He's getting forging right now. Both players still producing villagers, and Wolf actually has the villager advantage. However, more farms are being placed here from in scale, so he's starting to get his food production ramped up, and he's already got 5 step lancers of his own. Wolf takes some good early engagements, though, still controlling the middle hill, and both players still only with 1 step lancer in the queue. These economies are so bare bones. It's so hard to produce units on these.
Well, no one's adding any town centers because both players have sold their stones, sold their souls to get to castle ASAP. So you're right. Food economy is going to be a little tight. Horse collar at least is in for the Mongol player, so his farms are going to last a little bit longer. In
Which Mongol
scale,
player?
well, the one with horse collar.
Horse collar's in for the one with horse collar. Heard it here first, folks.
Yep. Ooh, getting some town patrol. Is this because he was housed? Yes. Yes, it
I
was.
like the production from Wolf. He got the farm set up behind a little bit faster than in scale, it turns out. and he's still got a step lancer advantage, and he's got enough step lancers now where if he gets into the eco, he's one-shotting Vils. So InScale is doing the right thing going for house walls behind the palisades because the palisades aren't smart enough. But he's going to be running out of resources in this tiny little area soon enough. And there's still 10 step lances he has to be worried about.
Hmm. Yeah, he's gonna need a house wall behind all of this, and I think he's done with his berries, so that's excellent news for him. Yeah, no one is mining any stone, so I doubt we'll see Mangai. Do you think the Mangai switch will make sense for the step lancers at some point in time?
At some point, I mean, Magadai is what you always want to get into
Mm-hmm.
as Mongols, right? But that's like 25 minutes in the
Yeah,
future.
that's way later. Right now, I think the goal is just to keep pumping out your step lancers and trying to get some harassment in. I think Haidewolf would be in a position also come forward with a siege workshop, but I think like that
That's
hill.
really bad against step lancers, though. Like siege is the worst thing you can make against them, I think.
Well, we need to do something versus the buildings, do we not?
Yeah, but I
Like,
mean,
do you think
at
step
this
lancers
point,
will
you're
do that?
actually ahead. So Heidelwolf doesn't need to do anything. The only thing he's behind on is bloodlines, right? He's got a
Mm,
better eco. He can see the entire economy from InScale. He's controlling the map right now. InScale is now buying food to keep his TC running and adding a monastery, which might be decent against the step lancers. But Heidelwolf's still pressuring at the back, getting bloodlines right now and working away on that market. That market's dying really quickly.
that's a lot of step lancers. That's a lot of action. It's just that I'm looking at Haidewolf's production.
Mhm.
Okay, now he's making some villagers. I was gonna say, why is he idling? 14 on food maybe is a little bit tight to get upgrades and make villagers and step lancers. So maybe he can expand there at some point in time. But
That's a good
okay.
fight for Heidelwolf.
The-
That's a really good fight for Heidelwolf. He started on the hill, and InScale is throwing big time taking this. Why are you still engaging here? I don't understand. Why are we still engaging here? That is a giant throw for InScale. Heidelwolf, our lower rated player, absolutely demolishing the army from InScale. Equal upgrades except for forging, which might have actually swung that battle. The hill definitely had an impact too. And Heidelwolf is ahead 12 step lancers to 4.
Oh boy, I don't know if these three villagers can out repair that little house. Oh, they're running away. Other villagers are coming forward. It's a little bit bizarre. Oh, okay, that one villager though, he's not gonna make it. Oh.
Oh, InScale is going to be kicking himself here, Ellie. I mean, didn't wall behind that initial house, took that bad fight at the back. You know, he adapted so well early, but now just struggling so much. And the monks are trying to convert the step lancers forward. Going to be chasing after those, but still held into this tiny little circle. And that wood line is getting closer and closer to being able to be ranged by the step
Mm-hmm.
lancers over the trees. So it's really rough. Heidelwolf also going for a second TC. Heidelwolf is playing this really, really well.
Beautiful. I mean, the monks are trying to do what they can. Don't think any conversions. Oh, maybe one. Yeah, one conversion comes in from that monk safe in the base. But the numbers for Heidelwolf are certainly there. I think also we're getting to a point where maybe some more upgrades from the blacksmith will be necessary. I mean, InScale has got nothing, no
Mhm.
upgrades whatsoever. So even if he has good numbers, at least Heidelwolf has his forging upgrade, which is something. But all right, this wood line going to be harassed. Not much defense from InScale, just the walls.
No, he's got one step lancer. That's it. Two step lancers now, and the monks keep dying. The market went down, which is devastating, although he doesn't have any resources to sell right now, but that could have helped him out during that push. And there's the second TC. Heidelwolf. Okay, I love the fact you're adding a second TC. Can we please put more than one villager on it? Please. There's a
Uh,
third TC right there. Please put more than one vill on this.
oh my goodness. A third TC on stone, so we now is the time for those castles. I feel like in the next few minutes, Heidel's plans. Maybe you know what? Forward castle drop. He's in a great position to do so. InScale has not much at home. If the situation doesn't change, I feel like a very aggressive castle could end the game on the
It
only town
could,
center from InScale.
but like if you're in Heidelwolf's position, and you know you're winning, do you want to open up a door for your opponent to potentially come back with a failed castle? I don't think so, right? You want to just drop that castle at home and start adding in Magadai. I don't think there's really any need to go forward with that. You just keep adding in step lancers and picking away your opponent's eco, and you're fine. I'm actually surprised that these step lancers are coming back. Guess he's just trying to de-aggro the conversions and then push up again, or maybe pull this army out of position.
Maybe Hidewolf should add a couple of scouts for those monks, just one or two. They should be faster than the step lancers.
Yeah, he's
Can run
taking them
away.
out anyway. At this point, I don't think he cares. I
All
think
right.
he's just
Well,
gonna,
there's that option as well.
yeah, he's just gonna take him out, and he's gonna do really well holding the middle of the map. And we can see the eco advantage for him is already there, right? He's got the farm upgrade. Of course, he's had this whole time. 55 villagers gets 45, 3 TCs now against 1 TC. I mean, Hidewolf upsetting once again, and he's at this rate probably going to go 4-0 in the Swiss stage, which is incredible.
I mean, he knew he was on the back foot at the start of the game, so he went for something a little unusual. Didn't open scouts, went straight for the FC.
This Hidewolf guy is probably my favorite player in these brackets. I don't know. He's just every time we watch him, it feels like an upset. And once again, it's another upset. In scale was the 1800 player. Hidewolf was the 18 or 1630 player, and he played really well there. He went for the FC attempt, and he got there in time. His opponent adapted quite well to go fast castle himself, but then the step lancer production was there for Hidewolf. I think one big mistake other than that fight, which was a massive mistake InScale made. InScale actually got bloodlines, and we saw Hidewolf queue up bloodlines and then cancel it on the way to Castle Age. So that meant that he could afford more step lancers, and you saw him with that advantage all the way through Castle Age.
Mm-hmm.
So that was really, really solid from him. We're actually going to make our way into a Grumpy match pretty much instantly here. And we'll have to get the elos of these two guys. But great performance from Hidewolf. Once again, upsetting the bracket. And InScale is going to have to make it work in the bracket stage.
Well, we're in for a treat. Love these Sims.
And oh, Bulletchin's brother, Ruff, who I've met in person. He's a very nice gentleman. He's a scholar as well. And he's playing as
Aww.
Ethiopians against Benoisu. Benoisu, I think, as the Mayans.
Benoisu. I love Mayans. Mayans are really, I don't know, they're just so good, right? Maybe not as good as they were back in their heyday, but still very, very strong civilization. Getting that extra villager at the start, I feel like is really perfect, especially if you are at a lower elo. It's just a nice little pick me up, which is great. It encourages you to get loom really early on, and then you feel you have a little bit more safety. So I think Mayans, a nice beginner civilization.
Yep. And Ruff with the Ethiopians maybe likes the faster firing archer speed, maybe likes the extra res that you get when you advance to the next stage, maybe is a big Shotel guy. Who knows? We see a little bit of a rough start for both of them. 17 seconds LTC for Benoisu. We've got 25 seconds LTC time for Ruff. So he's already missing out on a villager, but there was a pause there in the beginning of the game. So what do you think our Mayans players go? Oh, okay, Loom. Mayans have Loom, Ellie. That's why they're a nice beginner civilization. You
It's
get
a
Loom at the
nice
beginning.
beginner too. I'm telling you, really, really great for these kinds of sticky situations. But both players are 900, right? There are 20 elo apart, so that's one game almost on the ladder. So we have to lower our expectations in terms of, speed, reactions, not idling that TC. But I foresee both players maybe doing a fast castle into crossbows.
Fast castle into crossbows. Okay.
I think so.
I
That's
would
my
love
that's
to see that. I think that would be a far more consistent strategy if you had the build down than what I think we're gonna see, which is an attempted archer rush from both of them, I would suspect. And I think they're gonna be in feudal age for a little bit too long. But that's just my experience watching games at this level, right? Everyone wants to try the same builds as the pros. Um, and ooh, look at, is that wood line connected or is there a hole there?
I don't
There's a
know, but if
hole,
it's
right?
connected, that's a really nice, I mean, beautiful, beautiful protection here. The wood lines, he's got some nice defensive forward ones, and he's got some nice back wood lines. Well, I mean, defensive as in like they're walling him in. So
Oh,
that's
rough
great.
trying to get the eagle there. Does the eagle try and snipe a villager? Or does it just runs right past? Might be auto eagle. Maybe. It's going for the corner, Ellie. It's going straight for the corner.
It looks like an auto scout if we ever saw one. But hey, what a great auto scout to just have found that town center. So right now, Benosu, Benousu, I don't know, maybe I'm feeling some French vibes, but maybe not.
Benoisu. Benoisu. I don't know.
Benoist, one, Banoisu, I don't know. We've got him in a nice position with at least some information on the map. Ruff, is he doing some auto scouting as well? Or
That
did he
scout,
stick there?
that's auto scout. Look at the way it made a beeline for the corner, and now it's covering every single unexplored area here. That is classic auto scout right there.
Perfect. Well, you know what? Auto scouts are going to be doing work. They're going to be putting in that work. Idle time. Okay, looks like a minute, 45 seconds there. So both losing some villagers by not producing them. But hey, four on wood here for the Mayans, six for our Ethiopian. No one's clicked up just yet. Mind you, if you go straight archers, I think usually it's what 21 pop. Has the meta changed too much?
That's that. It's an old build, but it checks out. It's usually
Yeah.
like 20 population now. Everyone tries to cut corners, especially with Ethiopians or Mayans, right? Well, Mayans, it's going to be one population higher because you have that extra
Mhm.
villager. But that is a mining camp. It is a mining camp for Rough. It might be Rough itself with the position of it, but we see a mining camp there for Benoisu as well. And I think both of them are just going to head into archers. And there's the
Yeah.
barracks.
Both on the way to the feudal age. They'll be there. Mr. Ethiopian players can be one villager slower, but okay. He'll also get that nice little extra 100 gold, 100 food, which makes getting fletching, for example, really easy. And we'll have discounted archers versus faster firing archers. Don't
Mm-hmm.
think anyone's going to attempt man at arms.
No, maybe
Yeah.
some eagles, but men at arms are. It's a little bit of a tougher build too. I don't think we'd see that around this level, but maybe the meta's evolved at 900. I've actually never been there, so I don't I don't know if the meta has. I don't know what it
Oh,
was.
okay. Okay. Let's just pretend you didn't also start as default 1K.
I did,
Elo.
and then I immediately won 10 games.
Oh,
and then we were running, Ellie, and then we were
all right,
sprinting.
all right, all right. Just why don't you sprinkle some salt into all of our open wounds already? Here, we'll cry about that later. But hey, check this out. Looks like the Ethiopian player. I mean, am I crazy? Or, I mean, he's got quite a bit of resources. I feel like maybe the dream of an F's. Never mind. The classic building the archery range at the back of your base. Classic. And
He's disoriented. He probably
it,
thinks it's probably what we talked about earlier. He thinks his enemy is to the south of him because
yeah,
yeah, he's disoriented.
I mean, I do that more times than I like to admit. But hey, our Mayan player, he's got his racks forward, and
Hmm.
his archery range is it nowhere to be seen? You know, he's picking up. We are seeing eagles. You know, you called it.
Yep, the eagles here from Benoisu. Feudal age eagles are really not that good. If you get the upgrades for them, they can feel strong. But the problem with them, the biggest problem with these eagles, is the fact that they produce so slowly. Forging is in though, so the villagers can't take the 1v1s there. And Ruff will need to pull those villagers away. He'll need to finish his blacksmith, which he is doing right now. And forging is in. The armor is coming in for the eagles.
Oh
These eagles are
boy.
going to be strong, but there's not going to be very many of them. As we see the scout from Ruff running into the TC, I believe, from Bunoisu. And he gets away. Okay.
Well, he's just gonna zoop on out. The thing is, we do have those 3 villagers queued up for the Mayans, so that's like quite a bit of resources clogged up in there. And he is adding his farms. No eco upgrades for our Mayan, and I feel like at least the wood upgrade is recommended.
Why did Ruff put the second archer range right beside the first archer range at the back of his base? I guess he just knew that the eagles were looping around this way. He was 15 steps ahead the whole time. The eagles are here. The eagles are here, and it's like he planned this all out. He's getting fletching now, sending the archers to the left side of his base, going for a wall over here. The TC is running now, which is good because both players are kind of queuing up a little bit of idle TC time. Over 2 minutes for Benoisu, only a minute and a half for Ruff. But the Eagles have found the hole. There is a hole there,
Oh,
and
there was.
they have upgrades, so they're pretty strong.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if we can get some damage at the wood line. Ruff will be running back to the TC. He does have a nice mass of archers waiting for those eagles. Eagles do have a little bit of extra pierce armor built in, and plus they have the armor. That extra pierce armor doesn't really become too crazy and noticeable until Castle Age. So in Feudal Age, not as strong as they could be. But all right, Mr. Benosu running away.
I really like the position here for Ruff. I mean, he's got the archers. If he goes forward with the archers, the eagles will not be able to fight that. They have fletching now, and there's just not enough eagles, right? And it's only 1 barracks production. So if he goes forward, if he gets in through that wall, it's fantastic. His food eco behind is looking okay. If he goes for a market, he can sell the stone and get up to Castle Age. Meanwhile, Benoisu is just running into production issues. The eagles are so slow to produce, and you can see he's only got 4 of them. It takes forever. If you're going to go feudal age eagles, you need 2 or 3 barracks to make them.
Yeah, it's not like the Aztec eagles where their military buildings produce a little bit faster. Eagles take a long time to produce, and it's extra slow in feudal. Again, come castle, it's a little bit faster, but in the feudal age, definitely a little bit delayed. But both players making really good headway with their required resources into. Oh, hold on. Did Ruff just queue up? No,
He
he
just
made
queued up a
5.
bunch of archers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I queued up a bunch of archers. Wow, I don't know. I feel like unqueue and go up to castle ASAP.
Yeah, but he's gonna keep queuing the archers, and he's gonna be like, damn, I just can't. Where'd my gold go? I just don't know. I just don't know where it's going sometimes. Like this, it's all these subscription services, you know, Ellie? It's like Netflix, and it's like Prime, and it's like all those things just taking gold away. And now he's getting wheelbarrows because he's like, I'll wait for the gold. I'll just simply wait for the gold. It'll come in eventually, and he'll probably queue up more archers.
But you know what? 6 on gold, I feel like is not enough to produce out of 2 ranges nonstop. You usually want what, 7, 8, something like that.
You want 8 for 2 ranges, yeah. Yeah, you want
so
8.
For sure, having 2 villagers or only 6 villagers on gold, but okay, he finally gets the gold that he needs at the sake of some idle time for his archery ranges. So he'll be up in the next. Is it after the 3 vills though? Did he have it queued up after the 3 vills?
And wheelbarrow. Oh, he's Castle Age after wheelbarrow. Okay, he's good. He's good. He's good.
It could have been worse. Could have been worse.
I would have banned him from this chat, and I'm not even a monster. You'd be gone, Ruff. I see you in there. That's good pressure, though. And it's so much more consistent to go for this strategy. He's actually done a really good job with double range production. Only 3 minutes of idle TC time at this level. He's super strong, and he's pressuring the gold. He's cut him off.
That's great. Yeah, our mine is struggling with gold income. He's forced to make that market. Look how much food this man has. Or
Ruff, buddy,
woman.
we're gonna need a house at some point, though. Ruff.
Wild.
I think he's making a house at the front of his base. No, we're gonna Ruff. We're gonna need a house. We've got a minute and 20 seconds before we really need a house. Okay? Just just a minute now before we need a house.
Well, he's lost an archer, so that's gonna give him a little. He's lost two archers, three archers. So hey, that maybe that problem is gonna solve itself.
Yep. Yeah, I guess you just lose enough military and it's fine. The skirmishers for Benoisu not really working out there. He does have fletching, he does have the armor, but only one skirm on the field, one in the queue. And Ruff will make his way over to that wood line. He's going to find the villagers over there and he can potentially kill villagers. There's one. Almost gets a second, not quite. Still needs a house, by the way. We're still requiring a house to be made
I
for
don't
Ruff,
know.
but
I don't know if camels are ever the play versus Mayans.
oh, GG being called from Benoisu. So Benoisu had a lot of food, but no gold. I believe they were on the way up to Castle Age. The
Mm-hmm.
resources automatically go back in the bank when the player resigns. So I believe they had that res, but maybe not. There's no gold in the bank. Maybe they weren't. Maybe they just had 1,800 food. That's crazy.
Well, let me tell you, it looked like our Ethiopian player was ready almost to go to Imperial with the resources he was banking up in there. But well played for Ruff. Great to see that Ethiopian victory. Those archers putting in a lot of work and taking your opponent off of gold. It's quite nice.
I think it's just a way more consistent play, right? The Eagles just produce so strong or so slowly. Benoisu, if you watch this, just make a second barracks next time, and I think you're fine for that type of strategy. It just takes forever for those things to come out, and even the walls weren't enough to stop Ruff because there was no army to counter his archers, and he had good production. Okay, so I think we're going to have a 10-minute break here, and then we're going to make our way into the playoffs. Our Swiss stages are done, so our admins are hard at work behind the scenes, getting all the matchups ready. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Remember, the main event of this is going to be held on October 13th at Herofest in Bern, Switzerland. So if you're able to come, please get a ticket and stop by, or if you're able to watch, it's going to be on the same channel. So thank you, everyone, for staying tuned. We just asked for a 10-minute break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to be making our way into the bracket stage here, but first, let's take a look at our results, basically from our Swiss stage, and we can see right there that TRM is going to be matching up against Big Tom 52. Good luck, Big Tom 52. We're going to need some big plays over there from Tom to beat TRM. Uh, in scale is going to be matching up against Pyro, Wolf versus Schmierkel, which is our first match we're going to watch. And then Trich versus Nengadai as our final quarterfinal. These are going to be best of ones. The semifinal going to be best of ones as well. And then the finals will be a best of three. So we can finally see some other maps other than Arabia. It's going to be hard to match up to our finals from last week. That was an insane Nomad game and an insane Arabia game on that one too. But like I said before, we're going to be starting out with the fan favorite Wolf, who has overcome all of the odds, and we'll be matching up here against Schmergel, which we watched earlier today, actually.
Hmm. We saw both of these players, and I like their play styles. Wolf seems to want to always go for something not meta. I'm wondering if we'll see another little surprise. We'll definitely have to wait for their civilizations, but I remain hopeful.
Mm-hmm. I mean, just keep doing it, right? He did the Sicilian strat last week. He did Mongol FC into Step Lancers, and we should be getting started pretty soon here. As we're looking at these civilizations, and Wolf once again going for the Mongols. Schmiergel playing as the Malay this time, so maybe he thinks he can overcome the fast castle attempt from Wolf with a fast castle of his own, which would be really, really powerful from the Malay. Or maybe we see some sort of infantry push with archers to back it up to punish that sort of play from Wolf. It's going to be interesting here. I know that Wolf is 1638. I think Schmiergel is around 1600 as well. We'll have to double check on the numbers, but he played fairly well in his first game, so he will need to recreate the early form anyway. I know he didn't end up losing that first one, but he'll need to recreate his start from the previous game because I remember his start being fairly decent.
Hmm. Well, you already know I'm a bit of a Mon gal myself, so I don't know if I'm rooting for the Mongol player here, but Malay could certainly be up to some jiggery pokery just because they age up 66% faster. So even though the Mongol can get that really fast uptime,
Yeah, the Malay can
I,
get an even faster one with more
yeah,
villagers, right? Because your
yeah.
TC is producing in the time that's normally spent going up to the next stage. And we look at Schmiergel's map, it's actually a pretty good one. His gold is forward, but he has a wood line that's very safe there, and the berries can be walled off as well. And the stone is safe in the back too. So we will see what strategy he's going to attempt. I would personally love to see a men at arms play from him. I know Wolf, if he really wants to, he's going to get up to the castle age regardless. But doing damage early to the Mongols and nuking their eco so they can only go for like 2 or 3 step lancers rather than the 8 or 10 that we saw the last game he played in can be super powerful.
Mm-hmm. Well, we do have a 15xx versus Wolf, who's a 16xx. So Elo's close. Elo's close. Wolf with a little bit of an Elo advantage this time. So maybe he won't feel like he has to do something a little bit crazier.
Mhm.
Maybe we'll stick more to the meta plays here. And it could be that Schmiergel's the one who surprises us.
Yeah, I mean, he could just go into scouts, right? Wolf. He could just play the same way that everyone is playing with the Mongols. We see him pushing in the deer. The deer are once again very far away from his base, so it's going to take him
Mm.
time and scout his opponent really quickly. They're actually antelope or gazelles or whatever the new deer type of unit is. Is that a gazelle, antelope? It's a gazelle. Okay.
Oh, fancy indeed. But what if, hear me out, what if we see Malay battle Ellies?
Battle elephants. The step lancers would have a big problem dealing with those. So the problem with battle elephants, though, is as soon as your opponent adds a monastery, you're kind of cooked. Like your elephants, they switch sides, and it's a huge swing, right? Wolf actually going up getting Loom now. So he's probably just going to go up 17 population and play this meta. And now the question is around what Schmiergel will do. What is he
Hmm.
cooking in there? Is it going to be men at arms? Is it going to be archers? He could go scouts as well if he really wants to, but you're always going to be behind on the numbers versus the
Well,
Mongols.
didn't Heidelwolf forget Loom last time in Lost in Villagers, or am I attributing that to
No, no,
in
that was someone else.
Was that
That
Trit?
was Trich. Yep. Yep.
Okay, okay. Well, it's an easy thing for Mongols to forget Loom, but Heidelwolf getting it before clicking up, so that's great news for him. He knows that the Malay player could be up super early as well, so it's a great tech to have
This
for your
eco
villagers.
is going to be terrible for Schmiergel. So he's gone up 18 population with Malay. He's going to have 17 villagers, but because of the faster age up time, he's not going to have any resources in the bank. And this might just be age up into eco upgrades for him. But now adding the walls, like, where is the military going to come from?
He
Maybe like a feudal age and defensive tower eco upgrades? This is so bad.
Yeah, and that one villager at the wood line not working feels really painful. Not having a Rax to pump out spears to deal with potential Mongol scouts that you just know are going to be coming. It's
Mhm.
a rough spot to be in.
It is, and it's just like he saw he had the resources to click up. He went up with the melee, and then you find yourself in this position where you don't have enough resources to build the barracks or the stable or anything. He's actually laming the goats. That's a great job there from Schmiergel, at least using the faster and more powerful scout from the early feudal age to do something there. And he's going to spot the stable from Heidewolf. He knows now that it's feudal pressure, and there's the barracks from Schmiergel. Still doesn't have the farm upgrade, but does have the wood upgrade, and will now be making his way into a stable of his own. What is the play for Schmiergel here? Is it archer range? Is it stable? He's adding in a building. Don't know what it is yet. It's a stable. Okay, so scouts versus scouts. Spearman production is happening for both players too. But Heidewolf, as we suspected, if Malay goes scouts, the Mongols will be ahead on scout numbers.
For sure. He's already has two on the field, two more in the chamber. And Schmiergel as Malay does lack bloodlines. So if this does become a little bit more drawn out in the feudal age, I mean, we'll be able to get the +1 attack and +1 defense, and that will match the Mongol tech tree. But not having bloodlines could be a really big disadvantage there if this
Mhm.
goes into a drawn out feudal. However, that gold is a problem.
Yep.
I mean,
And he'll need to secure that with military, basically. You need military on the field, then you can stretch out for the gold. I like the walling attempt. If he finishes it to the wood line, it's huge. And he's got a spearman over there. So solid play from Schmiergel here. Scouts and spearmen hanging around, knows that he has a scout disadvantage. So he's just going to keep the villagers safe until the walls are up. Would also love to see walls eventually come up in front of the TCs so the scouts just can't run straight inside. But now that the wall is almost complete, he moves forward with the scouts, and the scouts from Heidewolf basically unable to do any damage. And because of that melee faster uptime, Schmiergel is actually ahead by a villager and a bit. So the eco is a little bit better for him.
well, there you go. So let's see if Mr. Schmiergel can get a little bit of counter damage here. The berries are defended by a spear, but on the wrong side. So it will take a little bit of time for him to get there. In the meantime, does one villager get killed? Just weakened. Okay, keep the scouts moving. I like it. Heidewolf is also kind of working on his walls, but obviously Schmiergel a little bit better off there. Managing to pick off a scout feels good there. And well, Heidewolf is entering the gold market.
Yeah, Heidewolf sending a few vills out to gold, thinking maybe about that transition to Castle Age, but the scouts are at the back here. Villagers should be able to defend themselves. Scout's now working well on the farm villagers, and he's just looking for any opportunities. And now there's the spearman hit from Heidewolf. So Schmiergel will need to back up here. There's a 3 spearmen defending the base at home for Heidewolf, which is fantastic. We have 5 scouts on the field, which is more than our Mongols player. But still, with the spearman getting these hits in, he should be fine to defend, and he can even keep continuing to take those berries. So good build up here from Heidewolf. Schmiergel is still ahead by a villager. has more idle TC time there, so it's just a straight villager advantage. And the villager making the archer range has been discovered. That should be a kill if Haida
Oh,
Wolf has good micro. It's a kill. Nice job.
it,
It's a really, really good job there from Haida Wolf to take out that villager. And Schmiergel running out of berries now will need to come forward for that gold. More scouts just kind of wandering around from him.
what do you think about that defense upgrade for the Malay player?
Oh, for the spearman. Well, that's the
Mm-hmm.
automatic upgrade, right? They get that immediately upon reaching Feudal Age and Castle Age and Imp. Another new
Well,
one.
that's a nice one. That's a nice one. You know, like Koreans get the archer armor,
Yeah.
Malay get the infantry. Why not? Ooh, big wall here for Haida Wolf. But you know what? With one spear, two spears, I think he'll be able to defend it. And look at his resources. This man, very close to castle.
Yeah, and Schmirgel was delayed off the gold, right? Like we saw by those scouts. So he's going to have to wait for the golden to come in. Has added the archer range, going for the blacksmith now, starting to add in archers behind this. And he's going to get his mass of archers up and then hopefully transition into crossbows. But the gold is still in a really, really terrible position at the front. However, with those walls in front, should be able to defend against step lancers. So it's a good situation Schmiergel has found himself in. Is still going to be behind to Castle Age, even with the uptime advantage for him, but does have 6 villagers queued. So actually more food he possesses than you might initially think, right? That's what,
Did he build
300
a
food
market?
worth of villas. No,
No, okay, so
no market
that's
yet.
not an option to sell the stone. But all right, he is picking up fletching, which I feel like maybe not the best play right now. I do
Hmm.
think castles should be prioritized right now, but okay. His two archers will have fletching. Don't know what kind of damage they'll be able to do though. Seeing, oh, okay, two spears, two archers. The quartet.
It is. I mean, it is a threatening army if it can get in, right? There's a lot of scouts there, and there's archers to clear up the spearmen that threaten the scouts, and then you have your own spearmen with the infantry armor, which are harder for the villagers to take out. But Haida Wolf is fully walled, and Haida Wolf, I think these houses will buy himself enough time to put the tower down, and the tower is going to buy himself enough time to get to Castle Age and get into his units, which are the step lancers. That's probably what he's moving towards. He could make knights as well, but I think step lancers are probably the better opening unit to
Hmm.
go for.
Well, just like that, the option of building multiple town centers is gone for Haida Wolf at the moment because using that stone to make that tower is eliminating that option for him. But I mean, it's not like he would have had a lot of wood anyway. The wood economy
Mhm.
seems very, very fragile, and he knows it. So he's moving over to another wood line. So that's always great to see. And I don't know if anyone's going to be at home surprised to see this, but Step Lancers for the Mongol coming out.
I think Schmirgel's done quite a good job with this early aggression, though. I mean, it is on the way to Castle Age. Malaya advanced faster, which means he's going to get there at a pretty competitive time. The archers are still working away on the walls. He has to be worried about the scouts. He does have some step lancers now that he can potentially send forward, but you still have to be worried about this feudal army. And he is indeed sending the army back to defend against that initially before he moves forward. He also got forging right away, once again.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's in there in 2 seconds, and I suppose we're gonna try to prioritize crossbow Botkin upgrades. Having 6 archers in the queue, that's a lot of gold cooped up in there, but okay.
He needs a market.
Unqueues
It
them.
feels like he needs a market to balance his
Mm-hmm.
eco, but he doesn't have one already. And if you think about it, that's then 200 or 175 wood spent on the market. Ugh. It's really, really tough. He goes for a second TC first, still needs the crossbow upgrade. That would be massive, and stalls out the TC production a little bit to get that crossbow upgrade. Will have 10 crossbows on the field, but there's already 5 step lancers, and the archer numbers are trying to be taken out here from Haida Wolf. Schmiergel is 3 seconds away, and step lancers need to back up, so crossbows in. Schmiergel's looking decent.
Whew. Well, he's going to wipe the sweat off his brow, keeping those archers alive so they do become crossbowmen is obviously a very good feeling for him. And I'm wondering what he's going to do with that stone that he has, the extra 100 stone. I feel somehow like he wants to make a town center, a third TC.
Mhm.
Just my intuition here speaking, but with 18 on wood, probably should get the resources necessary sooner rather than later. Hidewolf's economy seems to be leveling out. He's got a good amount of farms. He's adding his own second town center on the wood line there and coming in with these step lancers for a raid. Do you think he'll be able to do some significant damage here?
I think just go after that palisade wall. Try and get into that wood line if you can, but I don't think he sees it. He's going to loop all the way around. There might be an overchop. There is an overchop. She just chopped the last remaining tree there, and the step lancers are going to get in, and this is going to be brutal if he can get in. Nice quick wall there from
Oh,
Schmirgel.
the house wall. Mr. Schmiergel awake at the
Oh, but he's
wheel. He
in.
noticed.
No, he's not. He's in.
No,
He
oh
isn't,
boy.
he isn't, and he is, and that's dead villagers there, Ellie. That's tragedy there. That was, the quick walls were so good.
I'm gonna have a little bit of trouble hearing for the next 5-10 seconds, maybe longer. For some reason, there's church bells everywhere. So if you're in Switzerland and you also hear this nonstop 10-minute church bells, you let me know what's up with that. This is very loud.
It's funeral bells for the villagers that just died on the wood line. But speaking of villagers that could potentially die, Schmiergel is forward with his crossbows, and you can see him over there. He's running into the walls, can't find a way in. So it's a better defense here from Haidewolf.
All right, Dave, I'm
Haidewolf,
gonna mute myself and it'll all be you.
okay. We're waiting for the church bells to end. As we see Schmiergel now with 23 crossbows. That is a ton of crossbows there. Haidewolf needs to be careful about this mass. Could go for a siege workshop of his own. He's still got a decent amount of step lancers. No second armor, though, which would be really helpful against the crossbows. It's only the first one right now. As we see the step lancers now just attacking a house at the front. They're going to find another villager pick. And they will now retreat as he sees the crossbow numbers there. He knows the crossbows are forward as well. I think it's time for either a TC on the main gold forward, and it looks like he's putting it on the wood line, or a siege workshop. So he's gone for the TC on the wood line instead. And if he's not careful, this army of crossbows with good micro could do really well against those step lancers. Villager working away on the TC. Tower is still kind of protecting the gold, but not really. And step lancers still being massed in the center. 16 step lancers is a lot. The crossbows, though, are to the north. The step lancers are to the south. Schmiergel will be forced to come back to try and deal with this army. Still no ballistics for him either, which will make it difficult to find good engagements. You also have to worry about the step lancers getting in, and he's going for walls behind. Beautiful defense here from Schmiergel. He's trying to get a good angle on these step lancers, but he needs to be really careful because if he mispositions his crossbows, the step lancers can collapse on these and kill them. And Haidewolf is now taking an engagement here. He's going to loop around the north side of the monastery, and he will decide to back away. It's simply too many crossbows. Too many crossbows on the field. Ballistics coming in now, which makes the crossbows far better against these step lancers. However, there are 22 step lancers now from Haidewolf as a stable, second stable, being added from Schmiergel. So maybe some elephants ready to be produced there from our player in purple. Elephants with the crossbows behind could be a solid strategy. Step lancers coming in once again for the raids, but Schmiergel notices that. Only losing one villager in that raid, and that's a success against step lancers, only losing one vill. And he's adding in the elephants, so he is going for elephants. Most important, he does have crossbows with ballistics behind this, so the elephants are going to kind of work as siege to take out the buildings and distract the step lancers, and the crossbows are going to be killing the units behind that. Handcart also on the way from Schmiergel, as economy is going to be fairly efficient. And second wood upgrade coming in for Haidewolf. We look at the amounts on food here. Heidewolf with 34 on food. Very, very solid. Schmirgel with 30 on food with Handcar. Solid as well. And that should help with the elephant production. But the gold supply for Schmirgel is pretty low. Only 3 on gold currently. As he gets husbandry, starts adding more villagers, and still hasn't been producing crossbows. Oh, that feels so bad. Losing elephants to feudal age spearmen with no upgrades whatsoever feels terrible, but that's the way the cookie crumbles with this unit. It looks powerful until you run up against the counters, and then it's not powerful at all. And now the second armor upgrade is on from Heidewolf, and he's heading back. He knows the army is back there somewhere. He's going to attempt to cut it off before it meets up with the elephants. If he can find this army, this is going to be the beginning of the end for Schmirgel. But Schmirgel is trying to go up to Imperial Age. If Schmirgel loses this army before he gets to Imp, this could be absolutely tragic. If he gets to Imperial Age with these 26 crossbows still alive and manages to get Bracer and Chemistry and Arbalist and maybe even go for a forward castle, it could be absolutely devastating, and Heidewolf has missed it. Super sneaky there from Schmirgel. He's going to move his crossbows back. He's not taking pressure from those step lancers because Heidewolf is busy trying to track the army forward. You can see him even going into the far corner, the left of our screen there, looking for this. And he's not finding anything. Absolutely not finding anything. And Schmirgel is only 45 seconds away from Imperial Age. I would love to see him go for stone right now to try and get in on a castle. I think he's likely going to go for the chemistry bomber cannon approach instead. But yeah, he's a very long way away from that castle, and there is the siege workshop. So he's going to attempt to go for chemistry. Imperial Age is going to be in 2 seconds. Bracer is a fast technology to get, and Bracer will make this fight a whole lot better for Schmirgel. But Heidewolf realizing what's happening, he realizes he can't allow the upgrades to come in. He's going to attempt to clear up these crossbows before Bracer can come in. The Step Lancers pushing in here. This is a big engagement. This will determine the game likely. If Heidewolf can reduce these crossbow numbers, it's going to be absolutely massive for him. Schmirgel is trying to sit in a choke point, but unfortunately he's against Step Lancers, and they have that one range, so they're actually doing a decent job against these crossbows in the choke point, and the crossbow number is super low now. We only have 11 of them, 6 more in the queue, but 34 Step Lancers here, and it looks like Heidewolf might be getting the job done with an all-in Castle Age push. He's killing more villagers under the TC. Eco KD now 21-1, and the crossbows are going to die as well, and this is just terrible position for Schmirgel. I mean, he had the Imperial Age advantage. If he had just bought himself another 30 seconds or so to get all the upgrades for his crossbows, could have been different. But right now, Heidewolf, 3 stable production, pushing in. Schmirgel is in full recovery mode, and he's only got 11 crossbows. Oh, this is really brutal for him. 4th TC now coming up from Heidewolf. Take out the monastery, take out the siege workshop. Chemistry is coming in along with Elite Skirm. For what? We don't know. But Elite Skirm is on the way from Schmirgel, and the crossbow's still under threat. He's trying to go for a wall there to block the Step Lancers off, and he does get the wall up, which is nice, but there's just not enough crossbows to deal with this. It's 33 Step Lancers with the +2 army. They're threatening to come into your eco. Heidewolf has 46 on food. He's looking for enough stone for a castle as well, and he's made his way in with the Step Lancers, and oh no! Oh, again! On another army just falling down in the face of these Castle Age units. Step Lancers too good. 60 villagers now for Schmirgel. He's at almost half the number of Heidewolf, and Heidewolf actually has decent eco upgrades behind this, so Heidewolf running over everything Schmirgel has, as the Arbalist upgrade is the last of his available res to be spent, and there's no crossbows in the queue. The villagers are dying. 50-1 eco KD, and it's only going to get worse here, folks. Absolutely terrible position. If he only had 20-30 more seconds, Schmirgel would have been in a good position, but instead, Heidewolf made the correct decision to dive on the crossbows, and everything is dead. Eco efficiency at 23% for the last minute, and it would be worse if like 30 villagers hadn't died. So it's not a situation you can come back from, especially with that castle coming up in the middle from Haida Wolf. More villagers dying now at the back, 62-1. Eco KD.
Well,
Tragic.
that's very interesting because the bells have just stopped. So usually it's for whom the bell tolls, and now it's kind of.
Well, there's nothing tolling for Schmiergold right now. He just calls the GG.
Oh my goodness! But wow, wow, what nice plays here from Haida Wolf.
It was, I
GG's.
mean, Schmiergold had the timing, right? He was just off by 20, 30 seconds. If he got Bracer for those crossbows and he managed to mass them up and maybe get some pikemen in front, it could have been a really different result, right? He went for the elephants instead of the pikemen in front of his crossbows. So maybe he needed to invest his food and his wood into a different place, or food and gold into a different place. Anyway, we're heading into Pyro against InScale, and these players are of a similar level. I think Pyro is a little bit higher rated than InScale is. I know InScale is an 1800, Pyro 1819, if I believe. And it's going to be Mongols for InScale. And there you go. Lithuanians for Pyro. So you identified that as a civ that he likes to pick.
Maybe he just heard me say that, and then he was like, "All right, for Ellie, we'll make Ellie look like she knows something about something." But okay, I like it. You know, you already know I'm a Mon gal, so love to see them on the map. And Lithuanians, they're not too shabby either. We were talking earlier about that 3-minute Lithuanian drush. I don't think we're gonna see it from Pyro. I think he has one loss under his belt.
Mm-hmm.
I think we got to play a little bit more uh not serious, but serious for a lack of a better word here.
Well, it's the
Elos are
elimination
super
stage, right?
close.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they are.
We got
Very competitive set here.
30 elo difference from the two. That's a couple games here on the ladder. So basically exact same elo if I do say so myself. Looking at the maps, who do you think's got a better one?
Well, they're both very open, right? And they both have kind of side golds, back wood lines. I think they're both equally terrible. Like, they're not the worst maps I've ever seen, but it's so open here. Both players with the berries kind of forward, both have a stone forward, both have a main gold kind of to the side. I would probably favor Pyro's map just because you can wall off the gold and the wood lines a little bit easier. Um, but that's about it. Other than that, it should be an aggressive game with these types of maps.
Yeah, Lithuanians get what, 100 extra food now instead of 150?
Yeah, they get 100 extra food per TC. So your starting TC gets you that 100 food, and then every time you build a new one, you'll be gifted 100 extra food.
Perfect. So Pyro could keep up with the Mongol uptime a little bit better than another Civ could. So that's great. And we've got Swiss Tricky in the comments saying these are two opponents I lost to. Well, feels bad, man, but not really because both players are super strong. So like Dave said, I expect aggression. I foresee scouts, Lithuanians with that speed bonus on their spears could be in a little bit of a better position to defend though. So I like that.
Loom forced out from Pyro. So he can't go up without Loom because he was housed there. He doesn't have any idle TC time though, which is nice. And he's got a few more villagers queued. It's also interesting to me that both these guys made their mill one tile away from the berries. And that usually indicates that they know there's going to be scouts coming in, so they just want to easily quick wall it. Usually you want to put the mill right up against the berries so you get maximum efficiency, but the fact that they both deliberately went for it tells me that they expect really quick uptimes from their opponent. And there's the uptime from InScale right there. InScale did end up getting Loom, and Pyro is going to be up one villager later than him.
0 seconds. Oh, 3 seconds. I'll TC time for the Mongol. Can we excuse that? I don't know, but Mongol player will get up there a little bit faster, so he should have a defensive spear up a little bit faster and maybe have one scout advantage, assuming his economy doesn't get interrupted. But I don't know if Pyro's scout can cause too much, especially like you mentioned, if you can just wall in the berries with relative ease. So, clock is certainly ticking. A minute to go before feudal age aggression happens. Do you think we'll see a drawn out feudal between these two civs?
Just a little, like maybe 6 scouts, maybe 5 or 6 scouts with a bunch of spearmen, right? The Lithuanians player is definitely going to make a ton of spearmen. That's for sure because your spearmen are faster, so they have a little bit more utility. As Pyro now scouts that gold at the back, and he knows where his opponent is. Um, so we'll probably, because of the amount of spearmen, we'll probably see an archer range from both players. And that means that the feudal age will be a little bit extended, but I don't see us getting to the point where, you have double stable bloodlines, double archer range, spearman production. It
Hmm.
doesn't really seem like that type of game, and it doesn't seem like that's the meta that we've worked our way towards on these qualifiers. It's usually little bit of feudal aggression, and then you make your way to castle age if you can.
Relic's kind of favoring the Mongol player here. So I know that Pyro's going to want to build that monastery. Not only do the Lithuanians get great monks, but also each relic gives them +1 attack on their knights and latest line. That could be a really huge boost in the Castle Age if he wants to go for his unique unit. But do you think that's something we'll see? Unit?
I would love to see latest because I think latest are one of the most overpowered units in the game. They're absolutely crazy. The strength that they have, especially if you get the maximum number of relics. But Mangudai are also crazy strong, and we got to get there first, right? Absolutely have to get there first. I just wonder um, what the Lithuanians' game plan is going to be here if they're significantly later to the castle age than the Mongols, because the Mongols will definitely open with step planter, and then the Mongols can start massing up some camels behind that, right?
Hmm.
So Lithuanians probably monastery, maybe even monks first, or sorry, knights first camel could be a play. Maybe pikemen.
What about a smush?
I mean, a smush could work, but the problem with that is you're probably going to be up later, right? And if you're up later, you don't have map control, so it's really, really tough if you don't have map control to go for something like that.
Well, the scout numbers are coming on out. No one is full walled, but I feel like in scale is making a little bit of a bigger push to get his walls down. He wants to get his
Mhm.
gold protected.
Yeah, that's some good micro from both of them with the scouts so far. We saw the little hill battle earlier between Pyro and Inscale, just going back and forth with the scouts on top there. And you can see Inscale just even keeping his scout alive on 1 HP. He's got the spearman out. Pyro has the spearman out. He's trying to get the hits. Pyro's still trying to find this villager that's walling up on the other side. And it is definitely a sweaty match here, Ellie. I think both of these guys really, really want to win, and they're both now thinking about how they can transition into the castle age. You see the scout production just is super limited.
You're right. I don't think they want to invest too much, especially because they see a lot of spears on the fields already. Pyro with 11 on food, in scale with 13. Okay, well, interesting. Nice raid here in scale, trying to get extra hunt there, but the Mongol food bonus can't be had if the villagers die.
Yeah, and that's one villager dead, and those scouts are still wandering around, very low HP on them. As we see, the wall is being forced up over there from Inscale. I think that's a little bit just too much walling. He's really, really forcing it. Like, once that wall goes up, you should be pretty safe, but you're gonna cost yourself a faster castle age by doing that. Now we're suddenly in a position, Ellie, where the smush idea you brought up earlier would be very powerful. If you go for like 2 monasteries forward and you have a bunch of spearmen, which he already has a couple to support, you could go for that. Or you could just play standard. You could play knights because Mongols in the castle age that's really kind of the area that they struggle. They don't have any eco bonuses there. Nothing to propel them forward. And the Lithuanians, of course, get the relic bonus. They get the faster working monasteries. They get the food for extra TCs. So they have a lot of things going for them in the Castle Age.
Mm-hmm. The walls, yeah. I hope InScale knows that there's a hole there, or is he just trusting that that cliff's gonna go all the way to the end there?
I don't know. I think he's trusting it. I think he's trusting it.
You can't trust those. You can't trust those. All right, there. Yeah,
No.
no. But check it out, Pyro. Very close, just missing one building. What is it gonna be? Is that a blacksmith that he's building right now?
Archer range.
Archery range.
Yep.
Okay, why not? We'll take it. And then he'll be off to the races very soon. He's idling his town center now. It's oh no, never mind. I was gonna say maybe I thought he was idling to get up to the castle age, but no, he wants to make one more villager, and I think he should be ready to go after into the next stage. And in scale, I'm assuming I don't know if you can do a force drop or use the market himself. He's a little further behind.
Does have wheelbarrow now though. And that's the villager discrepancy, basically, is wheelbarrow and that one vill that died earlier. As we see
Mm-hmm.
him now going for the market, so he's going to try and force his way up to the Castle Age. Pyro is already on the way to Castle Age. He's got 11 on gold. Is Pyro really going for Cav Archers here?
It's a bold move, but I mean, I guess in theory it could work. I feel like Mongol archers, Cav archers with a faster fire rate, a little bit better. But does Pyro know about that hole?
That is a
cliff
question.
hole?
Does he know about the cliff? Let's see. Like, I don't know on his point of view if he can see that. We'll find out right now. He knows that there's a wall and there's a cliff, and if
I don't.
anything, I know that players will just assume it's walled, and they won't look
Uh,
inside.
ah,
There's the
well,
blacksmith.
that's
What is he building up towards? Just monks and knights? Cow? Like what? What are we doing here? No second stable, no second range. 10 on gold. Goes for the blacksmith. Ooh. What is he gonna do? I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe he'll do it all here. Mongol players building another range. Two
It's archer,
ranges.
Cav archers for him.
He's
Yeah.
making
Okay.
them hidden. Is that I don't know if that's.
It's Cav
I mean,
archers.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
We've seen Mongol traditionally go for step lancers, so maybe he wants to be a little bit sneaky, go for the cav archers. Okay, we'll allow it. He's picking up his upgrades for them right now. Bloodlines, fletching, we'll take it. Our Lithuanian player with that monastery
And the
going
second
for
TC.
some
Yeah.
knights. Yeah.
Knights, monastery, second TC. So he's going to play a little bit defensively here. He's just going to add eco behind, get his monk numbers up, and then we'll see how he fares from that point. It's 3 archer range production. So I guess in scale was a little bit worried about going for step lancers when he doesn't have the castle age timing advantage. Also maybe worried about step lancers or camels versus Lithuanian knights and monks. So he goes for the cav archers, gonna try and build them up. He still has the full walls. I say full because he thinks they're full. There's actually a hole there, which could be a massive deal, but I think he'll have enough time to get the cav archer mass up there.
Well, that one knight, I don't know if he can. Can he tank 2 scouts, 3 scouts? Probably.
Not with the
Oh, there's
spearmen.
spear. There's
Yeah.
spears there. That could be a little bit more of an issue. But so far, Pyro has built a second town center and he's building his third one. That'll be an extra 100 food in his coffer. So that's going to be great for his boom. And then I think he's going to be quite happy to add his economy, slowly add military. He's making the monks, so you know he wants the relics. But he's not making use of his archery ranges. And I feel like you built them.
Well, he's only got one, right? I don't know why he made that range. Maybe he was thinking about a switch into cav archers. Maybe he was thinking his opponent was going to go archers, so he's going to need some skirmishers. But now he
Yeah.
sees the archers right now. I think the next step should probably be sanctity, and there's sanctity right there coming in for pyro. Cav archers have 50% base accuracy. So a cav archer, even 3 cav archers versus a monk with sanctity, the monk is going to get a conversion. Like it's just going to, because the cav archers can't hit anything. And he might even get 3 Cav Archer conversions. He's getting the monks as close as possible. And now he comes in, and good job from Inscale to pull those Cav Archers away. Really, really tough position now for Inscale because he's up against a player who has better eco than him. He's up against a player who has monks in defense, so he can't really do any damage. And basically, his win condition now is get the Cav Archer mass up, control the middle of the map, and then try and get a castle somewhere. And that's why he's going for that TC out on the stone.
Mm-hmm.
But Pyro's ahead for sure.
So far, lots of monks coming out, but no relics, I believe, collected for Pyro just yet. I still see those 5 dots on the map, those white ones that indicate the relics. But hey, here comes the Siege Workshop, so perhaps a smush on the horizon.
Yeah, he's got so many Cav Archers targeted. Good monk micro from Pyro there.
Mm-hmm, for sure. Do you think that Siege Workshop is a little too defensive, or do you think it's just perfect?
No, I don't think he wants the pressure here. I think he just wants to defend. Like the reason he hasn't grabbed the relics is because he's not taking any risks, right? So yeah, that he knows his economy is better, and it's much better. Much better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 3 TCs versus 3 TCs, but they were up a little bit later, of course. And well, no wheelbarrow for Pyro. We have to keep that in mind. But they both have the wood upgrade for the Castle Age, both on Horse Collar. But the smunk numbers are growing, and that's causing me a little bit of psychological harm.
Is it? Have you died to that many times before, or?
Listen, the church bells, 10 minutes nonstop ringing.
Oh, I see.
They're scary. They're scary. So 12 of those CA for Inscale. They do have Botkin, so the range is good. No ballistics just yet. So the knights will, I mean, we take that low base accuracy rates combined with their targets of knights moving around really quickly. It seems like a pretty good position for Pyro.
Yeah, I mean, he's 20 villagers ahead, right? He doesn't have wheelbarrow, but 20 vills ahead is really, really good. And Inscale knows he needs to do something, so Inscale is coming forward with the castle.
All right, those villagers, yeah, look like a castle dropping on a hill. I like it. Mangadai.
I hate that castle. I hate it. What are you accomplishing with that? I know, and I know you're Mongols and you want to get into Mangadai, but you gotta put that forward. That castle is the most in-between, can't decide whether you want to attack or defend or produce castle of all time. You gotta commit, well, you know?
It's controlling a relic.
True.
That's something. And Pyro needs to pick up at least 2 relics if he wants to continue with his cavalry, because come Imperial, he will lack Blast Furnace. Or Iron... no, Blast Furnace is the right one. So, he needs to pick up at least 2 relics. He's going into the stone game right now. Okay. And villager-wise, still looking pretty good. Does he know about that castle?
No.
No. Okay.
Does not know about the castle. So we have scorpions, knights, and monks. The castle will stop all of those from pushing, but the Cav Archers will not be able to fight that at all.
Well, they just got to move around the castle. They don't have to go through it.
Yep. 4th TC now being added from Inscale. And he can't push, which is absolutely tragic. Really, really bad. Can Pyro see that castle yet? Just want to see his point of view. Let's see if Pyro can spot it or not.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He knows of the castle's existence. Okay.
And plus 2 armor coming in. Cav Archer's really threatened now. Really, really threatened.
I'm a little bit worried for the 6 scorpions, just kind of to their own devices over there, not with the protection. I mean, they got the protection of the monks. Okay, we'll allow it. Yeah. But all right. Relic count, I believe. Did he pick 1 up?
If we could switch the screen to the eco layout on the bottom right, we could see if he's picked up the relics or not. It'll show us the amount. Yeah, there we
Yeah,
go.
yeah. So he's
Oh,
got the one
oh,
relic in scale with big zip. All right. Well, the second castle coming down is really great for the Mongol in terms of his Mangadai production. He's up to 6 of them, and they do have a bonus versus siege. So Mangadai aren't going to be too afraid of the Scorpion numbers. I mean, 6 isn't nothing to shake a stick at.
Hmm. I mean, six scorpions is basically just keeping. I mean, they're basically useless at this point, right? Those units, those scorpions. You just keep one flank defended, and that's fine. TC going up on the left side is great with the cav archers coming up for the raid, and there's not going to be much damage found there. There's even a scorpion on the wood line as well, but we have these knights, and they are going to the north from Pyro, and this is what Pyro needed to do a while ago. He's been basically defending and expanding his eco, but he hasn't been using the mobility of the knights at all and is now just heading in for his first real raid. And he should be able to get some decent damage on Inscale's economy because I believe those are only palisade walls.
Well, can you also appreciate the fact that the wall is still open at the cliff?
I mean, the wall is still, but like I said, he sees the cliff, he sees the wall, he doesn't see the hole, and he just assumes
Mm-hmm.
that it's fully walled. And both players assume it's fully walled. And if they assume it's fully walled, it basically is
It
fully walled.
basically is fully walled, but the knights are in. We tried to make some walls with stables or whatever building he was producing over there, and that is dangerous. Those knights have +2 with the relics and forging, so that's +3. And I don't know.
And
I
there's the
think
wood line.
maybe a
Oh,
monk has
God.
been.
Look at how many vills, Ellie.
Oh,
Look at how many villagers are running away. Oh, no.
the economy efficiency is not going to look very hot right now.
And that's a lot of dead vills as well. And Imperial Age is on the way for Pyro, and Pyro is going for a castle in the center, which means he will have access to the Trebs. And Castle Age Magadai get a lot less bonus damage than Imperial Age Magadai against Siege. It's actually quite tough to snipe Trebs with Castle Age Magadai. Takes a lot of hits, and you'll actually lose a lot of them. So I think it's going to be really tough for InScale to stop that. Really, really
Yeah,
tough.
I mean, not to mention that Lithuanians also get bombard cannons, unlike Mongols. But I don't think BBC might be the play versus Mangadai. That's just my suspicion here. But 55 seconds before our Lithuanian player is in the Imperial Age, and the relic count is now up to 3. Does he
Yeah.
have visuals on the last relic? I wonder.
I
The one in the
don't
bottom,
think so. That's at the bottom of the map. Yeah, I don't think
bottom right.
he has vision of that. Yeah, there's only 3 in there. I think it's gonna stay at 3, and 3 is basically as good as 4. And he still hasn't found the hole, and he's gonna find the relic. That's perfect.
Well, there you go. He's found that relic, so no doubt that a monk is going to make its way towards that little guy. And well, with Imperial, we certainly must see a trebuchet here. It's coming out right now. And so in scale, I feel like he's in trouble. In scale's in trouble. Make it double here. A little bit spooky for him, but nice numbers of Mangadai, and they seem to be going up. He only has 2 castles, which isn't the best. Like, I feel like if you want to go for unique unit, probably we're looking at 3, 4 castles. He
Yep.
does have lots of stone.
3 or 4 castles, and one of them is super far forward and will die. Like, this castle will go down.
Mhm.
You're not going to be able to snipe the Trebs. Maybe one of them, but you're going to toss away a lot of units. And the raids are still coming in at the back of your bases. You're trying to raid with cav archers, which have had basically like no effectiveness this game whatsoever. And those knights are just going to clear up a ton of these villagers with the extra attack. Oh, baby. That's really bad. Really, really bad for InScale.
Okay, Pyro making, yeah, more defensive castles for his economy. I love it. Don't see a monk moving towards that relic, but who cares? Mr. Pyro is in Scale's base here, just raiding away. Villagers will be dropping. Look at that, like 29 villager lead, 30 villager lead for Pyro. Very, very nice. So InScale has got so much stone, 1,400 stone. Disgusting. So he's going to try to repair. He's
Mhm.
got quite a few villagers repairing, but Pyro's just going to add more and more trebs, and it's an inevitability at this point that that forward castle is going to be going down, and the monks are going to try to get some conversions in whatever they can. Pyro's picking up his final defense armor, so his knights, I'm surprised they haven't been upgraded to cavalier just yet. He's making
Yeah,
lots of scouts.
he's going into Lycav instead. So the Lithuanians get winged hussar. He's probably thinking about that, right? And
That's
he's
true, they
not
got
up.
the extra pierce armor.
Yeah, he's not upgrading his knights right now because he wants to just produce the light cav, and he's focused on the treb engagement, sending in another force I can see on the minimap to the north of InScale's base. So he's constantly trying to raid in there, and well, the light cav are in on the woodline, and that's more exposed villagers. Oh boy.
You're right. I think Hussar is what 600 gold. So in theory, Pyro can afford it, unless it's also a lot of food. But okay, so we should expect the winged Hussar upgrade coming in very soon. Conscription will help out, get some numbers on the field even faster. I like the heavy camel play versus all of this cavalry, but
Mhm.
there's a Mongol cav lacking that final defense.
Yep.
Mm,
Also, the monks are. Oh my god, the cav archers are still over there, as we see skirmishers being added in here from Pyro, and that's the unit that will firmly counter the Magadai, especially once he gets tower shields. Magadai will do very little damage to Lithuanian skirmishers, but right now it still looks like an unbreakable area for InScale. InScale, what did you say? He had 1,400 stone in the bank, and it's
it's
got
now down to
500.
5. Yeah.
That castle soaked so much stone for what? Just to hold off the inevitable for a little while longer?
Well, he is buying himself some time. I would love to see those cav archers getting a couple of raids in, but I think InScale is long forgotten about them.
Yep.
They might as well be goners. But hey, InScale did pick up one relic for him, which is nice. The man's got 40 on gold here, so gold isn't too much of an issue for him. But she says, as gold is now very low. Also housing
Monks are an issue.
situation.
Yeah. Monks are an issue, converting all the camels, right? And now, who's winning this game? Well, it might be the dude with a ton of military in the base. The game is over, and Pyro taking it over InScale, and Pyro will advance, and InScale is out. That was a pretty good game there from Pyro,
I
and
think Pyro,
that's your coach right there, right? That's
yeah,
your coach.
he played really well. He got the relics, or at least 3 of them, so we'll take it. Beautiful use of the civ's strengths. Those monks are great. Using those winged hussars, I can't complain.
Yep. And well, we can take a look at maybe some of the other results from the bracket stage. No surprise there. TRM making it past Big Tom 52. Pyro making it past InScale. Wolf, we watched that game, making it past Schmirgel. And then Mengudai. Okay, that's a player we haven't watched yet. We'll be matching up against Wolf in the semifinals. These semifinals are going to be best of ones, and then our final is going to be a best of 3. So the favorites going through from here, probably TRM against Pyro, and then probably Wolf, because we haven't seen Mengudai, so I don't even know what he has to offer. Do you think he plays Mongols every game, or?
You know what? If his name very relevant here, not only does he like Mangadai, but he's a man. We're
Gudai.
trying too hard to make that pun work,
No,
but
you're
I'm
trying. No, 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 no. You're trying too hard to make that pun work. I'm trying hard to ignore the pun. It's a different. It's a different set of skills, actually.
I. Well, well played. Um, I don't know. I don't know how it's gonna work for the finals here. If we're gonna see the Mongols again, the Sicilians, Lithuanians, I just feel like they're all really strong civs, but we see a lot of repetition. So I'm wondering if this is just a regional Swiss thing where they really favor these, or are they just pretty good civs overall? I'm kind of leaning to they're pretty good civs.
I think
overall.
it's more about the level that we're seeing, right? Like if you were to host Arabia only with the top level guys, I don't think you would see Mongol Mirror ever. Like even with these picks, right? I don't think you would see Lithuanians ever in best of ones. I think you would see more like Malians, more Malay, more Incas, right? So this is I think this is like really indicative of the meta they're playing on the ladder
Hmm.
and what they're used to, right? And we also have our Grumpy bracket as well. So we can see frozen hot pepper pizza. We saw him in the chat earlier making his way through. Um, we have Geru making his way through as well. Garethron in the semifinal. And then Smiley. I was wondering how she was doing. She's streaming the process, I believe. And she's going to be in the semifinal. So congratulations to the four of them. And they're going to battle it out for their spot on the main stage.
Well, well played to all players in this tournament today. I hope they're having as much fun as we are.
And looks like we have maybe our next match
Okay.
coming up soon. I'm wondering who we're going to see as the players get all set up. And we are going to see Pyro versus TRM. So our very first semifinal here. And we've got Ethiopians from Pyro. He's going back to it. And we got TRM playing with the Magyars. Magyars is one of those civs that I would expect to see if we were to see these settings with the top level guys. I think some people would mix it in there. So TRM
Hmm.
uh, doing a good job here picking Magyars. There is a risk because the Ethiopian snowball in late feudal, early castle age could be a little bit stronger than the Magyars, and the timings for them could be a little bit better. But I think TRM is just going to go for scouts into maybe skirms in feudal age and try and survive with a better castle age time.
Yeah, well, both civilizations I feel like can be very, very aggressive early on. And we know that TRM loves to be aggressive. So he's going up pretty standard for his scout build. I wonder if we'll see the man at arms from Pyro with 19 villagers. It could happen.
I think it's just going to be archer range. Oh, it might be Ellie. You might be onto something. That barracks timing is pretty early. It could be men at arms, but I don't see any villagers going out to gold. He will get the 100 extra gold as Ethiopians from advancing to the feudal
Hmm.
age. And he is sending three out there. So it's probably men at arms into archer range follow up.
All right, I like it. Super aggressive strat here. And like we already discussed a few times already, man at arms, a bit of a soft counter to scouts, but we'll have to keep in mind that Magyar scouts will have the forging upgrade for free.
Mm-hmm. Magyar scouts, you usually want to stay away from the Magyars if you're looking at pushing with men at arms, but because of that, TRM might not expect this strategy, and he has spotted the barracks. So great scouting from TRM. He spots the barracks. It's got the flag on top, knows exactly what's coming, and is going to be able to track all of this pressure as it comes across the map. And now he's in feudal age faster too. So that scout is forging automatically. Scout gets upgraded automatically from the feudal age. And this will be an issue for Pyro because TRM has so much time to prepare.
Yeah, the surprise factor is definitely gone. But you know what? I don't think that that's crazy play to go for man at arms as Ethiopians. So I'm wondering, do you think TRM scout should be engaging with the militia while they're still militia?
No, no.
Okay.
It's just that's you don't want to lose HP on that scout, right? You want to have like 4 scouts ready and some spearmen by the time these men at arms get here, so you can just kill it right away. And then your opponent is stuck with just archers, and you have scout production. You can add a range of your own and go for skirmishers, and you're completely content because he doesn't have a solution to the skirmishers if you kill this stuff. And you have a solution to the archers, and you can kill the villagers with your scouts. And there's the range right there from TRM. As the men at arms are coming in, there's simply nothing to hit. I think this is It's a strategy choice from Pyro. It's an aggressive one, but TRM has responded really, really well to this.
Mm-hmm. But keep in mind that TRM isn't on gold at the moment, so he can only be making skirmishers from that archery range.
Hmm.
Maybe one archer. So the fight is being taken, and I think Pyro, it won't be the
It's a
best
bad
one.
one. It's a bad
Yeah,
one. Like,
terrible.
let's, I mean, but there's, could he have done better? I don't think so with those men at arms. I think the fact that TRM scouted him early, the fact that he tracked the army all the way across, the fact that he had the spear, not only the scouts, but also went for spearman production to help out against those men at arms when there was no scouts from his opponent except the starting one. That was huge. And now TRM will just come back the other way with his own scouts. And well, Pyro's gonna have to make sure that he's fully walled.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if this means Pyro, because he's not making any more archers right now. I don't know if it's because he doesn't have any wood, or because he just thinks, okay, I'm just gonna try to FC.
Yeah, I think it's just, you keep one range producing as long as you can. Right now, the walls are the priority, right? So you're just
Yeah,
focusing on priorities. You want to keep the gold safe, you want to keep a wood safe. And that's about it. You
exactly.
can abandon these berries if you want to, but you're probably going to have to go for a market at some point. So keeping the gold safe, keeping the wood safe, first priority. And then you focus on archer production. And then you focus on trying to get up to castle age if possible.
Mm-hmm.
Um, TRM is just playing this so well right now.
Skirmishers are going to be forward for TRM soon, and that means they're going to be able to harass these villagers at getting the berries, and also be annoying to villagers that are trying to wall behind palisades. So I think TRM is in a really good spot right now. Pyro, he seems to be doing quite well with his boom, right? I mean, adding farms, but look, TRM already has 17 farms.
TRM already angled towards food production, right? He
Yeah.
was doing the scouts and the skirmishers, and it's just been so clean for him, and all off the back of good scouting. Good
Mm-hmm.
scouting is so hard to do. It's not something that I think people start to, really do well until like the 2K level, something around that area. It's one of the most difficult things in the game to keep track of. And you can see the results of that already. And of course, not only good scouting, but adaptation behind that. As Pyro is now in a position where he's got so much on gold, he needs a market, but he's dropping more farms. No, my friend, you need a market. You need to be able to balance this for sure. It's rough. He's
Yeah.
only got 9 on wood. Ugh.
I wonder if TRM is gonna dive under this TC.
I don't think you can, right? It's like, which way do you dive? If you dive right, the archers destroy you because they garrison in the TC. If you dive left, one house wall, and suddenly you're under the TC with all of your army. And then you don't know how many archers are behind that. You don't know if he's got spearmen. I think the correct play is just to idle the farms like he's doing right now with the
Mm-hmm.
skirmishers. Because if a farm's being attacked, you can't actually use it. And try and pull the archers out of position and try and get up to castle age yourself. And we look at TRM's resources looking super solid. And he hasn't
Mm-hmm.
really been producing any military because he knows he has map control. He knows everything about Pyro's base as Pyro goes for another archer range behind. He's using that market.
All right. So another archer range being built for Pyro, and hey, that market, yeah, like you said, he needed it a little bit earlier. But will that help him get to Castle Age first? I don't know. I think TRM is in a really nice spot right now.
He is.
Look,
And
Pyro's trying to balance the eco, just trying to sell everything. It's ugly. It's ugly. It's
there's no
close.
balance there. That's not balanced. That is
Well,
like
I mean,
not that is not nutritional at all, this economy.
no, no,
He
but you
is
know
in
what
the
I mean. Like
market.
he's trying to
Yeah.
sell whatever he can to get the resources that he needs to go up, and he's close. He's close. But TRM already underway. 2 minutes before he's in Castle Age. Horse collar coming in as well, which is great. No wood upgrade for TRM. That stings a little bit, but he's got 15 on wood, so he's making it work.
He probably doesn't realize he doesn't have it. He'll go there when he reaches castle age to get the second wood upgrade. And then he'll be like, oh, I'm missing this. Or he'll do the eco check on his way up. But archers, from Pyro are in a position to defend. However, if you're going crossbows with Ethiopians, you really don't want to be defending in this situation. You want to have your archers looping around the map at the moment so you can hit them with that crossbow timing. Um, but they're in defense. And TRM, if we look on the right side of Pyro's base, is actually doing a really good job tracking. He's got a couple units over there attacking buildings, and that means that Pyro can't actually delete walls and leave. As you can see, those skirmishers are tracking the main army now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, getting some HP losses to those skirmishers hurts a little bit right now, especially because they're going to be soon to be crossbows. And sure, having that extra attack as or extra attack speed as Ethiopians is nice, but like you said, if we're not using it, it's
Mm-hmm.
not really much of a bonus for him. Pyro will benefit from the 100 food, 100 gold as Ethiopians upon clicking up. Can he making a stable now to deal with those skirmishers? I mean, that's a must. But TRM, 10 seconds away from elite skirmisher, and then they're going to be a problem for the crossbows.
Yeah, I like how he's hitting the stable. He's gonna go for a couple knights here, but the issue is that knights without armor against that many skirms actually do take a considerable amount of damage, right? The benefit for Pyro right now is that TRM has not been adding military really. Like he hasn't been adding any knights at all, and he's just going for the elite skirm upgrade and the +2 armor. So if Pyro manages to get 2 or 3 knights to clear up the skirms, suddenly TRM is going to find himself in a difficult position where he's just, you know, making skirms against knights, and then he doesn't have any knights of his own
Mm-hmm.
um, to deal with the crossbows behind once the skirms are dead.
Well, one knight is there. I don't see another knight queued up for Pyro, so you see. Oh, there he goes. So TRM getting that wood upgrade super late, but you know it's coming in. Also, the defense for the skirms, like we mentioned, nice to deal with those crossbows. What do you think about a possible forward siege workshop from TRM?
Forward Siege Workshop could work, right? It could work, but he's gone for the third TC instead.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just trying to hold as long as he can his opponent in the base. Hope that the skirmishers are going to be working. You can see the knights without the armor just really, really struggling there, and the armor just comes in after that first knight dies. But TRM is doing a great job to whittle down the crossbow numbers. TRM at some point will have a significant eco lead, and he will be able to start producing knights of his own. And
Mm-hmm.
then Pyro's going to have an issue. So, if anything, I think Pyro's the one that's going to be considering a forward siege workshop, right? Especially with ballistics on the crossbows now.
Yeah, so he's retreating now. I guess he wants to make his knights a little bit more together before taking on these many skirms, which makes sense. I mean, the score is really, really close. It's just that Pyro, this is all he has, right? He's not adding extra town centers. He doesn't have the stone for it. And TRM slowly but surely with 22 on food should be able to produce out of all of them. But he's got 3 minutes of idle time on his TCs, which is kind of icky. So despite having 3 TCs, he's only 7 villagers ahead. Only.
He's got to go for some houses here, goes to the monasteries, and well, the army is coming forward here from Pyro, and TRM has just been focused on skirmisher production so far. He's going to have to switch into something else here fairly soon because we have 3 knights with the armor, which means that the skirmishers can't leave the base, which means that Pyro is now free to drop something at the front of that base, be it a siege workshop or whatever else he wants to go for. And he's got ballistics already with 22 crossbows. So if he ever kills the
Mm-hmm.
skirmishers, he can do some significant damage to the eco. And here comes the villager Ellie. This is
Oh,
the
here it comes.
situation that TRM wanted to avoid. And he's in this position because he's only been making skirms and he went for that third TC early.
I like that Pyro made his siege workshop a little bit further back. It's not like too further back, but you know, his initial placement was a little bit more uh, aggressive. Let's put it that way. So TRM's now gonna have to react. He knows a siege workshop is in the pipeline, so he's just gonna make a counter town center. I mean, he doesn't see it, but I feel like he feels it. You know, there's
Mhm.
something to be said about intuition. Oh, look at that! Those archers attacking gave the siege workshop away. Love to see it.
I
So
think I think he knew. Yeah, he definitely knew, and he's going for ballistics too. Like he's going for university. These skirmishers, if they get ballistics, it's gonna be really tough for Pyro to attack, right? Because his mangonels will die to the knights, his knights will be converted by the monks, and the skirmishers will clear up the crossbows. So TRM has everything he needs to deal with this.
well, that's a lot of steps. That's a lot of steps of things going right that need to happen.
Hmm.
Pyro, I mean, this is the push here. He's on a clock, right? I mean, not only does this have a time limit of an hour or 60 minutes in game, but if he loses his military, he doesn't have an economy to build it back up again. So a lot on the line, a lot more on the line for Pyro, but he has a good military. Let's see what he does with it. It's going to come down a lot of Mangonel Micro. Who do you think has the Mango Micro advantage?
Well, I think Pyro does just because it's tough for TRM to path around here, and there's also farms there, so Pyro could get the extra range on his mangonels by clicking the farms
Mm-hmm.
instead of the units, and also Pyro has to push, right? So that's an immediately a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Pyro has
Well,
to push. TRM does it can just sit here all day. He's got
yeah.
a better eco.
So Pyro losing a Mango right now. Remember the
Oh,
drama with the Mangonel range mod?
oh, it's still. I mean, the mangonel range is still a thing, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But that
It's still
Mangonel range
available.
mod when it first came out caused a lot of stirring. I know that Pyro used to use that mod. I don't know if that's still the case.
I still
But
think
hey,
it's cheating, but we won't get into that. As we see, ooh, good mangonel
ooh,
micros so far. That one gets away on like 1 HP, and there's so many crossbows here from Pyro. There are
brain.
so many crossbows.
Beautiful that Pyro's got that repair villagers up top there. That's going to be nice to reuse, reduce, recycle, environmentally conscious here. We like it. Monks for Pyro are also slowly coming out. Do you think Imperial will do much for Pyro? I think like with his amount of crossbows, it'd be a huge spike. Get
Yep.
Arbalesters and get Bracer.
Well, he's just got to, hell, he's got to stop being so active with these things. Like, normally I like the fact that people are looking for opportunities, but when you're pushing in towards two mangonels, you got to be careful. You definitely have to be careful, and I think he needs to unqueue the Vills and try and go up to Imperial Age. Unqueue the Vills, the crossbows, try and go up to Imperial Age, because that's the only way you're going to break this defense from TRM. Adding more units in Castle Age isn't really going to do anything for you. You need access to bombard cannons or trebuchets, although he's not on stone right now.
Mm-hmm.
You need something that can break these buildings.
Maybe that's gonna be the play for Pyro. Get to Imperial, get Torsion and oh wait no, Torsion engines. That's from the castle, right? Never
Oh,
mind.
big. Yep. Mangonels go down from Pyro, and there's one Mangonel left from TRM, but it's going to die as well.
No,
No, it stays alive.
the knights don't want to
And it died.
disengage because of that monk, and then another mango trade happening. All right, Pyro is imping 3 minutes away. TRM not too far away either, and it looks like TRM's doing a great job of holding.
Yep. And TRM just
Just
needs to clear up the crossbows. That's it. So the skirms can do that. He just needs to clear them up. There's no threat. He could go for a castle of his own.
oof. I'm a little nervous. I'm a little bit nervous for Pyro right now because TRM on the precipice of clicking up, and he's got that castle for the stone, or the stone for the castle.
And he can, once he gets the castle up too, he can go for some Magyar Hussar. So if Pyro's going to go for the bombard cannon approach, which he likely is to break the buildings, the
Mm-hmm.
Magyar Hussar can come in and snipe those, or the knights can come in and snipe those. I actually saw 3 knights from TRM there leaving his base, and he's coming forward with them. And I believe Pyro is on a super exposed gold at home. So you can see those purple dots making their way across the minimap towards Yellow's base. And
Mm-hmm.
that's going to be a big raid there in the north, maybe.
Well, that castle's doing great work for protecting that gold and a wood line, which we love to see.
Nice snipe
More
there.
micro. Hmm. Yeah, that villager count. I'm looking at that villager count and it's looking very gross. So Pyro's losing a few villagers. What's that purple dot in Pyro's base there?
I think those are knights that came forward. We'll have to check up on that. But
They're just chilling there.
there they are. Yep, there was an exposed gold there. He sent them forward there.
Uh,
Oh boy, Pyro's lucky that he bypassed that one and went
oh
directly to the
boy,
other gold.
one camel. I'm worried that the camel is gonna send the knights into the villagers. You know,
Yep. Yep.
but we'll see how that.
Imperial
Whoa.
Age.
Yeah. Ugh.
He's coming in for TRM in 30 seconds from now. We've got chemistry on the way for Pyro and chemistry for the bombard cannons. He also he's got a lot of villagers on stone, so he's thinking about a castle of his own as well. And Pyro has actually done a really good job to capitalize on this forward position. He's definitely behind an eco, right? TRM is held, but
Mhm.
Pyro has not taken any decisive battles. Pyro still has a decent massive military, and Pyro is just now waiting for a good castle position and some bombard cannons to really start working away on this economy from TRM.
Yeah, TRM has such a huge eco advantage that Pyro needs to do something crazy soon because yeah, TRM's economy is just so good. He's got so much gold racked up in there. He's gonna be fine. And right now, he's basically just producing a trash unit so he can save his gold, and then we
This
can
is so
see.
dumb. This is so. Sorry to interrupt. This is so stupid. Like they should be doing other things. They should be doing other things. Why? You have so much other
Confused
stuff to
noises.
do.
Confused
Why are you
noises from
microing
me.
there? I know. It's a pet peeve of mine. It's like I know I guess it's fun to use the units, right? But realistically, there's so many other things you could be doing that are far more important, like expanding your economy or making a tech switch, rather than just microing back and forth against ballistics. But it is what it is. There's a castle now coming up from Pyro on that hill, and the final archer armor upgrade is in from TRM, and he's gonna keep adding skirms and start to add cav archers. Now we're gonna have Ethiopian. Oh, that's a Viper castle if I've ever seen one. We're gonna have Ethiopian arbalists versus Magyar cav archers.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, the castle is going up a little bit better location, I think. So the arbalesters have the bracer, have the chemistry, have the ballistics. And there is a bombard cannon coming in from behind. Will one BBC be enough to get rid of this castle? I don't know. That's a lot of work that BBC's got to put in.
It's gonna do well against the skirms, right? Like it'll make him micro even more, and they continue to micro on this side. It's just weird to me that Pyro had this forward position. Everything was angled towards this forward position, and he wasn't adding eco before. And now he's gone for two super defensive castles. Just going to rely on the bomber cannons, and they get some good shots against the skirmishers there. But he's not adding extra TC, so he's not expanding his eco at all. As we see the castle from TRM attempted on the edge of the map, and the arbalists are coming in, and they're going to deny that castle. Hang on a second.
Did we lose the stone too? Do we lose the stone too? I feel like there's so little HP. Those bombard. Okay, no. Well, TRM
Deletes it.
deletes it,
TRM.
rightfully so.
TRM is losing villagers. Like TRM is trying to make a tech switch into cav archers. He's running out of steam here, and I'm just sitting here and I'm just like wondering, like, why are we making cav archers here in addition to skirmishers? I don't understand. Should we not be going for like cavalier or hussar or something like that to raid the enemy base? It seems a little bit weird. I think he is raiding right now with some units at the top of Pyro's eco, but he's now coming in for the flank against Pyro's main force over here, and he takes out a bomber cannon for free.
Yeah, bombard cannon going out hurts a little bit, but TRM doesn't have any gold income at the moment. And Pyro's got 2 relics. Something to keep in mind there, but looks like both are getting raided. I don't know if Pyro loses this mass of his arbalesters. Well, I don't know if I need to or say the obvious, but it's not gonna be
Look at
good.
him, Micro. Look at him dance. Back and forth. They're not even targeting me. Back and forth. They're not even targeting that unit. Back and forth. And the cav archers go down, but so do the arbalists. And now TRM is
Oh,
slowly expanding outward with another castle on a hill. Pyro has access to another castle. He's queuing up more arbalists. He's only got 2 archer ranges. Maybe we could see a switch into like show tells or something, but the cav archers will absolutely rip through those.
okay.
And
Thumb ring not being
yeah.
in for Pyro for just coming in now, when all of the Arbalester army has been destroyed, hurts me a little bit. Okay, that's very painful. But Pyro with 1,200 gold there in his bank account. Okay.
He's got a lot of
I
gold. And he's getting another castle? No. He's going for the TC instead. Forward. Okay.
Pyro here with quite the disadvantage in terms of just numbers on the field, be it
Mhm.
economy, be it military. Numbers are very, very low. Those are
I,
rookie numbers.
I
We
really
got
like
a
the
farm.
fact that TRM added in the light cav. Like he gave up on the cav archers. I really like that because I don't think the cav archers are really doing anything for him. And he switches to a better unit. And now we're going to see the light cav get into the eco from Pyro and do some good raids at the backs. Last armor upgrade is probably essential as well for TRM.
Oh boy. Is it time for the church bells?
I think it might be. I think
Oh, yeah.
1,700 gold in the bank with 6 on food is rough position.
Are we building a stable there? Are we gonna try to camel this one out? No, no, it's a Rax. Does he want to pike this one out?
Yeah,
Well, it's a lot of
Arbalest pikemen.
skirmishers to deal with. Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's getting rough. And there's the hussar upgrade. There's the final armor upgrade. More farms being added here from Pyro, but he's at 75 villagers versus 122. He's being pressured. His opponent has enough for 2 castles and then almost a third as well if he wants to come forward. And the skirmishers are just casually, you know, sitting under that TC. They think it's a nice place to be.
Why not?
And the
They got the
Mangonel's
pierce
not
armor.
going to do anything.
It's a little tickle. It's a little
Mm-hmm.
massage, if you will. So final armor coming in for those Hussar. Hussar upgrade comes in. I mean, TRM is looking nice right now. So he's gonna go into the gold, and that's gonna be so many villagers killed. Mr. Pyro is down to 69, which in this case is not nice.
And there's recurve bow for the cav archers if he needs it. He probably won't. He could probably win the game with this army. Pyro, knowing that it's most likely over, he's at 81 population versus 192. And generally that's not a good sign.
But
But he
where's
is expanding. He's going for another TC. Okay.
we have so much stone. Where are the forward castles? Where are the trebuchets? Because right now TRM is just causing annoyances to the economy, but the buildings still stand.
Well, he's getting siege engineers, so presumably something is going to happen with siege, or he might just be getting the text because he knows that it's an hour-long time limit and the GG is called, and TRM says, well played, man. Pyro says, well played, and Pyro won't be making it through to the LAN event, but TRM will be in our finals. And he was the favorite coming in here. So we would expect big things from him. We'd expect him to win this game against Pyro. He did really well to defend, even though some of his tech switches might have been a little bit too late. I think Pyro did a fantastic job to hold onto that forward position. My only question for Pyro is like, why are we building the castles at home? Why are we
Well,
not
he's in
making
the
the
chat,
castles forward?
so we can ask him, Pyro. Pyro, man, why are you building the castles at home?
I guess he got nervous about those raids and wanted to protect his gold, but everything was angled towards the full on push, and he did a great job holding on there. And he said, "I'm a scaredy cat." Okay, I accept that answer. I accept that answer. I understand completely. I relate.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay. Well, no surprise that TRM was a favorite going in, so we'll see him in the finals. He'll be up against someone. We'll see him play at least one more time in the best
Mhm.
of three, where he gets to choose the maps. And when he's on the ladder, he's always favoring Arabia. If he gets something else, he'll always make a little bit of a stink that it's not Arabia.
Okay, so we are going to take a little bit of a break here before we get into our next games. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. Thank you for staying tuned, and we will be right back in about 10 minutes. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are going to be heading straight into our finals, which will be a best of three. TRM, of course, we know has made it there, and upsetting to me and upsetting to many of the fans out there, maybe who have been watching Hide a Wolf, Mengadai actually got the victory there, and for the first time ever through these two qualifiers, we've cast so many games, we are going to witness what Mengadai has to offer. I don't even know. I don't have any background on this guy. We've got a contender making his way in here, and we don't know anything about them, Ellie.
I'm sorry. I'm just loving your enthusiasm and your smile, like a kid on Christmas.
I don't know any. Who's Mengadai?
Present.
What is Mengadai? How is Mengadai? What is he doing? I don't know. I don't. It's. I want to unwrap this. That sounded bad. We're gonna unpackage what he has to offer.
I don't think that came out any better.
That doesn't sound any better. Okay, well then, here we are.
Oh my
What can I
goodness. Well,
say?
you know what? I'm looking forward to watching him play as well. This is a best of three, so game one will be played on Arabia, and then we're gonna roll on into the loser map. Right? They're gonna pick.
Yep.
So
So I think I
maybe they
heard TRM is going for Gold Rush there. We don't have that many maps in the pool, but that might be his pick. I don't know. We could also have Nomad, of course. We could have, what were the other picks? It was Gold Rush, Acropolis, Nomad, and Ellie, help me out. I remember I had to translate the handbook into English.
You know what?
Arena is another one of them. Okay.
It wasn't enclosed, right? Or no, we have enclosed.
Could be hideout. Could be hideout as well.
Okay.
It all depends on the player that loses the first match, right? Because they get to pick the next one, and we'll see what the civs are here as well. Because there's no repeat in this.
TRM has been traditionally favoring land maps, aggressive maps. So I don't know how much Mengadai has studied the way of TRM. I think
how much has TRM studied the way of Mengadai? That's the question we should be asking.
That's also a very, very valid question.
Because we haven't cast any of his games. None of it. It's been all private.
I just wanted to say, do you know what TRM stands for?
No.
I think I asked him that one time. And I think it was the initials of a book. So TRM is a scholar.
I'm just thinking
It
about
was
what TRM could stand for. The
it was
real
T. I think it was the something man. I think from memory. Eh, So we got a scholar on our hands, a gentleman and a scholar.
what if it's the real Mengadai?
Insert
Maybe
X
he
file
maybe
music.
maybe Mengadai is an imposter the entire time. The Ram Man could work. Uh
The
the
rational
rational
male.
male. Okay. I saw the gears in Dave's head turn. Yeah, I know.
There,
I can
yeah,
hear
yeah,
them
yeah.
clicking away too. All right. So we should be getting into this shortly. It will be Arabia. It's the same settings we've had for the previous Arabias. Hidden Civ, and no repeat for the best of three. So if they pick Mongols, for example, in Arabia, they can't then go pick Mongols on Gold Rush or Nomad or one of those other maps. So there's a little bit of thinking to be done, but we still don't have the Civ draft that we normally have for tournaments. So not as much strategy heading in. You just have to kind of call out whatever Civ your opponent is going to go for. And we have not seen Megadai, so we don't know what Civ is his favorite. We
Well,
don't know what he's been using. We don't know anything.
Megdai is in the chat, and he
Ah,
says, "Hey all, have fun watching. It's
okay.
cold in Swiss Romandie, which is the French part of Switzerland. So there you go."
Okay. So we have our picks ready for these players, and we can see that Arabia is going to be Mongols against Khmer there. Gold Rush as a home map and Nomad as a home map. Megadai, man after my own heart. I'm assuming that's his pick right there. And TRM will be going for Gold Rush because that's the most Arabia-like map available here other than Arabia. And like you said, he gets pretty frustrated if he doesn't queue into Arabia.
Well, you know what? I'm a big fan to see the Mongol pick. Some might say I am a bit of a Mongal.
Your camera is frozen, which made that so
Oh,
much
that made
better
it even worse,
there.
eh? All
Yeah,
right, all
exactly.
right. Well,
Exactly.
we'll
That's
cry
the
about
same
that later.
expression of everybody at home every single time that you made that joke. It's
Don't
just
look
frozen.
at me.
There it is.
All right. Tears will be shed later.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm a big fan of Khmer too. Khmer was my bread and margarine when I first started playing. I love the fact that you can hop on into those houses. So good.
I mean, Khmer's a solid pick for Arabia, especially if you're going up against a favorite, right? Khmer, you can pull out some wacky strategies, maybe some fast castle stuff available. And TRM's already been burned by one fast castle strategy last week. He hasn't lost this week. He's been playing quite well. Do we have a rating amount on Mangadai, by the way? I don't recall seeing his name on any of these lists. I would love to know what his account is at because he went through Wolf, who is a demon, as we know.
Yeah, yeah. Heidelwolf had some great strats up his sleeve. He was definitely prepared. I feel like Heidelwolf came prepared. So we I don't know. I'm wondering if Mangadai, because obviously
1650. Okay, so right around the same level as Wolf. That is going to be a task to win not only one game but a best of 3 against TRM. I think TRM became an even heavier favorite, honestly.
Well, you know what? That's the thing. TRM came in here knowing that he was the guy to beat. So
Mhm.
maybe just like Heidelwolf, Mangadai has been preparing some unusual strategies, and maybe we'll see something come out. I mean, with Khmer, like you said, they have lots available to them. They got some really nice strats. That Khmer FC, those Scorpions, they're strong.
I mean, I think Arabia is probably a loss, right? If you're Mengadai, you have to kind of start thinking about your other maps. If I was going to approach this in a logical manner, if you are not the favorite, you're what is it, 600, 550 elo behind your opponent's rating, and he only plays Arabia, generally, you got to start focusing up on what you're going to do on Nomad, what you're going to do on Gold Rush. Gold Rush probably being the most important map here in this pool. I think a 1650 can beat a 2K2 on Nomad way easier than they can beat them on Arabia. And Gold Rush, maybe you could get away with some sort of all in or maybe some sort of feudal push that he doesn't expect. But we've got,
Mm.
50 seconds, minute or something left in our countdown. So we will be getting into our finals shortly here. Thank you for everyone that's been here the entire day. If you're just tuning in, thank you for showing up. And remember that this is a battle to see who goes to the main stage. We already have, I think it was Figa waiting there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yep,
Figa
Figa.
is waiting there. And he will be playing the final against whoever wins this best of three on October 13th in Bern at Herofest. And I'm excited. I don't know. Let's see what Mengadai can do.
We haven't seen him play this week. We haven't seen him play last week. I'm not sure if he signed up last week. Actually, yeah, I don't recall his name. Maybe it's just been a long week, but we'll definitely see what he has up his sleeves, and hopefully, we'll get a full set. We're
Maybe he's
hoping
not
for
wearing
three
sleeves.
games.
Maybe he's wearing a t-shirt. Maybe he's clad like a nomad.
All
I didn't
right,
mean to.
let's
I didn't mean to rhyme that, but it did. Okay, so we're pretty much ready to get into this one.
I
And
we just need
we
to change the names here on the
just need to
scoreboard.
reset the scoreboard. Yeah, if
Yeah,
you just
and then we will teleport in.
yep.
The maps looks quite nice. You guys don't see it on your screens just yet, but let me spoil away. It's a nice map. There's wood lines. There's gold piles. It's Arabia.
Perfect. Perfect. This is exactly what we want to see. We're going to see Khmer against Mongols, TRM playing as the Mongols, Mengadai playing as the Khmer, and we're in right here. So, what do the Khmer need to do against Mongols? If they go scouts, which is something the Khmer usually do, it feels like TRM is just simply going to outskill his opponent. He's a lot higher elo, a lot more experience, and we've seen that he can play these standard games. So I think Mangadai is going to have to make it a little bit messy. Maybe go for some bold strategy. Maybe FC potentially.
I think maybe the Mangadai FC or the Khmer FC might be the play here. Obviously, Khmer, with their houses that they can garrison, will make survival against those early scouts a little bit more feasible.
Hmm.
So he's got that going for him, which is nice. Just looking at the goal that's out of his base, kind of not the biggest fan of it
It's
for
not the worst
Mangadai.
though. At least it's
It's
behind the
not.
wood lines, right? You could wall between those two wood lines, and then he has to go
Mhm.
all the way around to get there.
It's true. It's also at the back of his base. So you're right. He's also going to be bringing his boar back, which is quite nice for him. And does TRM plan on doing some laming? I don't think so. I feel like he's going to focus on pushing his deer.
Hmm.
TRM lost last week, where I don't think he was expecting the loss. So I think now he just wants to win. He just wants to secure his ticket to Herofest. And he's like, all right, let's not do anything too crazy.
He's going to be pushing his deer in, and that's just
Hmm.
that's just him wanting to be comfortable, right? He doesn't need to lame
Hmm.
against this
Yeah.
guy. If he queued up against this guy on the ladder, he would feel very, very comfortable. And I think the key for TRM is just keeping the comfort levels high, playing standard, playing well, good execution, and you're laughing. Although Megadai, he's pushing in the deer. He's got a decent start so far. He's sending two only out towards the wood line, and he's already beginning to house wall up a little bit at the back there.
Yeah, definitely. So he's getting his eco rolling, which is looking quite nice, both at 0 seconds of idle time in their town centers, which is lovely. A Manganite player with two on wood. That seems to indicate that according to the new meta, going towards scouts.
I don't know. I don't see the advantage of the two on wood. I think you're cutting corners for the sake of cutting corners at that point, and you're not accounting for human error. But we'll see. You can always adapt later and send more villagers to straggler trees and whatnot. As we see the boar coming in now,
Mhm.
second one from him, and he's pushing, I believe, what I believe to be his third deer. Although he's taking a lot of food under the TC, maybe getting nervous here. He gets the boar in fine. That's okay. Doesn't kill it by
Mhm.
accident, but the deer push has been failed, and he'll need to do that again.
Well, I'm wondering if because Khmer don't need to make a racks before they build their second building, maybe he just feels
Yeah,
he
yeah,
doesn't need as much
you have
wood.
less on wood. Yeah, yeah, that's always the
Yeah.
case with Khmer. Although if you're playing up against scouts, not having the barracks is awful as Khmer. Like it saves you a little bit of time, saves you a little bit of wood. Maybe you can get up a little bit faster because you have less bills on wood and more bills on food. But I mean, not having access to spearmen is so bad in a scout v scout war because he can defend his base with spearmen
Mhm.
and you have to keep your scouts at home to defend
Mhm.
yours.
And he didn't find those 2 sheep either. Oh, that hurts. Did he just not scout it, or
Yeah,
did he
that's
did
really
not want?
bad.
Yeah. No, he knows they're there. He just doesn't wanna grab them. And I feel like TRM is in a very good position just to snag them up. He says, "Okay, well,
Where
we'll
is
take."
the scout from Megadai? Where is the He's still trying to push the deer. Okay, he'll go back for the sheep eventually. All right, this
Okay.
damn deer just needs to get under the TC. I think this might be his third attempt to try and bring this in, and the deer is there. Feudal Age is on the way, of course. 0 seconds idle TC for both.
Mhm.
As TRM is taking a good look around the eco from Megadai, and Megadai is going on to gold. So Megadai might be attempting to go for archers here instead.
Oh, yeah, you can see that Mangadai trying to go get his sheep. TRM's gonna find them soon. Look, he
He
sees
sees them.
one, he sees the other. You might as well grab
Might
them.
just give him back. He might not take him. Oh, he's
No,
feeling
no, you don't know
ruthless today.
TRM. He doesn't give them back. He says, "We'll take those. Thank you." Now's the dangerous part of having them converted, because TRM might just kill him.
Yeah.
Just says, "Yoink."
Megadai
See?
doing a good job though. He kind of gave him back to TRM. He's got a villager over there now. He's trying to engage against the scout, and TRM will take one, and TRM will kill the second one, and he'll leave.
A gentleman and a scholar, she says. So TRM gonna lame Mangadai, but you know what? You know what? We're already in feudal age, and if you didn't have the sheep underneath the town center, is your fault.
Why? Like,
That's that's user error.
why is TRM doing this? He's going forward. Look at this. He's gone with 2 militia, and he's going for 3 militia, and he's gone for a forward range here. This is like levels of aggression that seem completely unnecessary, but Megadai is completely unequipped to deal with this. Like he's cut off the berries, he's got his range right there, and TRM is pushing in. I would love to see TRM get the men at arms upgrade, even though his opponent has a range. I think you need something to bust through the buildings a little bit
You know?
quicker. And there's 2 villagers forward too, so threat of a tower as well. Maybe he thought Megadai was going to go for an FC play and he wanted to go forward on him. Maybe he was a little bit nervous about him mixing it up.
Maybe.
But
Or it's Saturday night. TRM's got a hot date. He's like, all right, we gotta get these finals over.
I said he's got a
I
hot date
gotta
with the main stage in at Herofest, all right? And he's got to focus on that date, okay? He's gone for a
there's
tower at the back here,
there's
and
the
he's going to cut
tower,
off a
yeah.
wood line. And this is not something I think that Mengadai was prepared for.
Oh boy. Well, we're not picking up man at arms, so TRM feels no need to waste the resources in that. I mean, to be fair, he doesn't need them. He's got his archers already. The berries are being denied. That wood line is about to be denied real soon, forcing more and more walls. So Mangadai's economy is not going to be super efficient right now. And TRM's in a great position. He's got 10 on food. He's getting his gold. That forward archery range is there, so you can add more military. Like, what I think Mangadai would need to do is ignore this and hit TRM, because TRM has nothing at home.
I mean, that's the problem with forward production, right? If you need to defend, it's going to be really, really tough. But, well, he's got to get through the army at the front first. And you can see that Mengadai is now
committing onto a tower with so many villagers just to keep a wood line safe, and that's not even an optimal tower. I think the archers can still range parts of that wood line from behind here. So it's really, really tough for him. He was not expecting the forward aggression, and he's getting punished really badly.
Uh-oh, where's the Punisher, you know? The
Yep.
man clad in leather from the throwback to the start of the stream here. We don't see him. TRM, meanwhile, pumping out his archers. No fletching just yet. Maybe that will come in soon. What do you think from Mangadai? Skirmishers, are they the play right now, or?
I think so. I think this is one instance where you need to defend because you know the eco from TRM is probably terrible behind this,
Mhm.
right? It's actually okay. He's got 17 on food, but I think a lot of that isn't farms. It's probably just berries if we look back at his base. Yeah, so 11 farms, berries are kind of running out there, but he's still got a decent amount. Um and you just have to defend and you have to get your farms up. You have to try and get skirmisher archer mass out. It's just a really, really rough position because you clearly weren't expecting it. You've taken some damage now. Your army count is just not there. And you're racking up some idle TC time as well. And your opponent is having an excellent eco balance behind. Just pure food, no production on the military whatsoever. And he's going to go up to Castle Age soon.
I wonder if Mangadai just wants to use the market with all that gold.
Probably, if he can get a market. I mean, he's dropping farms, right? So that takes wood away from potential market placement, which is pretty rough.
I think he's gonna go back to the berries now. Maybe. Maybe
Uh,
not.
yeah, the berries could help. I think wood in a market is probably the best course of action right now. I mean, there's still a lot of berries left to be taken, as we can see there, but he's trying to wall out the archers on this side. Did go for the palisade wall along the side. TRM, though, is thinking about Castle Age, but he queues up skirms now. Why? Just go up to Castle Age. That seems weird. Delaying your uptime
That
a
does
little bit
seem
with those
weird. It's just
skirmishers.
one.
And
It's just
fletching
one.
as well. So weird.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he gets fletching for the archers because he's in. Okay, that makes sense. That completely makes sense. Into the eco. The tower is kind of defending the wood line there. But the archers are going to be able to harass the farms. And now Megadai has a lot of units in his base to deal with and doesn't really have an opportunity now to come forward and harass TRM's base. And TRM is about to click up 3, 2, 1. Bop! Almost had it. Almost had
Almost
it.
had it. It was close. It was close.
On the way up to Castle Age. And step lancers, knights, just even cav archers here could be brutal. Just anything he wants to make in Castle Age is going to be really, really tough for Megadai to deal with. I think it would probably be knights as your best option. Because you have the gold floating and they have a little bit more HP, so they can sit under these towers and TCs a little bit longer.
Yeah. But you know what? Credit to Mangadai for not losing a single villager despite all this aggression.
Yeah, and only having a minute and 20 seconds of idle TC time is actually pretty decent. But now he's forced to get fletching, and he hasn't lost any villagers, but he certainly lost a lot of archers. As TRM continues to just sit on that hill, can't go out to the gold, right? Because the archers are nearby. He can't take food from 2 farms, and that farm is going to die eventually. And he probably knows or suspects that his opponent is on the way up to Castle Age, which is just brutal because he hasn't seen any further military production. He just calls it GG before Castle Age is even in.
Well, that's I feel like a little premature GG, but he had his intuition, if you will.
There was nothing he could do there. I think the only hope to get back into that game would have been to go onto like a scout switch like 2 minutes earlier than that. And he just didn't have the economy, right? Like TRM came forward unexpectedly. He went for 3 militia drush, 2 villagers forward, archer range, and then get the farms down and get up to the next stage. Now, the only way that Megadai could stop that is to take good trades with his army early and deplete the archer numbers to force TRM to actually produce, which he didn't do past the initial 5 or 6. And he didn't take any good trades. He lost all of his archers one by one, and it was just a really unfortunate situation. But we go onto his home map now, which is Nomad.
Let's see if he has a strategy prepared. I feel like Nomad is a map where you can do something a little bit crazy. Do you think we'll see a Spanish mirror?
I think so. I think that's
Okay.
just what you have to go for, right? Like, if you go for anything other than Spanish, I don't know. They've been nerfed on Nomad, but they're still the best civilization for 1v1 because conquistadors are so strong and you can't stop the castle. We saw even last week, right? Like the guy had no stone. Pyro, I think it was Pyro, had no stone.
Mm-hmm.
And he still ended up getting that castle. He had to walk halfway across the map for the stone for the castle, but he still got it up and he got like 3 castles or something completed with conquistadors. So it's just such a powerful civilization, such a powerful
Mm-hmm.
strategy. We'll see if Megadai can kind of punish TRM. If Megadai is a Nomad player, he actually has a decent shot here against TRM because Nomad players on Nomad will crush Arabia only players if they don't practice the map very often. It doesn't matter how good you are. If you don't have experience on the map, you kind of get demolished. I've seen 1400s beat like 2K pluses just because they're Nomad specialists. So
Mm. We got Pyro chiming in. We want to see supremacy, he says.
oh
That's
my
a
god.
callback
Yeah.
to
Yeah, let's have another player throw the score lead by tossing 40 villagers at castles.
Toss it, yeah, just toss it into the
Yeah.
fire. Oh yay, that was something. Well, it was good meme material. It was very good meme material indeed. So I'm assuming we're gonna see something unusual. Maybe not. Do you think we'll go for the water?
I think if you're going Spanish for Spanish, and Mangada is actually in the chat right now, go focus on your set, dude. Go play the game, bro. if they both go Spanish, I think making water is a mistake until later on. Like going feudal age water is definitely a mistake because your opponent will just go FC and your opponent will go conks. And we saw that with Pyro. Like he did get a really, really good advantage on the water with his fishing ships, and he was never really punished for that, but he still lost the game. Now, part of that is part of the area that he was on the map and the lack of stone control, but a big part of the lack of stone control was the fact that he was so focused on water. He wasn't focused on land, right? So it's just you can't beat conks. Even if you win water, even if you add fish, you can't beat them. They're just too good.
What about the missionaries? I kind of want to see those. They can't pick up relics; they'd be too strong with that. I think if they had that, but they are so fun, and I think they're actually not the worst counter to against conquistadors.
Yeah, monks in general are really good. I think the conks or missionaries, sorry, struggle because of the lack of range that they have over monks, right? Monks are
But they have
9
this
and missionaries are
extra.
7. They have this speed. They're so slow, though, Ellie. They're so slow. You ever seen a conch race a missionary? They're so slow.
They're faster than regular monks. You're telling me a monk on a donkey is slower than an old man?
They are faster than regular monks, but they're
There you
slower
go.
than conquistadors.
Well,
And they
still
need
a
more
bonus.
upgrades too than regular
Yeah,
monks,
or
right?
this is true. But yeah, having bloodlines and then the husbandry,
Yep.
just good times.
Oh, what?
Oh.
If there was ever a moment for Megadai to tie this series up, now is the time. Dravidians. Okay. Oh, I'm being told it's mixed up. I'm being told we got the civs reversed. So TRM is Spanish and Megadai is Dravidian. So Megadai is going to attempt to pull off the impossible. He is going to attempt to beat Spanish on Nomad 1v1 with Dravidians. Dravidians are a good Nomad civilization. They don't
What
have
if-
to build the house. So they can go for the dock right away. They get the fishing ship out faster, right? Their fishing ships carry more food.
Sorry, we're
Villagers carry
just
more
gonna.
food. They get extra wood on the next stage, but it's just really rough. It's really, really rough.
Horrible, the horrible. Oh, I don't know the Druidians. I mean, okay, let's see if we can get the W. I mean, they have good water advantage, if anything.
Hmm. Yeah, they do. It'll be up to the starting TC spots here as we make our way into the game shortly. Um, But we are going to have TRM playing as the Spanish, and we're going to have Megadai playing as the Dravidians. We will have to see where the TCs go down. Looks like Megadai with a decent TC in the center there, really quick one. And TRM is fortunate. He found the one flat spot. It's up on a hill. It's not the greatest TC of all time. It's actually quite horrible in relation to the wood line. But at least he found a flat area and he was able to start building that quite quickly, which is a lot of times the most important element. Uh, as we look around here, do we see many boars? I see a couple boars near the TC from Megadai. Would assume, yeah, there's 3 boars within range, which is really, really nice if he scouts them. And
Hmm.
then 4th boar right down there is beautiful. And then we look over at TRM's base. And TRM, the one, maybe two, maybe 3 to the left there, and plenty of ostrich around too. So with
Yeah,
the stones nearby, with the golds nearby, he should be able to get up to Castle Age for
yeah,
sure.
and players are decently far apart that they don't need to worry about tower rushes. I feel like tower rushing right now when you're far away,
Mhm.
not
Just
recommended. I
in
would say.
general, tower rushing on 1v1 Nomad against an opponent that's going Castle Age is not great. Because they always get the castle up, and usually it's in your
Yeah, yeah.
face because all your towers are forward. So it's hard to get it up at their base, so they just come forward to yours and take it out. Okay. So fishing ship out a little bit faster for Mangadai. He didn't need to go for that house. He only went for the dock because the dock counts for 5 population, whereas there's a house there for TRM, and he's a little bit slower with the fishing ship production, but he will start working on one. Mangadai brings in the boar, and Mangadai will be fine to keep
Beautiful
his
lore.
DC running. And what on TRM is not going out for the boar yet? Can he see that? Can he see this boar? He can't, but he's exploring with a villager, which is the correct play. And there we go. Cool.
Oh, perfect. Super nice.
He's really lucky there was a boar there.
Yeah, yeah. That's really good RNG that he went that way. Hmm. Interesting. The food is going to be a little bit of a struggle for TRM. That town center is going to be a little idly. I'm feeling. Or do you
No,
think he can?
I think he should be fine. Yeah, you can just
Okay.
drop off. If you have 5 villagers on the board, plus the fishing ship, plus the other Vill gathering up here, it's really, really nice, right? He's just struggling to keep the fishing ship production up, but he just got the wood for one. As we see Mangadai also kind of struggling to keep the production up. But both of them are going to have a second fishing ship in the queue, and Mangadai just a little bit faster than TRM, or a little bit more eco than him.
Well, his fishermen are with a higher carrying capacity, right? So they're a little
Mhm.
bit more efficient there, which is
He
nice for
hasn't
him.
found another boar though. Like he's looking for boars. And I don't think he's seen another one. Oh, he's going all the way to the south to get him. Okay, doesn't see the ones in the north yet.
Hmm.
I want to see TRM scouting as well because I feel like he is not looking actively for boars right now. Okay, he is smart. He's got the villager out here and he's gonna find it. Perfect.
Perfect. Really nice play for him there. So he's making two. He has two fishing ships, making one more. Mister Manga dies with the two fishing ships, making one more. But Manga getting loom right now because of maybe housing reasons. I'm not quite sure what the case was there. Idle time pretty low for both players. Still 0 seconds for Mangadai, so really nice work there. But we know that the conquistadors are going to be coming. It's an inevitability. What does Mangadai need to do to prepare for them?
That's a great question.
walls,
I
monks.
don't have answers. It's a great question. It is a good question, and only he has the answers here, because there are a few things you could attempt to do. Right, you could attempt to go feudal age pressure to try and stall him out from castle age. Not going to work. Never works, except in very rare cases. You could attempt to go for crossbows or skirms, which is simply going to be too slow.
Well, Dravidians have the faster firing skirms, don't they?
Yeah, but you're going to need to get ballistics as well. And you're going to
Mm-hmm.
need 2 archer ranges and ballistics to stop the conks. And then the conks can just run in circles around your base. Eventually, he's going to have enough stone to drop a castle forward, and you can't deny a castle with just skirmishers. You could go monks, but the Dravidians don't have redemption, so your monk play long term is not very good. Or you could
Mm-hmm.
go water and try and like stone wall up and maybe a castle of your own, but that's not like, eventually he's going to get through the walls.
Well, I think Mangadai must be an intelligent individual. He knew that Spanish was coming, and he
Mhm.
picked Dravidians intentionally. So he must have something in mind that's going to counter those conquistadors.
You're giving him the benefit of the doubt right now here. You're giving him a lot of leeway. Many people would argue the opposite, that if he knew Spanish was coming and he picked Dravidians, he's not an intelligent individual. But we'll give him the benefit of the doubt here. We'll assume that he's got something cooking. There's some strategy we just don't know about.
There must be. He's going
Mhm.
up. He's going up to the feudal age. Villagers are moving out. They're
To the gold,
rolling
I think.
out.
Yeah. That's the closest gold to him, which is brutal if your opponent's going conks. Your gold is in the middle of the field. It's fine, right? We learned this. The closer you are to danger, the farther you are from harm. We figured it out.
Oh, what
It's
an
gonna be
excellent
perfectly
Lord of
safe.
the Rings reference, David.
I'm glad that you're up to date with your Lord of the Rings references, Ellie. I'm impressed.
Well, TRM, 2 minutes away from feudal age, so he'll be there as well, but a minute later.
Mm-hmm.
And what's his game plan? Well, he's already mining the stone, 24 villagers. It's looking like Castle FC, you know?
Yep. And it looks like an FC play for Mengadai as well. He sent 4 to the gold. If he goes for a market, might be able to balance his eco a little bit more. Still has 9 fishing chips, and those fishing chips do carry more, so they will drop off quite a bit here. And he should have enough food to click up to the castle age. And he also gets 200 extra wood from getting to the feudal age as he adds in a fire, another dock, and it's going to be a full water play from him.
I don't know if I like this plan, but okay.
Yep. I would love to see a market blacksmith here and then just go for a couple fire galleys. Just a couple. Okay.
Dravidians, do they get anything special with their ships?
Well, they do get Thericidai, right? And they get a really full water tech tree, basically. The fishy chips carry more, which is great, and they get the 200 wood upon reaching the next stage, which is obviously super beneficial. And you know what? He's gone for a barracks as well, which is also an interesting play. And there's the archer range from Mengadai. So he's going to attempt to go for the crossbows or the skirmisher approach to deal with the conks. I want this to work, but I just don't think it's possible. I really want it to work.
I'm thinking here, on paper, if you're like, oh, what counters Mangadai or Conquistadors, and you're thinking, okay, skirmishers. Well, Dravidians have good skirmishers. Maybe there, and I'll pick Dravidians. Like maybe I'm convinced that that's the angle he approached this from.
I don't think so because he's making archers. So
man,
he's trying to find his opponent now.
I'm trying.
No, Dravidians are an excellent nomad set. They're fantastic. There's just nothing that matches up against Spanish on nomad. Like, they're really, really good if you want to go for the water play. And in team games, they should be the first Civ drafted on a nomad team game because they're so beneficial. But in 1v1s, they're losing a lot of that benefit. And you can see he's now taking out the fish from TRM. TRM, the question here is he going to go for a defensive castle or is he going to go for an aggressive castle? I don't even know if he knows where Mengadai's main base is, as Mengadai is starting to add in walls at the front side of his base, and he's coming in with the archers. He's looking for resources to hit, and he could potentially hit the gold.
Yeah, it's looking promising. So maybe we'll at very best delay some gold income here. But TRM, 30 seconds away from Castle Age, and he's got more than enough stone for a castle. So he's going to be fine. As soon as he gets Conquistadors out, then these archers will be struggling. Will be struggling.
And now he's
Beautiful
going
walls,
for fire galley of his own too. So he's going to not just give up water straight away, as we see him push away this villager in the north that's trying to delay his food income just a little bit. And there's the castle. And the castle is right up on the hill protecting his TC. It will be able to range those archers likely if Megadai doesn't pull them away. And Megadai is coming in here. You don't need to do this. Just leave with the archers. That castle's going up anyway. And he's going to say peace. He's out of there.
She gone.
She gone.
Well, Pyro makes a good point that these archers are forcing the castle to be defensive and not aggressively placed. So the castle is at home.
Yep.
Mind you.
I want to see if those are those stone walls or palisade walls in the center for Megadai near his base. Okay, there are house walls over there, but only palisades at the front. It's a palisade wall into an open field. Okay.
Uh-oh. Well, 15 seconds away, and Megadai will be joining TRM in the Castle Age. But Conquistadors, I mean, I feel like Spanish mostly always, though, drop a castle defensively just because if they're FCing, they have nothing to defend a forward castle, right? So.
And here comes the crossbow upgrade. Okay, Megadai actually has himself a decent position if he can get ballistics here for his crossbows. Because the crossbows themselves, without ballistics, the conks are just going to be ducking and diving around all of these units. The archers obviously aren't going to fare very well. Now that the crossbow upgrade is in, TRM has to respect this a little bit more, but TRM is still on stone. So I would suspect that his idea is to build up enough conks, get the armor for the conks so he can take the straight up fight against the crossbows, and then come forward with another castle placement.
Yeah,
and he hasn't lost all his fishing ships either, which is big. It's huge.
That's true. I'm just looking at the two TCs close to each other, and I think a castle in the middle should range them both with Botkin.
That's super aggressive.
Listen.
That's so aggressive. Oh
That's
my
what
god.
We want to see.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see.
All right, Mengadai, what do you got? He's ahead on eco right now. He's got more fishing ships. He's got more villagers. He's got the crossbows. And, you know, if this were a match where TRM was also going into crossbows and not conquistadors, and he wasn't Spanish, I would say Mengadai is winning here. But I think even with the severe eco lead that he has, it's going to be so tough for him. And now he's losing a few fishing ships too. Looks like TRM's fire showed up at the fishing economy from Mengadai. So he is going to save his own fish up there as the fires are hunting those down. And he's killing ships over here, and Mengadai doesn't realize. That's brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Yeah, well, finally a town center on some stone, so maybe a castle will be really nice to defend some gold or some other minerals. TRM coming with some siege. We got a scorpion here. We'll be taking nice fights versus the crossbow, right? As good as we can.
But ballistics
not
coming
looking...
in. It's pretty big.
How much HP do those crossbows have?
Not too much, I would imagine. I mean, they took some hits from the scorpion, right?
They can heal up with the monks, right? That Mangadai is making right now. So that's something that he's got going for him, which is nice. Meanwhile, TRM still with his one TC push here, but look, enough stone
for a
secondary castle. Yeah.
And I think the castle should go down on the TC that he sees to the south, right beside those archer ranges. And you do 3 different things. You deny, or 4 actually. You kill the TC, deny the production from the ranges, and kill the monastery and deny monk production. right? Like
Uh-oh.
it's a fantastic spot, and I don't think that Mengadai can stop him with this amount of conks. Villagers coming forward. Oh boy.
The
Is he
villagers
going
are
for your
here.
castle, Ellie?
Is he going
Oh!
for the Oh!
There it is. Let's go. You
I
called
know
it.
what me and TRM, man. We are on the same wavelength.
Can't
He's
quite
doing it.
range the other TC though. You can see the range mod
With-
there. Can't quite
with
get it. The
boxing,
crossbow's coming
right?
forward, trying to deny this. We got a conk converted, but that's about all. As this castle will go up, and Mengadai is going to be in a terrible position now. Base split apart by a castle from his opponent.
Oh, look at that. TRM already getting ready to mine more stone. Oh, yay. So as soon as Botkin comes in, yeah, both TCs will be in range here. And that is quite the castle location. Big fan. So one castle is hitting the town center, the Manganel hitting the other one.
And the conks are behind. So that means half his economy is shut down. And also the fishing ships are still alive here from TRM, which is a big problem for Mangadai. Usually the issue with, Spanish, if you're fighting up against another Civ, your only issue is they win water. And that means you have no food income. And that means it's really tough to produce conquistadors. But he's had those fishing ships working away, and he's managed to kill some fishing ships from his opponent. So he's had a great setup, and now Mengadai is forced to try and deal with these conquistadors with his crossbows at the back here. But the eco, as you can see, just super idled throughout this whole process.
Yeah. I mean, TRM's down 20 villagers. But I would love to see him make a monk at least to heal up some of his conquistadors, or at least heal them in the castle for a little bit, because I think there is a lot of weak conquistadors to be had, and he's just not doing himself any favors when he's going to take engagements versus the crossbows. But all right, Mangadai making yet another town center because his two will be falling very soon. Did that Manganel from TRM die? I think so. The one that was hitting the town center to the south here?
Yep. And the conversion doesn't come in, and the TC is up, but the conks are still back here. And this is problematic, I think would be an understatement. Mingadai will be going for another archer range, but his Mangonel now will die for free. And the conks, once they get the bloodlines and that +2 armor, can almost actually, just run right past these TCs. They're definitely struggling at the moment because he doesn't have those upgrades.
Well,
But
they're
he's
also
always
weak in
finding new vills to
conquistadors, yeah.
kill. Yeah.
Great use of keeping that army moving. Look at the stone he has, right? He's been mining stone forward at home. 700, 800 stone racked up in there. If he wants to make another crazy play,
He's
maybe
putting it in
drop-
between these next three TCs.
It's gonna go. Oh my gosh! I was gonna
You
say.
need something to support this, though. You need like a Mangonel or something to support this, because your conks are busy in other places, and you can't just send the villagers forward willy-nilly.
But the fact that the foundation is there, just ready, is
It's going up.
absolutely-
It's going to go up, and it's going to range 3 separate TCs, and the conks have made their way all the way across here. And there's a counter castle there from Mangadai. Maybe he might be able to get this up. If his crossbows come from the south, he might be able to kill the villagers. Maybe TRM has done too much. The crossbows are here. The villagers going down on both sides. Which castle will go up? It looks like right now that it's going to be Mangadai's. Oh, man.
How much percent is that castle up at? No.
It's not going up. It's not going up. That's way too aggressive. He just
That's a
threw
dowdy.
so many villagers. Look at the villager count right now. That's a throw. That's 100% a throw. You did not need to go for that castle, but he did anyway. The eco for Megadai is still terrible. He's got 5 on food right now, and, maybe TRM can get that castle up eventually. Especially if he goes for like a ram or something to distract the castle fire.
Do you think TRM's belly button is an innie or a dowdy? I'm so sorry.
How long were you cooking that up for? Like a minute? Like you were silent for a while.
this little maneuver is gonna set TRM back a little bit. A little bit.
I mean, he's adding extra TCs, right? So he's kind of like, okay, let's settle things down now. I've got castles forward. I've taken out a TC from him. I'm cutting off a lot of res from him, and I've killed a ton of villagers. I just need to settle it down a little bit, add some economy of my own, and maybe try and get up to the Imperial Age, or maybe try and go for another castle drop on a safer angle. What are the conchs still back? The conchs are still back there, doing work to the north of this area. So they're still applying pressure as we see the conquistadors come in once again. And the crossbows still defending there from Mengadai.
Well, some market use is being had here. No players anywhere near Imperial, right? Their resources dry. TRM is not mining any gold at the moment. So
TRM's getting all of his gold from just researching technologies and now selling stone as well. And buying food. So just trying to get the villager number up there. More fishing ships being added here from Mengadai. And I think that's kind of like somewhere where TRM could have really punished them, is getting the war galley upgrade. I mean, he has kept killing the fishing ships with his fire galley. But fire ships are so much more powerful, and they kill fishing ships so much faster. As we see crossbows now coming in. This is the first counter raid since the initial castle comes down, but it's not going to accomplish a whole lot with a scorpion there and the TC there to protect as well. And TRM is slowly catching up in villager count.
Hold on. He didn't garrison, so those 2 crossbows are now in. And they can't believe they made it either.
Nope. No one can believe they made it. And I
They're
don't
just
think
like-
there's much damage to be done there.
Well, it's an annoyance for sure. TRM here adding his 4th town center, but villager numbers still significantly higher for Mangdai. Maybe if he starts pumping out his fishing ships like crazy, he can kind of take the lead there. But so far, Mangdai's economy a little bit nicer. TRM still with the score lead, but Mangdai is closing in.
Well, TRM's closing in on the villager count, right? I mean, 60 vills versus 67. The fishing ships have just been produced from Mengadai. And TRM, like I said, I would love to see him go for War Galley here. Just a couple fire ships in the fishing economy, and all of that investment is wasted. But maybe he keeps just looking at this one fire galley that he had earlier, and now this second one that he's produced, and thinking, well, I'm killing his fish anyway. I don't really need the upgrade. We see those fire galleys from Mengadai. If he watches this game back, he's gonna be kicking himself, because those things have been up there the entire time. He did the entire loop around the map, and he still didn't kill the fish from TRM. You have to hunt those fish down and get them.
Well, both players aren't too committed to the water, right? So, but they're trying. They're trying. But look at the Dravidian, 16. That's insane. And they're really efficient just because of that extra fish carrying capacity. So that's big boost.
Villager count evening out a little bit here. What's that?
There is some purple action, but Mr. Mangadai is retreating, so I guess that wasn't too much damage here. The Conquistador is going to clean up these crossbows, and I think Mangadai up north of TRM's base there, just going to look for some kills. But TRM has some really nice walls.
We actually have ourselves a decent setup here to maybe even go late game, as Mengadai just runs right under the TC. He's going to make his way in there, but there's a Scorpion. Of course, TRM will realize this and quick walls in the crossbows, and the crossbows are now dead. Okay.
2 Scorpions, going to clean them up. Okay. Wheelbarrow finally coming in for Mangadai. It's late, but I guess he had mostly his eco coming in from the fish. What are these elephants that I'm seeing?
Armored elephants. So he's gonna try and castle push the castles here. I think that's probably a bad decision. He probably should have just tried to go up to Imperial H and tread them down, and then he gets upgrades for his crossbows as well. But he's gonna attempt to do it in the castle H. TRM probably doesn't mind too much if he loses that castle. He's finally gonna delete the other foundation, and almost has enough for another castle of his own. He is also controlling the majority of the golds and stones on the map on that northern side. Although we see a couple down here that Megadai is trying to get control over. Megadai trying to expand his eco a little bit more as well.
Hmm.
TRM has now taken the villager count, although there are 17 fishing ships here for Megadai.
Well, those Mangadai or those conquistadors gonna find these villagers, and that town center not gonna go up. The one in the bottom, though, should. So Mangadai will have his 4 TCs eventually. Will TRM wall this TC in or just leave it there? I don't
I
know.
think
There's
you
that
leave it.
villager.
You want him
He's-
to come back there. You want him to come back there. She's an outpost, Bill.
Well, she's making something, and that one villager going to attack her. Okay, so there's going to be some violence here. No, he's not going to attack her. He's just passing. All right, well.
So
Interesting.
we have conks now roaming around, and those conquistadors have a lot of kills. I think the last time I looked at them, they had like 30 kills. They're gonna have less now that they've lost a couple units, but you can see the eco KD right now in total. 56 to 17 is absolutely brutal, and Imperial Age is on the way from TRM. TRM does have a mangonel in that siege workshop forward. Maybe he suspected that the armored elephants would be coming out from Mangadai, so he's gone for an mangonel there to help protect that forward castle, as the crossbows are still roaming around looking for damage. The crossbows haven't really done much aggressively from Mangadai. He's kind of just lost them all to TCs and scorpions. Okay, so
Sorry, there's.
I
it's
can hear
the
them
10
ringing.
It's 10 minutes of 7 p.m. church bells.
I
right
can hear them
now,
ringing
but
in the
it's
background.
one instead of multiple. Then you take. I'll mute myself. You take it from here.
So we have another siege workshop from TRM. He's going into more onagers here as Imperial Age comes in, and still no Imperial Age click from Megadai, and he hasn't been using the armored elephants. He just hasn't been using them, so it's kind of a wasted investment to go for those. As there's a castle to the north now from TRM, also getting masonry, getting a lot of text in, and remember, this is an hour-long time limit here, so we're 15 minutes away, and right now TRM is leading by a considerable amount of score, and that's our tiebreaker there, as Imperial Age is only going to boost his score even further, and this castle will give him access to more trebs. The siege elephants or armored elephants still just waiting inside that siege workshop. So weird to me that he hasn't used those yet. Maybe he forgot about them, or he saw that the siege workshop of TRM was garrisoned, didn't want to send them directly into a mangonel. Seems kind of like a waste. But we do have 63 on food for Megadai. Only 15 of those are fishing ships. Now 72 on food. Oh my goodness. My man has a farming eco behind this. And what is he going to make? He's ejected the armored elephants. They're heading towards that castle. The initial castle from TRM in Megadai's base. As Imperial Age is on the way. And the siege elephants are pushing in towards that position. The mangonel is there, though, and that's just good preparation. That's good old-fashioned preparation from TRM. That's why he made the mangonel there. So the elephants couldn't push his castle down. He wouldn't lose it until he was in Imperial Age. And one elephant dies. Another elephant dies. And the third one is... Surprise, surprise! Gonna die! Okay, so 3 elephants dead.
What about supremacy coming in?
I like it. Good. He's learning from Pyro.
He's learning from Pyro. Supremacy on the way. Those villagers gonna look extra scary, and he's got a lot of them. Boy, oh boy.
We'll know it's real when we see sappers come in as well. Then we'll know it's real. Until that point, supremacy is just an anti-rating technology. But we have the infantry upgrades coming in as well. So maybe like a champion switch or something. You're unlikely to go halbs against Dravidians, simply because they don't have any stable to speak of. But the infantry armor coming in as well for Mangadai, and I wonder what that's for. Is it for Arumi? Is it for halbs of his own? No, he gets to Imperial Age and immediately techs into Siege Elephant. So Siege Elephant Skirmisher potentially.
Well, I like the masonry upgrade. It's gonna be
Oh
useful.
my god, what is that castle? There's so many TCs here from TRM. TRM is adding in an additional 5 TCs, and TRM is going to go full villager rush mode here. He's going to want to, like, emphatically end this qualifier and prove that he belongs on the main stage. And here come the villagers. Here come the Trevs. It is full blast villager supremacy production here, and they are coming in hot. 15 villagers in the queue. Trev's working away on the castles. Here
But
come
did
the
he get
boys and the
Zapper?
girls. I mean, must have. He must have.
must.
I mean, they're dying right now, so
Oh,
so
they're in
far
a
it hasn't been super
crossfire. It's
effective.
horrible. We need to keep them moving. Keep them moving. They need to be fighting the repair build or something. He's got what, 5 trebs in total. Arson coming on in. All right.
I think he's confusing. No, there's sappers right there. I think TRM was confusing Incas with Spanish there for a second because he was getting infantry upgrades and then he gets arson and he doesn't make any infantry and then he gets sappers. Like, oh, this is how it's done. Okay, so the villagers now working away on the castle. Treb's obviously working away behind that. If you want to go Vil versus Vil Wars, it's gonna be really tough for Megadite to do that. However, there is an Arumi in the mix here.
And there's also murder holes coming in. That's... Oof.
Yeah, but there's Trebs behind, right? It's just brutal. And still more villagers being produced here. TRM wants to finish this with a bang before the time limit is reached. And Mangadai is so far behind in score. Even if TRM loses like 100 villagers, I don't know if he's going to catch up here as the castle will fall. And the villagers will just simply move on to another area. Maybe TCs in the eco from Mangadai is the next step. We see a couple elephant archers now making their way onto the field. Those will deal with the villagers very well. However, they will be dying to the castle. Very tough position he's in right now.
And he knows that the church bells have rung. And he's gonna say, GG, mon chéri. So there you go.
And that was, you know what? That was a better game than I thought we would have. It was a good defense from Mengadai. Risky castle from TRM, but congratulations to TRM. He goes through regardless of that castle. And he is our second qualifier winner. And he's going to be facing up against Faiga on the main stage. So we'll see what strategies they bring to that. It's going to be on October 13th. At Herofest in Bern, Switzerland. I'm going to be there. Ellie's going to be there. We're going to be live casting that. And we're also going to be live casting our Grumpy finals, which has presumably taken place behind this. And we can see Celior making it through from qualifier number 1 and frozen hot pepper pizza, which is just fantastic. I might need to buy him a frozen hot pepper pizza to celebrate getting to the main stage. Congratulations,
congratulations, to those 4. Well played. And as a reminder, Faiga did take TRM out last qualifier, so he's going into this feeling pretty confident. And I think TRM is going into this hungry for some revenge. So, some drama.
I think you go into it just trying to make sure that you're not super nervous. That would be my, make sure that the crowd and the casters and the setup unfamiliarity is all out of your head and you can just play good games, right? And that's what I think we're going to see there. I'm super excited for it. We've had a really good round of 2 qualifiers here these 2 Saturdays, and now we're just a couple weeks away from the main event.
Super exciting. And TRM and Mangadite in the chat, well played, GG's. It was absolutely wonderful watching that last game happen. And you know what? The Dravidians stuck on in there for quite some time.
Yep.
I think there was some...
little bit of help from TRM with that second castle placement. I think that was really aggressive. Yeah, we don't talk about that castle because it didn't exist. But Mengadai actually did a pretty good job defending there. Just needed to kill the fish from TRM. It would have been great. keep his fish alive. Might have been in a much better position. It's always tough fighting up against Spanish, but he made it to the finals, had a good showing. Hope to see some more from him again. But congratulations, TRM, our final finalist, our final finalist. Nice. And thank you to Digitec Playground for also hosting this. Thank you for putting on the event in general. The admins behind the scenes, of course, our lovely observer, and the man in my ear constantly throughout this production. That was fantastic. And thank you to the viewers for showing up and supporting the Swiss community. Really appreciate it. The finals is going to be amazing.
I'm looking forward to it.
Is that it for us? I think that's it. I think we're done. See you guys.